Uchiha Tiandao awakened a special system at the age of 8, the Pokémon sign-in system. Every day, he signs in and receives incredible rewards. The power of Groudon, sacred fire, the psychic power of Mewtwo, and even the authority of the god of space. He points one hand to the sky and confidently quotes his grandmother's teachings. As long as I hope, fate will surely stand by my side. Uchiha Akisui puts his hands together, as if praying for something. What kind of storm will this boy, who possesses the power of Pokémon, stir up in the ninja world? Chapter 1. A Turning Point in Fate. This book's story is purely fictional. Any similarities are coincidental. Brain storage. Konoha, Year 32, Konoha Ninja Village. In a classroom at the Ninja Academy. Everyone, pay attention. This is the key point of the shadow clone technique. At the podium, a middle-aged ninja was passionately explaining the key points. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent and powerful knocks interrupted his lecture. Honda Takashi furrowed his brow as a teacher. He hated being interrupted during class, as it affected his ability to impart knowledge. However, out of professional ethics, he patiently opened the classroom door. Standing outside was a member of the Konoha police force. Honda Takashi's expression immediately changed, as members of the police force were all Uchiha. As a prestigious clan in Konoha, the Uchiha were well known. Even if he hadn't committed any offenses, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Uchiha Yama ignored Honda Takashi. He was already used to such expressions. I'm looking for Uchiha Tiandao. It's urgent. Coming back to his senses, Honda Takashi didn't dare to delay, fearing to anger the Uchiha member, and hurriedly called for someone. Before long, an 80-year-old boy with spiky black hair walked out. Uchiha Tiandao was a transmigrator from Earth. Back then, he was an undeniable genius, but perhaps due to being too outstanding, he attracted jealousy from heaven. He died young at the age of 20 and arrived in the world of Naruto. Uchiha Yama quietly observed the boy before him. His talent was outstanding, and even at such a young age, his temperament was so calm, he truly deserved to be the strongest prodigy of this generation in the family. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the clan leader, was far inferior to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. I hope he can make it through. Then he waved to the boy, signaling him to follow. Uchiha Tiandao keenly sensed his change, but although he felt puzzled, he didn't ask too many questions. He wasn't someone who liked to dig deep into matters out of course. He had no objections to Uchiha Yama's arrangements. They were all from the same clan, after all, and it was impossible for them to want to harm him. He was eager to know what Uchiha Yama wanted with him. Soon, the two arrived in front of an operating room at Konoha Hospital. Gazing at the operating room, Uchiha Tiandao felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Uchiha Yama took a deep breath and spoke in a low tone. Tiandao, no matter what I tell you later, promise me you will be mentally prepared. Uchiha Tiandao paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Seeing he was ready, Uchiha Yama immediately continued without hesitation. Tyankyo sacrificed during a mission a few days ago. After the news reached the village, Hanako couldn't accept this tragic news. Her body is weak and she is pregnant. She is currently inside for emergency treatment. There's a possibility that Uchiha Tiandao felt the world spin. His mind went blank. When he transmigrated, his parents had already died in a mission, and it was Uchiha Tyankyo who adopted him and named him Uchiha Tiandao. For 8 years, the Tyankyo couple treated him very well, regarding him as their own, and Uchiha Tiandao had long considered them as his biological parents. Hanako was about to give birth to a new family member after 10 months of pregnancy, but he never expected that disaster would come so quickly. Uchiha Tiandao leaned against the wall, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Creak! The door of the operating room opened, and a blonde woman came out holding a baby. Tsunade approached Uchiha Tiandao. Kid, are you Uchiha Tiandao? Uchiha Tiandao nodded. That's me. Upon hearing the boy's acknowledgement, Tsunade quickly handed the baby in her arms to him. This is your sister Uchiha. Hanako left the chance of survival to her. As her brother, you must protect her. Saying this, she turned to leave without looking back. Uchiha Tiandao gently held the baby in his arms, his tone heavy. Lady Tsunade, can't even you save her? Tsunade frowned and turned around with an annoyed expression. Kid, are you blaming me? Then her pupils dilated as she noticed the 80-year-old Uchiha boy, whose eyes had two spinning tomo. Double Tomo Sharingan. TCH, what a hassle. It's not that I don't want to save her, but it was already too late when I arrived. For some reason, Tsunade instinctively explained. Uchiha Tiandao lowered his head. Is that so? He'll just go back. Tsunade furrowed her brow, deciding to inform her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Activating the double Tomo Sharingan at 8 years old could not lead this child astray otherwise. He might very well become the second Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yama's expression was excited. Tiandao is truly a genius of our Uchiha clan. To activate the double Tomo Sharingan at 8 years old, this won't do. We must fight for more resources for such a genius. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made his way to the Uchiha clan leader's home. Night. Uchiha Tiandao sat on the bed, gently rocking the baby in his arms, his gaze tender. From now on, you will be called Uchiha Masue. Your brother will definitely protect you. Chapter 2. Pokémon Sign-In System. Beep. Congratulations, host. The Pokémon Sign-In System has been successfully installed. A mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Uchiha Tiandao was taken aback at first, then realized what it was a necessary blessing for transmigrators. Due to his own excellent talent, he was confident that even without any external forces, he would stand at the pinnacle of this ninja world. Therefore, in the 8 years since his transmigration, he had never thought about a system, but having one was ultimately a good thing. What functions do you have? Upon hearing Uchiha Tiandao's inquiry, the voice in his mind spoke again. The current functions of this system are limited to sign-in, and character panel other functions will be unlocked later. Sign-in is divided into 12 monthly sign-ins and 1 annual sign-in, .by signing in. The host can obtain various items from the Pokemon world. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow. So, you mean you are currently in a flawed state and can restore your original functions through repairs later? Yes, host. What about the sign-ins from the past 8 years? Beep. According to system assessment, the host will receive a 100 compensation for the first sign-in. Seeing the system offering compensation, Uchiha Tiandao decided to take the opportunity. Then let's proceed with this month's sign-in now. Signing in for the host. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Power of Groudon. Power of Groudon. The pure power of Groudon. One of the 3 legendary Pokemon of Hoenn. After absorption, it will exist in a form similar to a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin. The form of a Jinchuriki? If it's extracted from my body, wouldn't I die? The power of Groudon will only transform into pure power and merge with the host, becoming a part of the host's physical strength. The so-called form similar to Jinchuriki refers to abilities like Tailed Beast Transformation. The power of Kyogre does not give birth to independent consciousness, nor does it cause the host to worry. If that's the case, this is indeed a good power. Uchiha Tiandao placed the sleeping Akahoshi on the bed and went to the backyard. System absorbed the power of Kyogre. Ding! Injecting the power of Kyogre into the host. A flow of liquid, like magma, surged from the void and poured into Uchiha Tiandao's body. Uchiha Tiandao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A flash of crimson golden light appeared in his eyes. Is this the power of Kyogre? It's simply terrifying. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the steel kunai that he had casually bent and couldn't help but exclaim. System, open the character panel. A faint blue holographic screen quickly appeared in his mind. Host, Uchiha Tiandao. Mental strength, 1000 physique, 200 bloodline limit. Double Tomo, Sharingan Tailed Beast, Kyogre fusion rate 3. Skills, Fire Release, great. Fireball Technique, Uchiha Style Swordsmanship, Uchiha Style Body Technique. Items, Great Dragon Fire Technique Scroll, 3 Steel Kunai. Note, the standard for ordinary Genin is for both mental strength and physique to reach 100. Uchiha Tiandao was not surprised by the strength of his mental power in his previous life. His mental power was exceptional. Moreover, his soul was at the age of 20, and with the awakening of the Sharingan, it was reasonable for his mental power to be a little higher. However, the situation with the power of Kyogre made him very puzzled. System, why does the power of Kyogre show that only 3 is unsealed? According to system detection, the host's physical quality can only temporarily absorb this much power. Uchiha Tiandao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, even with an external aid, the basic attributes of the body are very important. A gentle breeze blew by, and a whiff of foul smell entered his nose. What smell? Uchiha Tiandao looked around in confusion, and soon discovered the source of the odor. So was the impurities expelled when the power of Kyogre improved my physique. After entering the room and washing up, he did not continue to mess around. This afternoon, with the help of his clan members, the bodies of Uchiha Tenkyo and his wife had been taken care of. Tomorrow would be the day of their burial. The next day, Uchiha Tiandao woke up early and attended the funeral of Uchiha Tenkyo and his wife, holding little Akahoshi in his arms. The entire funeral was quite simple, and not many people attended. Uchiha Tenkyo was merely a chunin in his lifetime and held no significant status in the strength-oriented Uchiha clan. Stay strong. Uchiha Yamato patted Uchiha Tiandao's shoulder, offering a word of comfort. Proud Uchiha was not good at comforting others after a long pause. Uchiha Yamato managed to squeeze out this one sentence. Uchiha Tiandao's youthful face was filled with tranquility. The deceased have passed away, and those who live must carry their hopes and live well, happily. Uchiha Yamato's mouth twitched. Kid, do you believe what you just said? Is that not tears at the corner of your mouth, but saliva? He was also impressed by this kid, clearly heartbroken, tears streaming down like they were free, yet he could still speak encouraging words with a straight face. Uchiha Yamato opened his mouth, only to realize he didn't know what to say. Helpless, he patted Uchiha Tiandao's shoulder and then turned to leave. He stood quietly in front of the tombstone for a long time. Uchiha Tiandao, holding little Akahoshi in his arms, walked toward the ninja school. Chapter 3. The Assessment of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ninja School, Teacher's Office. What? You're dropping out. Honda Takashi looked at Uchiha Tendu in disbelief and exclaimed. Uchiha Tendu, expressionless, pointed at the sleeping Xiaoming Sui in his arms, then raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Honda Takashi hurriedly covered his mouth. Sorry, Tendu. The teacher got too excited. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Xiaoming Sui. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Tendu spoke calmly. Teacher, you should know a bit about my situation. I'm dropping out to take better care of Xiaoming Sui, and I hope you can understand. Honda Takashi had already understood the situation, and he sighed helplessly. You're right, Tendu. After all, she's your only family, and it's indeed more reassuring to take care of her yourself. However, the decision to drop out is not mine to make. I'll take you to meet the Hokage. I will help you speak then. Uchiha Tendu bowed to him. Thank you, Teacher Honda Takashi. Honda Takashi waved his hand, indicating not to worry about such trivial matters. He then painfully took out a wallet from his pocket and counted out 20 bills to hand to Uchiha Tendu. Tendu, it's not easy for you alone. This 200,000 ryo is a contribution from the teacher. Uchiha Tendu rarely showed a smile. Teacher, my family provides me with 100,000 ryo in allowance every month, so I'm not sure on money. Honda Takashi, I hate you rich people. Following Honda Takashi's lead, the three quickly arrived at the Hokage building. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Hearing the knocking, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the document in his hand and called out towards the door. A tall man and two small ones walked in. Seeing the newcomers, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently put down the pipe he had instinctively picked up. Although he was an old smoker, he wouldn't smoke in front of children. Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully observed the Uchiha boy in front of him. Is this the Uchiha boy that Tsunade mentioned? It seems that he is the one who came to see me this time. I want to see what makes him special. At this moment, the third Hokage was in his prime and did not yet harbor the animosity towards the Uchiha clan that he would in his later years. So he had no intention of suppressing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. Teacher Honda, is there something you want to discuss with me today? Honda Takashi quickly stepped forward to explain. Hokage-sama, the situation is like this. A moment later, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in realization, looking at Uchiha Tendu beside Honda Takashi. Tendu, you want to drop out to take better care of your sister? Uchiha Tendu replied respectfully. Yes, third Hokage-sama. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen would later become one of the culprits responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, that was still in the future. It wouldn't be fair to place blame on someone before they had committed any wrongdoing. At worst, he could just stop it later. As long as it didn't involve those close to him, everything could be negotiated. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a reassuring smile. Indeed, I can see your care for your family. However, I still need to assess you. Only if you pass will I approve your dropout request, and it will only be for 1 semester. Uchiha Tiandao remained silent, quietly watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for his next words. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly nodded, noting that he was a clever child. Academics might not be a problem for you, but a too-quiet home environment is not good for mental and physical health. For both you and your sister, I believe this arrangement is the best. What do you think? Uchiha Tiandao fell into deep thought. Mental and physical health might be part of the reason, but Sarutobi Hiruzen surely wanted him to establish more connections and strengthen his sense of belonging to the village. However, it's indeed better for Xiaoming Sui to go to school with him than stay home. With this in mind, he immediately nodded. All right, third Hokage-sama. Let's proceed as you suggest. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stood up, putting on the Hokage hat. I knew you would make this choice. Follow me. He then looked toward the shadow nearby. Go inform Tsunade to meet me at the third training ground. A shadow quickly disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow. No wonder he felt something was off when he entered. It turned out there was an umbu hiding there. The group quickly arrived at the third training ground. And shortly after, Tsunade also came over. Hey, old man, what do you want me for? Tsunade complained with a displeased expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry and smiled as he pointed to Uchiha Tiandao. I called you over to assess Uchiha Tiandao's strength. Tsunade's face immediately darkened. Old man, do you think I have nothing better to do? Even if I had a lot of free time, I wouldn't assess a little brat. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are not in the village right now, so I can only call you over. By the way, let's get to know this Uchiha boy prodigy. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to persuade her. Tsunade, not being foolish, quickly understood her teacher's true intentions. It was likely that the pretense of testing strength was just an excuse to understand the character of the Uchiha boy through battle. Chapter 4. Battle with Tsunade. Realizing her teacher's true intentions, Tsunade no longer declined and instantly appeared in the center of the arena, beckoning Uchiha Tiandao with her finger. Little brat, let me see what you've got. Uchiha Tiandao handed Xiaoming Sui to Honda Takashi and similarly used the body flicker technique to enter the arena. What a fast body flicker technique. Honda Takashi couldn't help but praise, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Probably not slower than a regular genin. Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone playful. Bring it on, little brat. Uchiha Tiandao's expression was cold, his crimson eyes radiating a chilling aura. With a flick of his hand, dozens of shurikens shot towards Tsunade. Tsunade snorted disdainfully. Small tricks. She easily dodged the incoming shurikens with a few quick movements. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out behind her. Tsunade didn't think twice and used the body flicker technique again to evade the shurikens that had come from behind. After all, the one who knew the Uchiha clan best was Senju. Uchiha Tiandao was not the least bit surprised by this, and quickly drew a kunai from his leg and charged toward Tsunade. Tsunade frowned as she watched Uchiha Tiandao rushing toward her. This fighting style is too poor. If this is all he has, he doesn't deserve to be called a genius. The two fought for a moment, and then, to Honda Takashi's puzzled gaze, Tsunade punched to the right, sending Uchiha Tiandao flying. Little brat, your illusion technique is good, but still lacking a bit. Looking at the flying figure, Tsunade grabbed Uchiha Tiandao's right hand, which was tightly gripping the kunai, and said smugly. Uchiha Tiandao's expression remained calm. He had anticipated this scene long ago. With his left hand, he drew out another kunai and lunged forward, causing Tsunade's attention to instinctively shift to his left hand. In an instant, Uchiha Tiandao released his grip on the kunai in his right hand, twisting his wrist to quickly form the tiger seal using Tsunade's finger. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply. Years of experience told her that the next moment would be extremely dangerous. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball was launched toward her face, crashing into her. Boom! The 5-meter diameter fireball struck the ground, creating a violent explosion. Honda Takashi broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Did Lord Tsunade just get killed by Tiandao? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and patted his shoulder. How is that possible? That's our Tsunade-sama from Konoha. As expected, the flames only wrapped around a wooden stump. Tsunade instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Tiandao. her fist enveloped in a large amount of chakra, swinging out fiercely. The double Tomo and Uchiha Tendu's eyes quickly faded away as he crossed his arms, his pitch-black eyes calmly staring ahead. A pink fizz stopped just 1 centimeter from his forehead. "Kid, why aren't you dodging? Aren't you afraid I'll smash you with one punch?" Tsunade angrily questioned. Uchiha Tendu smirked, revealing a confident smile. "I've already passed the assessment. Continuing to fight would be meaningless. As for why I didn't dodge, I just believe that Tsunade-sama wouldn't kill a comrade." While speaking, he quickly pointed one hand to the sky, his face showing absolute confidence and composure. "My grandmother once said, a man must learn to remain calm. Boiling water will only evaporate if you keep heating it." Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. "How can you be so pretentious? Didn't your grandmother pass away long ago?" Finally, unable to endure any longer, Tsunade flicked her finger. "Ouch!" Uchiha Tendu cried out in pain, crouching down while holding his head. Tsunade proudly placed her hands on her hips, her face filled with a smile. "Ha ha! Look at you pretending in front of me." Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a black line on his forehead, walked over. "All right, the assessment is over." Tsunade pouted but stopped laughing. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned his gaze to Uchiha Tendu, his expression kind. "Tendu, for the next semester, you won't need to go to the ninja school, but you still need to study hard at home. You can't neglect your training. You should take your sister home to rest." Uchiha Tendu bowed to him, carrying his sister, and swiftly ran off. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade soon returned to the Hokage office. "Tsunade, what do you think of him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously, puffing on his pipe again. Tsunade didn't rush to answer. After careful consideration, she gave her evaluation. "Extremely talented. He can release high-level ninjutsu with just one seal. He values those around him, has an arrogant personality, but doesn't look down on others. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. He knows that the fireball technique won't hurt me." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Sounds like a very genuine Uchiha." Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. "Old man, don't you find what you just said funny?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his face heat up after being mocked by his own disciple, giving a couple of awkward laughs. Then he became serious, his tone low. "Ever since the second Hokage passed away, the Uchiha clan hasn't been as honest as before. I want him to be a bridge for communication between the village and the Uchiha." Seeing that Tsunade remained unmoved, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a helpless expression. "Tsunade, all right, I agree to you. As long as Uchiha Tendu graduates with the top score, I'll be his teacher." After impatiently throwing down this sentence, Tsunade left the Hokage office without looking back. Chapter 5. Establishing rules. A glimmer of light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He knew Tsunade had agreed. After all, Uchiha Tendu's talent was evident, and he would definitely become a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, perhaps even the clan leader. It's worth noting that the current Uchiha clan leader is still a capable person. Given Uchiha Tendu's personality, as long as he becomes Tsunade's disciple, it would be easy for him to manage the entire Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a satisfying puff of smoke. Time passed quickly, and 4 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. Today is the day for the Ninja School's second semester enrollment. System, open the character panel. With a thought, Uchiha Tendu immediately saw his character panel in his mind. Host, Uchiha Tendu, mental power, 1000, physique, 256, bloodline limit, double Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion degree, 345, skills, fire release, great fireball technique, Uchiha fluid technique, electric net, jet flame. Items, a box of instant noodles from Professor Oak, several ninjutsu scrolls, and a tennis cap from Tsubaki. Uchiha Tendu didn't even know how to complain about this Pokémon sign-in system. During these 4 months, he had signed in 4 times. Other than the electric net and jet flame being somewhat useful, what were the other 2 items? At least he could eat Professor Oak's instant noodles. But what was he supposed to do with Tsubaki's tennis cap? Was he supposed to wear a women's tennis cap? This broken system's drop rate is truly heartwarming. It must be from some game company. However, Uchiha Tendu didn't place all his hopes on the system. In his view, in life, one can only rely on oneself. During these 4 months, he not only took good care of Akiheim, but also never neglected his own training. Currently, he focused mainly on physical techniques and sword techniques. As for chakra quantity, he wasn't worried at all. Not to mention that the Uchiha's chakra quantity is already greater than that of ordinary ninjas. As long as his physical condition steadily improves, the fusion degree of Groudon's power would continue to rise, and by then, his chakra quantity would be enough to surpass the Ninetales. A little blonde boy's arrival interrupted Uchiha Tendu's flying thoughts. Minato, you're late again. Looking at the expressionless Uchiha Tendu, Namake's Minato scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing an awkward smile. Tendu, I was helping an old lady cross the street. That's why I was a little late. I promise. I absolutely won't be late next time. Uchiha Tendu ignored the earnest Namake's Minato beside him and walked toward the ninja school while carrying Akiheim. He had heard Minato's promises too many times and was already used to it. Seeing this, Namake's Minato knew he wasn't angry with him and quickly followed along. The two had actually known each other for 3 years. At that time, Namake's Minato was being beaten by a few children from the Shimura clan. Those kids had already cultivated chakra, making it extremely easy for a few to beat up a Minato without chakra. Ever since Shimura Danzo became a high-ranking member of the village, the Shimura clan status had risen in Konoha, and its members had become increasingly arrogant. Simply because they couldn't stand Minato's blonde hair, those kids surrounded and attacked him, using extremely ruthless means. Minato was beaten to the point of losing consciousness. And just when he thought he was going to be beaten to death, Uchiha Tendu appeared. With a punch, a kick, and a shoulder throw, he easily dealt with those Shimura clan kids. Afterwards, he took Minato to the Konoha hospital. Since then, the two had become very good friends. For months ago, when Namake's Minato heard from Honda Takashi that Uchiha Tendu had withdrawn from school, he hurried to his house to inquire. After understanding the situation, he even considered dropping out of school himself, hoping to help his good friend through the tough times. Minato, for a commoner ninja like you, the knowledge in school is still very important. You don't want to only look up to my back, do you? In the end, he was persuaded by Uchiha Tendu's words. Even so, every day after school, Namake's Minato would tirelessly help Uchiha Tendu with chores, allowing him to focus on taking care of Akiheim. Before long, the two arrived at the ninja school. Namake's Minato pushed the door open first to prevent other classmates from accidentally bumping into Uchiha Tendu behind him. Smack! A blackboard eraser hit his head and bounced to the ground. Looking at the stunned Namake's Minato, the classmates in the classroom erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! Minato, you're so clumsy. You can't even avoid such a simple trap. It's a shame you're still the top of the class. Wolf and Watergate looked at the classmates in the classroom who were mocking him, instinctively swallowed and trembled. He wasn't afraid of their ridicule. He felt that things were about to get serious. Sure enough, a few shurikens swiftly cut through the air and shot towards those laughing classmates. Puffed, puffed, puffed. After the sounds of shurikens piercing into the wooden boards, the laughter in the classroom came to an abrupt halt. Wolf and Watergate revealed a helpless smile. He knew it would turn out like this. Nara Shikaku, who was originally listless, touched the tuft of hair that had fallen out and looked nervously at the black-haired boy at the door, his heart roaring in frustration. Damn it, why are you playing tricks? Now look, everyone is in trouble together. Uchiha Tiandao slowly walked to the podium, his expression proud, his pitch-black eyes disdainfully sweeping over all the boys in the classroom. I, Uchiha Tiandao, have returned. I will set 3 rules here. First, please do not play tricks in the classroom. Second, please do not make loud noises in the classroom. Third, please be sure to follow the first 2 rules. Chapter 6. Teaching Sarutobi Shino. Sarutobi Shino stood up with an angry face, but before he could question, Uchiha Tiandao's indifferent gaze landed on him. What? Shino, do you have an opinion? Sarutobi Shino looked at the imposing boy. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Perhaps feeling that his performance was losing face for the Sarutobi clan, he forced himself to straighten his back, his tone trembling slightly. Uchiha Tiandao, don't be too arrogant. This is everyone's classroom, not your dictatorship. We can do whatever we want. By the end, Sarutobi Shino felt proud, thinking he had the strength to stand up to the tyrant Uchiha Tiandao. Akito Dingswa grabbed a large handful of chips and threw them into his mouth, mumbling, Shikaku, what do you think? Nara Shikaku rolled his eyes weakly. I'll just sit and watch. That guy Shino is definitely going to get beaten up, Yamashiro Haichi added from the side. Sure enough, Uchiha Tiandao instantly appeared in front of Sarutobi Shino, delivering a merciless punch to his abdomen. Ah! Sarutobi Shino screamed and fell to the ground. Uchiha Tiandao grabbed his collar and lifted him up. This is just a lesson. Don't think you can define me just because you're the Hokage's son. He then pushed Sarutobi Shino away and walked towards the back row with Wolf and Watergate. Akito Dings was swallowed. This guy is really arrogant, fearless, truly a pure Uchiha. Nara Shikaku shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. On the contrary, he is very measured. Shino just looks like he is in pain, but in reality, he is fine. Let us follow his rules. He is probably doing it for that little guy. Following Nara Shikaku's gaze, the other two quickly discovered the little Ming Sui in Uchiha Tiandao's arms. Not just the three of them. Many other classmates also noticed the little Ming Sui in Uchiha Tiandao's arms, all showing expressions of sudden realization. Subsequently, most of the classmates began to voluntarily adhere to those three rules. As for the few who did not follow the rules, Uchiha Tiandao would naturally clarify things with them. Wolf and Watergate smiled at Uchiha Tiandao. Tiandao, it seems everyone really likes little Ming Sui. Uchiha Tiandao shrugged indifferently. Watergate, I don't care about their thoughts. If it affects little Ming Sui, I'll let them know the consequences. Wolf and Watergate awkwardly scratched his head. Moments later, Honda Takashi entered with a red-haired little girl. All the eyes in the classroom were instantly drawn to the two, looking over in unison. Classmates, we have a new student in our class today. Next, let's invite the new student to introduce herself. Honda Takashi stepped back, making way in the center of the podium. The red-haired little girl nervously lowered her head. Being new, she was already a bit uncomfortable with her surroundings, and now with so many people looking at her at once, it put a lot of pressure on her. Hello, everyone. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi Shino, who had been holding in his anger, saw the new transfer student speaking cautiously, looking easy to bully, and immediately decided to vent his frustration on her. Bang! He slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, interrupting her self-introduction. New girl, it's bad enough that you're ugly. Can't you even speak clearly? His harsh voice echoed throughout the classroom, and Sarutobi Shino's few little followers immediately understood his meaning. The boss is right. How could someone so ugly have the nerve to come out? And that round face like a pancake with long red hair looks just like a little tomato. I think she looks more like a chili pepper. Little chili pepper. I doubt it. She looks like a murderer. Who knows? Maybe she killed too many people, and her hair got stained red with blood. Ha ha! Little tomato. Little chili pepper. Murder. A flood of mockery and insults instantly shattered Uzumaki Kushina's already fragile psychological defenses, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. She couldn't understand why, just for doing a self-introduction, those people would have such malice towards her. Honda Takashi's face flashed with panic. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Uzumaki Kushina was personally sent over by Tsunade from Konoha, who had specifically instructed him to take good care of this little girl. If he couldn't quickly control the situation now, he would definitely face serious consequences later. Classmates, stop it. If it were any other time, everyone would naturally not dare to go against the teacher. But today, the one leading was the Hokage's son. Children in the Hokage world generally mature early. They could tell whom to listen to between the Hokage's son and the Chunin teacher, right? Therefore, the insults not only did not stop but grew even louder. Sarutobi Shino crossed his arms and wore a smug smile. You think you can't deal with Uchiha Tiandao? Then I can't deal with a new student either? The earlier feeling of being bullied instantly vanished, and he even felt a bit pleased. However, before he could enjoy it for too long, a fist quickly enlarged in front of him. Sarutobi Shino was punched away, emitting a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, his body crashing heavily onto the floor beneath the podium. Before everyone could react, Uchiha Tiandao turned into a blur and quickly sent the few guys who had just insulted flying, landing next to Sarutobi Shino. Chapter 7. He still has at least 4 years until graduation. Hokage's office. Bang! Tsunade slammed her palm down on the Hokage office desk, making a loud noise. Her expression excited. Good job. truly worthy of being someone I value. Jiraiya quickly gestured to her, signaling that their teacher was still present, not to be so obvious. Tsunade snorted coldly. Jiraiya, do you want me to dig out your eyes? What are you looking at with those rat-like eyes? Jiraiya. He immediately crossed his arms and glared at her fiercely. What? Is it only allowed for that little Sarutobi Shino to bully others, and not allowed for anyone to stand up for my sister? As soon as Jiraiya heard this, he froze, not daring to say more, and silently lowered his head. Old man, you handle it. As the next chosen Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails for the village, Uzumaki Kushina naturally attracted a lot of attention from the moment she stepped into the classroom. Sarutobi Hizashi and his 3 disciples had already been quietly observing through the telescope technique. They had certainly seen Sarutobi Shino's actions. When Tsunade saw the bully being dealt with by Uchiha Tiandao, she was so excited that she almost jumped up to clap her hands in approval. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Tsunade, after all, Shin no Suke is also the teacher's child. He believes Tsunade is a smart person. Some things don't need to be fully explained, just hinting is enough. Tsunade naturally understood what he meant. It was just giving her teacher a way out. Since Uchiha Tiandao had already taught Shin no Suke a lesson, there was no point in continuing to pressure him. With this in mind, Tsunade immediately stopped speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression serious. Tsunade, this matter is indeed Shin no Suke's fault, and I will definitely teach him a harsh lesson later. Giving you and Kushina an explanation. Tsunade nodded non-committally. Although she didn't believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would do anything to her son, it didn't stop her from giving him a way out. Seeing the atmosphere between the two ease, Jiraiya quickly jumped in to change the subject. Ha ha ha. I think that Uchiha boy's strength is extraordinary. His physical abilities must have reached the level of a Chunin. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Tsunade, you mentioned earlier that this boy is someone you have your eyes on? The 3 of them were part of the same small team and had a very close relationship. So Tsunade naturally wouldn't hide anything, especially since it wouldn't be hard for Orochimaru, given his status, to find out. His name is Uchiha Tiandao, and I believe you've heard of him. The most talented member of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan today? That's right. But his previous achievements are not the main point. The most important thing is that he awakened the double Tomo Sharingan just 4 months ago. Hiss. You mean he awakened the Sharingan at the age of 8 and directly opened the double Tomo? Jiraiya gasped, incredulously asking. You have to know that awakening the Sharingan is not as easy as the Byakugan. The difficulty in opening it is quite high. Uchiha Tiandao is just over 8 years old and managed to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan all at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the conversation with a serious expression. Not only that, but his temperament and comprehension are also not inferior to the second Hokage. He will undoubtedly become one of Konoha's top powers in the future. So we need to strengthen his ties to the village. Therefore, I plan to have Tsunade become his team leader to strengthen his connection with the village. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Old man, he still has at least 4 years before he graduates you. Orochimaru pointed at the crystal ball. Teacher, perhaps his ties are coming. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the crystal ball. In the classroom, Hanatakashi stood there with a dazed expression, completely lost. Earlier, when he saw Uchiha Tiandao returning to school, he was quite happy. After all, what teacher wouldn't like a good student? However, he couldn't be less happy now. On the first day back, he had already hit the Hokage's son, and his job was probably over. Uchiha Tiandao saw through Hanatakashi thoughts at a glance. Teacher, you really don't need to worry. The Hokage is a reasonable person and will definitely handle this matter fairly. This statement was actually meant for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear. That old man must be using the telescope technique to spy on this place. Uchiha Tiandao, who was familiar with the original story, knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was someone who cherished his reputation. After hearing his praise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely pretend to be magnanimous for the sake of his face and not pursue the matter any further. Hanatakashi forced a bitter smile. Thank you for comforting me. He then looked over at Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, please find a seat. After dropping this line, he quickly took the injured students to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. When Namikaze Minato saw this, he hurriedly followed to help. Uzumaki Kushina looked around and quickly settled on the last row. She then walked straight towards Uchiha Tiandao. "Hello, can I sit here?" "Feel free." After receiving his consent, Uzumaki Kushina carefully sat down next to Uchiha Tiandao. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Tiandao, thank you for earlier. If you hadn't stepped in to teach them a lesson, I wouldn't have known what to do. I just couldn't stand them. It wasn't that I wanted to help you." Uzumaki Kushina was suddenly at a loss for words. She never expected him to respond like that. His attitude so cold, and her mood instantly dropped a few points. Chapter 8. Uchiha Tendo's Contrast. However, Uzumaki Kushina did not intend to give up just like that. She still wanted to become friends with the boy who had helped her. Stealing glances at him, she soon noticed the little girl in his arms. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up, and she sincerely praised, "What a cute little girl. Is she your sister?" She originally thought he would be as indifferent as before, but the outcome greatly surprised her. A warm smile broke out on Uchiha Tendo's face. His gaze gentle. "Yes, she's my lovely sister, Uchiha Akira." Uzumaki Kushina was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. In that instant, she felt she had found a way to get closer to him, and thus the subsequent conversation began to revolve around little Akira. "Her name is Uchiha Akira? What a beautiful name. Really? Thank you for the compliment. The reason she has this name. Wow, when she sleeps, her nose twitches. How cute." "That's right. I think so too, and let me tell you." For a while, the two chatted extremely harmoniously, as if Uchiha Tendo had turned into a different person, his face radiating genuine smiles as he spoke endlessly. However, in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes, all of this was because he was an absolute sister complex. Otherwise, his enthusiasm in conversing with her would not be so high. But what she didn't know was that all of this was intentional on his part. Uchiha Tendo indeed had a sister complex and loved hearing praises about little Akira, especially since Uzumaki Kushina's compliments were heartfelt. But that wasn't the true reason he acted this way. From the moment Uzumaki Kushina entered the classroom, Uchiha Tendo keenly sensed the sadness, anxiety, and confusion deep within her heart. After a bit of thought, he quickly understood the reason. This year marks the 32nd year of Konoha, the day of the destruction of a land of whirlpools. Uzumaki Kushina witnessed the death of her clan members and came alone to a foreign land. After becoming the host of the Nine Tails, she was killed by her most beloved disciple, sacrificing her life for the village's safety, while her son was treated inhumanely. Her life could be described as filled with misfortune. A trace of compassion flashed in Uchiha Tendo's eyes. In his view, Uzumaki Kushina being kidnapped by Cloud Ninjas was entirely Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval, aiming to establish a bond between her and Namikaze Minato, thoroughly binding her to Konoha. Honda Takashi and Namikaze Minato had not returned all morning. 4 months ago, Lady Tsunade personally declared that unless someone was in a particularly critical condition, no one was allowed to cut in line at the Konoha hospital. This practice quickly gained widespread support from ordinary ninjas, who had long suffered from the privileges of clan ninjas. As a result, the two could only wait in line at Konoha Hospital. Before long, it was noon, and the students of the ninja school took out their lunchboxes, preparing to eat. Gurgle. Uzumaki Kushina's stomach suddenly let out a loud noise, and her face turned bright red. "Kushina, oh Kushina, why are you so unreliable? Why do you have to be hungry at this time? How are you going to face Tendo after this?" As Uzumaki Kushina was lost in thought, a lunchbox was handed to her. "Here." A cold voice, like the sound of nature, reached her ears. Uzumaki Kushina stared blankly at the boy in front of her. Uchiha Tendo frowned. "What are you dazing off for?" Only then did Uzumaki Kushina come back to her senses, stuttering. "Isn't this bad? What if I eat yours? I'm not hungry." "No way. If we're eating, we should eat together." Seeing the girl in front of him looking determined, Uchiha Tendo sighed helplessly and picked up the lunchbox, casually taking a few bites. Uzumaki Kushina ate the lunch slowly, while keeping her gaze fixed on Uchiha Tendo. At that moment, he was wholeheartedly feeding little Ming's sway. Although Tendo appeared cold, he was actually a very gentle person. Uzumaki Kushina thought to herself, ever since the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, no one had cared for her like this. Except for Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. "Why are you being so nice to me?" Uchiha Tiandao looked at Uzumaki Kushina in surprise. Shouldn't friends help each other? Although she didn't understand why the lunchbox was getting saltier as she ate, Kushina felt it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid has half of my charm back in the day, Jiraiya said while looking at the crystal ball, stroking his chin proudly. Jiraiya, if I remember correctly, you weren't very popular in ninja school, were you? Orochimaru said in a ghostly tone, making Jiraiya jump in anger. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Old man, what do you mean? Tsunade, it's just as you think. Those two kids seem to get along quite well. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied casually while taking a puff from his cigarette. Tsunade was silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Chapter 9, Level, Sword Dance. System, proceed with this month's check-in. Checking in for the host. Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Sword Dance. Sword Dance. Level, consumes a small amount of chakra, significantly increases physical attack through specific swinging rhythms or postures. Uchiha Tiandao was very satisfied with this check-in reward. In the early stages of Naruto, the most important thing in battles between ninjas was intelligence. The sword dance skill, which provides a status boost, is enough to turn the tide of battle. Just imagine when you're evenly matched with an opponent and the fight is deadlocked. At that moment, if you spend a small amount of chakra, your physical attacks will be greatly boosted, leading to a sudden explosive increase in strength. What more can be said about the outcome of the battle? The most terrifying part is actually its upper limit. The physical attack increase from sword dance is significantly boosted based on one's own base stats, meaning that if the base stats are high enough, this skill can provide an extremely terrifying increase in strength. Although the amount of chakra consumed will also grow geometrically, Uchiha Tiandao is not lacking in chakra at all. Just then, a crisp female voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Tiandao, what are you doing? Uchiha Tiandao calmly looked at Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, is there something you need? Uzumaki Kushina pouted in dissatisfaction, not knowing why, even though they had known each other for more than a month. This guy was now less attentive to her than on the first day. Tiandao, why are you being so evasive again? It's making me mad. Is that so? Isn't it? Uchiha Tiandao looked at Uzumaki Kushina, whose long hair was swaying, and nervously touched his nose. It was better not to provoke Kushina for now, otherwise. If she didn't help him change little Ming Sui's diapers in the future, where would he find such a good free labor? Don't be so excited, Kushina. Didn't you have something to tell me? Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina stopped dwelling on the previous matter, her pretty face flushed red. Her fingers constantly twirling a strand of hair, looking shy. Well, I was thinking, I want to go shopping with you after school. Uchiha Tiandao didn't refuse, as the food at home was running low, and it was a good time to stock up. Okay, let's go together after school. Oh yeah, that's great. Uzumaki Kushina excitedly pumped her fist, her face beaming with joy. Kushina, Tiandao, I want to go too. Namake's Minato also came over, looking full of anticipation. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the little blonde boy in front of her, and a few black lines appeared on her forehead. No way, you little blonde kid. Why do you want to be a third wheel? Her gaze turned dangerous as she thought about how hard she had fought for this two-person world. Although there was still little Ming Sui, he was still small after all. What is up with you, little blonde? Do you really like being a light bulb? Uzumaki Kushina's expression became increasingly dangerous, and given her bold personality, she was not very fond of Minato's gentlemanly demeanor. In the original story, their relationship was not good at first, and it only changed after Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped by a ninja from the Cloud Village, and Minato heroically saved her under the moonlight. Ultimately, these two were just ordinary friends, and this ordinary friendship was only because Uchiha Tiandao was their mutual friend. No way. Minato, Tiandao already agreed to go shopping with me. Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fist and shouted fiercely. Namake's Minato scratched his head awkwardly, showing a helpless smile. All right, I'll go play with you guys next time. Seeing him being so understanding, Uzumaki Kushina finally patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Good, Minato. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Minato's eyes instantly lit up at this. He knew very well how wealthy Uzumaki Kushina was. During his childhood, Namake's Minato was quite poor, which often left him unable to afford good food. This situation only improved after he became friends with Uchiha Tiandao. However, times had changed. Uchiha Tiandau's family wasn't doing well either, so he wouldn't be able to eat lavishly as before. After school, after Uchiha Tiandao and the others said goodbye to Namikaze Minato, they headed straight to the Konoha commercial street. Tiandao, you have to try this takoyaki, it's so delicious. Tiandao, there's also your favorite dango here. Looking at the lively Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Tiandao helplessly rubbed his forehead. Hey, Kushina, don't be so excited. Although he said this, he couldn't help but smile. Good times always pass quickly. Uchiha Tiandao looked speechlessly at Uzumaki Kushina, lifting the several large bags in his hands. Kushina, you bought too much. Little Ming Sui and I won't finish this in 2 months. Ah, then you can just invite Minato to eat with us. And if that doesn't work, just throw it away. Uchiha Tiandao, your calculations are hitting me right in the face. Although he also wanted to invite Uzumaki Kushina to his home, her identity was too sensitive. He didn't want the Umbu to come looking for him right after inviting her. Kushina, come here for a moment. Uzumaki Kushina walked over with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Tiandao? Uchiha Tiandao casually took out the tennis cap from TRU and put on Uzumaki Kushina's head. Well, thank you for helping me take care of Ming Sui. Here's a gift for you. He then turned and left. Uzumaki Kushina touched the red tennis cap on her head and inexplicably started to grin foolishly. Chapter 10 Battle. Uchiha Fugaku. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, a 12-year-old girl with long black hair and a gentle demeanor glared at the young man blocking her way. Uchiha Fugaku, I made it very clear I don't like you. Please stop bothering me. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was cold and sinister. Uchiha Makoto, this has nothing to do with whether you like me or not. This matter is not something you can decide. I am the son of the clan leader, and you are the granddaughter of the second elder. You are destined to be my wife. Uchiha Makoto's face flushed with anger at his words. You shameless, despicable. Say whatever you want. Once you graduate, you will enter the police force. At that time, can you still resist me? Uchiha Fugaku sneered, reaching out to pull Uchiha Makoto into the clan grounds. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, instinctively drawing a kunai to block. The anticipated sound of metal clashing did not occur. The kunai easily split the incoming object in half. A large amount of egg liquid instantly splattered onto Uchiha Fugaku's face. Oh, isn't this our young clan leader applying an egg mask at the entrance of the clan grounds? Uchiha Tiandao sat in a tree, teasingly mocking him. Uchiha Makoto was a bit taken aback, seeing Uchiha Fugaku's embarrassed state. Now, seeing Uchiha Tiandao directly making fun of him, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Uchiha Fugaku's expression twisted in anger as he wiped the egg liquid off his face, speaking in a low tone. Kid, do you want to die? Uchiha Tiandao leisurely sat on the tree branch, looking down at Uchiha Fugaku with an unbothered expression. If you want me dead, then let's see how capable our young clan leader really is. Uchiha Fugaku's anger turned into a sinister smile, his tone chilling. All right, kid. Today I will let you know my power. As soon as he finished speaking, several shurikens flew out rapidly, whistling through the air toward Uchiha Tiandao's vital points. Watch out! Uchiha Makoto exclaimed in surprise. She never expected Uchiha Fugaku to be so insane. That boy only threw an egg at him and teased him a bit, and he retaliated so fiercely. His temperament is really narrow-minded. Thinking of this, Uchiha Makoto felt even more disgusted with Uchiha Fugaku. Young clan leader, is that all you've got? Uchiha Tiandao sneered, casually throwing out shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. Under the shocked gazes of the two below, that one shuriken easily deflected all of Uchiha Fugaku's shurikens. Uchiha Makoto gasped. He actually used just one shuriken. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed, quickly drawing out a kunai and charging at the opponent. Come at me. Uchiha Tiandao snorted coldly, also drawing a kunai to meet him. Clang. The two kunai collided, producing a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Uchiha Tiandao's physical ability was only at the level of a chunin, so he was naturally no match for the special jonin Uchiha Fugaku. They clashed for just a breath of time before he was sent flying. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the figure being knocked back. a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Do you think you can stand up to me just because you lucked out and blocked my attack with a shuriken? Uchiha Tiandao rubbed his numbed hand and sighed. It seems my physical ability is still too poor. I was actually suppressed. If Bluffing Watergate heard this, he would probably want to strangle him. At 8 years old, he could go toe-to-toe with a special Jonin and not get injured, only slightly disadvantaged, and he was still dissatisfied complaining about his physical condition. What does that make Bluffing Watergate? Might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. After all, even legendary figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were not this exaggerated at 8 years old. Before Uchiha Fugaku could press the advantage, a figure quickly blocked his path. Stop! Uchiha Fugaku, are you crazy? He is our clansman, a partner in the village. Do you really want to kill him? Uchiha Makoto's pretty face was filled with anger as she questioned him. Makoto, step aside. This has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too. Uchiha Fugaku threatened coldly. If the boy in front of him were just an ordinary Uchiha ninja, he would naturally not go all out. But the person before him was Uchiha Tiandao. He was the most talented among the younger generation of Uchiha. If he wasn't crushed in the cradle now, once he grew up, he would at least be a Kage-level powerhouse. How could he still compete for the position of clan leader then? Uchiha Fugaku flashed to Uchiha Tiandao's side without hesitation, his kunai thrusting down fiercely. Kid, only those who survive are worthy of being called geniuses. Thud! The kunai pierced directly into Uchiha Tiandao's chest. Uchiha Makoto turned pale, letting out a scream, looking at Uchiha Fugaku in horror. He actually killed that clansman boy. TCH, a replacement technique. What a cunning little brat. Uchiha Fugaku unhappily pulled the kunai from the substitute wooden stake, warily scanning his surroundings. Kid, can you only hide? So you're a genius at hide-and-seek. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Tiandao ignored his provocation, responding instead with a 5-meter-wide great fireball. A wave of heat rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku, whose pupils constricted as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! The two fireballs collided, creating a massive explosion and sending dust flying. Good opportunity. Uchiha Tiandao formed seals once more. Lightning style, electric net. A large net woven from golden lightning quickly descended upon Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 11. Uchiha Enzo's ambition. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, his figure flickering a few times before quickly disappearing from the spot, easily dodging the coverage of the electric net. However, the next second, a fierce line of fire struck directly at his chest, engulfing him in roaring flames. When the dust settled, Uchiha Makoto finally saw the situation clearly, her mouth agape in disbelief. That clansman boy actually counter-killed Uchiha Fugaku. An 8-year-old boy defeated a special Jonin in the family. The Uchiha, who was best at playing with fire, was actually burned to death. Unlike Uchiha Makoto's shock, Uchiha Tiandao remained alert, scanning the surroundings. He knew very well that with his current strength, trying to kill an Uchiha Jonin was simply wishful thinking. The Uchiha's reputation was not something that could be blown up like some family. It was earned with ninja blades. Come out, young clan leader. I know you're not dead. As his words fell, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were cold, revealing no intention to hide his murderous intent as he sneered. Uchiha Tiandao, you truly deserve to be the genius of our Uchiha younger generation, whether in talent or battle intelligence. You're the top existence in Konoha. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely become a Kage-level powerhouse in the future. Then he changed his tone. However, you no longer have a future. A crimson hue quickly emerged in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, his aura surging. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Now he was the true Uchiha Special Jonin, the existence that could easily crush ordinary Jonin. You should feel sorry for not having the 3 Tomo Sharingan. After Uchiha Fugaku's frenzied roar, he quickly charged toward Uchiha Tiandao. Just then, a dignified elder appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku in an instant, kicking him in the abdomen. Uchiha Fugaku let out a painful cry and was sent flying. Are you going to extend the slaughter knife to your own clansmen? The old man asked fiercely and angrily. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to get up, bowed respectfully to the other party. The elder calmed down, saying, I won't dare to do it again. Uchiha Shana shot him a fierce glare. Fugaku, you are just like your useless father, only bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hurry up and get lost. After bowing, Uchiha Fugaku quickly left this place of trouble. After he left, Uchiha Shana smiled at Uchiha Tiandao. Child, you're Tiandao, right? You are such a clever child. You can come to my house to play sometime. After dropping this line, he left immediately. Uchiha Tiandao watched his departing figure, shaking his head helplessly. No wonder the people in the family say the elder is a hot-tempered old man. Now he understands. Your name is Uchiha Makoto, right? Huh. Yes, I am Uchiha Makoto. What is wrong? I helped you, so you should help me too. How about it? Sure, what do you need my help with? As long as I can do it, I can help you. In the Uchiha clan leader's courtyard, in the living room. Crash. An elderly man with a stern face and a cold demeanor slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. Fugaku, what the hell do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku was startled by this sudden roar and quickly lowered his head. Father, that Uchiha Tiandao guy is too much of a genius. If we don't eliminate him in the cradle, he will become our obstacle in the future. Uchiha Anju shot him a fierce glare. Of course I know that kid will become our obstacle in the future. Do you need to tell me that? Perhaps feeling that he was too harsh. Uchiha Anju softened his tone. Fugaku, your idea is good, but you should never act so recklessly. Now, not only have you failed to deal with that little brat, but you have also been caught by Uchiha Shana. That old man will definitely use this as an excuse to suppress us at tonight's clan meeting. I'm sorry, father. I was careless. Uchiha Anju looked at the bowing and apologizing Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in satisfaction. In his view, making mistakes is not scary. What is scary is not correcting them after making a mistake. In that case, you can leave first. I will handle this matter. Understood, father. Uchiha Fugaku replied and turned to leave. After he left, a fierce light flashed in Uchiha Anju's eyes. This position can only belong to our branch. Uchiha Shana, since you also want to help that little brat, then go down and accompany that fool Uchiha Yamato. It turns out that as early as the Warring States period, Uchiha Anju and his father had been coveting the position of clan leader. When they learned that Uchiha Taijima and Senju Hashirama perished together on the battlefield, they were overjoyed. The long-awaited opportunity had finally come. However, reality dealt a heavy blow to the father and son. The brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna emerged and directly subdued all the experts of the Uchiha at the time, taking the position of clan leader. It wasn't until Uchiha Madara left the village that they were able to use some conspiratorial means to successfully rise to power. Nowadays, their branch had long regarded the position of clan leader as their rightful entitlement and had no intention of selecting a new clan leader based on strength. Chapter 12. Attending the clan meeting, Uchiha Tiandao had a smile on his face. Makoto, thank you so much. Uchiha Makoto gently placed the small Akira on the bed, revealing two little dimples and playfully winking. Tiandao-kun, you're too polite. You helped me earlier, didn't you? Then she put her hands behind her back. If Tiandao-kun didn't need my help earlier, would you still have helped me? Uchiha Tiandao reached out and patted her head. Of course I would. Uchiha Makoto felt the warmth on her head. Her cheeks flushed, and she feigned a fierce glare at him. Tiandao-kun, I'm not a child. Uchiha Tiandao casually withdrew his hand, stealthily returning to his original stance. Well, don't worry about the details. Then, with Uchiha Tiandao's sincere invitation, Uchiha Makoto reluctantly agreed to have a meal here before returning home. At night, Uchiha Tiandao suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes and instantly appeared on the rooftop. As expected of our Uchiha clan's genius, such sharp perception. A steady voice came from the courtyard. Uchiha Tiandao looked in the direction of the voice and found it was a clan Jainin, feeling slightly relieved but still cautiously observing the other party. Who are you? What do you want at my house so late? Uchiha Anju spoke in a deep voice. The clan leader and the elder have ordered that Uchiha Tiandao immediately go to the family shrine to attend the clan meeting. After saying that, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. Clearly, only Jainin are qualified to attend the clan meeting. But now they're calling for me. It seems related to this afternoon's incident. After tidying up a bit, Uchiha Tiandao quickly headed to the family shrine. When he arrived at the family shrine, It was already filled with over 30 Uchiha J-nin. One must know that J-nin are not common. At this time, Konoha had only about 100 people. Uchiha Tiandao silently walked to an empty seat at the back and sat down, waiting for the clan meeting to begin. Hey, what's going on? Why is there a kid at this clan meeting? You ask me, who should I ask? How would I know what is going on? Could it be that the kid already has J-nin strength? Shut your mouth. That guy is Uchiha Tiandao. I know him. Although he is a top genius in the family, he is still just a student at the Ninja Academy. Oh, it's that guy. Uchiha Shana heard the discussions around him. His old face darkened, and he stood up angrily. What are you all barking about? This is the family shrine, and we are currently holding a clan meeting. As Uchiha J-nin, the elite of the clan, how can you all act like children, chattering endlessly? The numerous J-nin were scolded to the point of being unable to raise their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. All right, Shana, your temper is too irritable. The second elder, Uchiha Akisui, smiled and pressed him back in his seat, then looked at the J-nin and pointed at Uchiha Tiandao. Everyone, the reason why we called Tiandao here today is that this matter is related to him. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd understood the reason. Seeing that the situation was under control, Uchiha Enju gently tapped the table, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Everyone, first, I would like to apologize on behalf of my son. After saying that, he stood up and bowed to everyone, except for Uchiha Tiandao, Uchiha Shana, and Uchiha Akisui, who knew the truth. The other Uchiha J-nin all looked puzzled, not understanding why the clan leader was doing this. Clan leader, what are you doing? Why are you apologizing to us? A young Uchiha J-nin asked in confusion. Before Uchiha Enju could answer, a figure stood up directly. Uchiha Enju, stop pretending. Do you think a few words from you can cover up the fact that Uchiha Fugaku tried to kill Uchiha Tiandao? Crash. The crowd became restless. What did they just hear? The clan leader's son wanted to kill Uchiha Tiandao. What? The clan leader's son actually did such a thing. Has he gone mad? Tiandao is one of our clansmen. I can't believe it. It's really true that you can know a person's face, but not their heart. To actually put a hit on the genius of the clan, it's absolutely unforgivable. Uchiha Enju cast a cold glance at Uchiha Shana, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, and spoke earnestly. Everyone, Uchiha Fugaku is indeed guilty of heinous crimes, and there's nothing more to say about that. But I still hope everyone can give him a chance. I will lock Fugaku up in Konoha prison and let him repent properly inside. Uchiha Akisui patted the table, a teasing expression on his face. Clan leader, we don't have the right to give him that chance on behalf of Heaven's Path. Uchiha Enju's mouth twitched, secretly cursing the old fox in his heart. But now, with so many people watching, if this matter is not handled well, not only Uchiha Fugaku, but even he himself will be in trouble. Heaven's Path. Uchiha Tiandao directly interrupted what Uchiha Enju wanted to say. Clan leader, Fugaku wants to kill me. You want me to give him a chance? And I should just give it? Although Uchiha Tiandao also wanted to kill Uchiha Fugaku, the coward who caused the downfall of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't the right time yet. He quickly changed his tone. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku hasn't actually harmed me. If the clan leader can give me some compensation. In the end, with the efforts of Uchiha Tiandao and the three of them, they tearfully earned 35 million Ryo, equivalent to a Sarutobi Isuma. Chapter 13, The Invitation from Uzumaki Mido. No more fighting, no more fighting. Namikaze Minato sat helplessly on the ground, waving his hands repeatedly. Minato, can't you handle it? Are you still a man? Uchiha Tiandao sat down beside him, laughing and teasing. Screw you. Do you have any idea how weird you are? Is it my fault? There are 10 lotus flowers in the pond. I pick one, and the rest are all for you. What the hell? Practice more if you're weak. Tiandao, I swear. Uchiha Makoto sat under the shade of a tree, holding little Ming's sway, watching the two playing in the distance, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Kushina, those two have a really good relationship. Huh? What did you say? Uzumaki Kushina asked with a confused look. Uchiha Makoto tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Kushina, do you have something on your mind today? You've been absent-minded since early morning. Uzumaki Kushina looked around nervously, confirming that no one was eavesdropping, and then cautiously spoke. Makoto, It's Granny Mito who asked me to bring Tiandao back for the new year. I was too shy to say it. Uchiha Makoto gave her forehead a light tap. Aren't you usually pretty carefree? Why are you so shy when it comes to anything related to Tiandao-kun? Makoto, don't just talk about me. You're just the same. How am I like that? Last time you sprained your ankle during training, and Tiandao just helped you stretch it a bit, and you turned red. Don't say any more. Kushina. Uchiha Makoto, embarrassed and angry, pounced on her, and the two of them instantly rolled into a pile. No wonder they're such good friends in the original work. Their relationship is truly great. Uchiha Tiandao showed a fatherly smile as he watched the two girls playing in the distance. System. Open the character panel. With a thought, a light blue screen immediately appeared in his mind. Host. Uchiha Tiandao, mental power, 1465, physical strength, 371, bloodline limit, double Tomo Sharingan, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion level 4, skills, fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha style sword dance, fusion of Uchiha style sword technique and Uchiha style taijutsu, flame fist, items, a box of instant noodles from Dr. Oki, several shuriken. One permanent Charizard Mega Evolution Stone. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the permanent Charizard Mega Evolution Stone, and a handsome figure of Charizard involuntarily appeared in his mind. Tonight is the first New Year sign-in. It would be great if I could sign in for a little Charmander. Namikaze Minato patted Uchiha Tiandao on the shoulder. Tiandao, what are you mumbling about? Kushina and the others are calling us over. Let us go. Uchiha Tiandao nodded, and they walked together towards the shade of the tree. Hey, Kushina. Are you acting shy to play a caterpillar? Uzumaki Kushina's shyness instantly disappeared, her expression fierce, her red hair fluttering without wind. Tiandao, you're the one acting like a caterpillar. Kushina, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Makoto hugged her best friend and kept reassuring her while giving Uchiha Tiandao a few glares. After this playful exchange, Uzumaki Kushina's tension completely vanished. Tiandao, can you come to my house to celebrate the new year tonight? Uchiha Tiandao looked at her in surprise. Isn't your house full of people? Why do you want to invite me over for the new year? Two red clouds appeared on Uzumaki Kushina's face as she stammered. It's because Granny Mito wants to see you. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow. Granny Mito wants to see me? Is it because of Kushina? From his memories of the previous life, he knew that Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and had a transcendent status in Konoha, with extremely powerful abilities. With a large amount of Uzumaki sealing techniques, plus the power of the Nine Tails, she could easily be ranked among the top tier in the ninja world. As for the top tier, that would naturally be the legendary figures Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Tiandao, who was deep in thought, with a disappointed expression. Tiandao, if you don't want to go, it's okay. Uchiha Tiandao chuckled and shook his head. Kushina, on the contrary, I really want to go to your house. I admire Lady Mito very much. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up, and she excitedly dashed off. Really? Yay! I'll go back and tell Granny Mito and the others. Let them get ready. Hey, wait a minute. Let me finish my sentence. Uchiha Tiandao looked speechlessly at her rapidly disappearing figure and shouted loudly. Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth and smiled. Tiandao-kun, stop shouting. Kushina has already run far away. Uchiha Tiandao could only sigh helplessly and pick up little Ming's sway. I need to prepare a gift. I can't go empty-handed. Then his gaze turned to Namikaze Minato, with a hint of apology in his tone. Minato, I'm sorry, but I probably can't celebrate the new year with you today. Namikaze Minato scratched his head and revealed a gentle smile. Well, Tiandao, seeing Lady Mito is more important. Go ahead and don't worry. Uchiha Tiandao pondered for a moment and lightly punched him. You bastard. What I mean is, don't forget my New Year gift. Chapter 14. The Tragic Rope Tree. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Tiandao stood in front of a luxurious house and gently knocked on the door. Coming, coming. A strong voice came from inside the house, and soon after, a boy who looked about 12 years old with a simple, honest face opened the door. Rope Tree recognized that the visitor was a boy dressed in Uchiha clan clothing, holding a little girl in his arms, and immediately guessed the other party's identity. A broad smile spread across his honest face as he extended his right hand. You must be Uchiha Tiandao. Nice to meet you. I'm Rope Tree. Please take care of me. Uchiha Tiandao was slightly surprised. He thought Rope Tree would have a personality similar to Naruto's, more of a simple type. But he didn't expect him to be so perceptive and see through his identity at a glance. Nice to meet you. I'm Uchiha Tiandao. After shaking hands, Uchiha Tiandao immediately retracted his previous evaluation. Rope Tree's personality couldn't be said to be very similar to Naruto's, but it could only be described as identical. Both had that kind of affable, straightforward, and carefree personality. At this moment, Rope Tree was tugging at his sleeve, crying and complaining about Kushina's bad behavior. Tend, you finally came. Do you know how I spent my day today? I was telling you about that Kushina. Uchiha Tend's mouth twitched slightly as he pointed inside the house. Rope Tree, I understand how you feel, but would you like to look behind you? Looking at Uchiha Tend, who was struggling to suppress a laugh, Rope Tree scratched his head in confusion. What? Isn't my home behind me? He turned around in doubt, only to see the most terrifying scene of his life. Uzumaki Kushina, with her long red hair billowing behind her without wind, stared at him with wide eyes, surrounded by an invisible chill. Gulp! Rope Tree swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back. That Kushina, this is a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Uzumaki Kushina looked at him with a forced smile. Rope Tree, of course I believe you. Hearing Kushina's response, Rope Tree let out a sigh of relief. It seems she's easy to talk to because Tend is here. Uchiha Tend looked at him with pity. Boy, you're still too young. Sure enough, just as Rope Tree was glad to have escaped another disaster, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Ouch! Rope Tree screamed and fell to the ground. The Senju clan also had tough skin, and since Kushina hadn't used much strength, the punch didn't hurt him at all. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with this drama queen, and then looked tenderly at Uchiha Tend. Tend, let's go inside. Granny Mito wants to see you. Uchiha Tend nodded and followed Kushina into the house. He wasn't surprised that Uzumaki Mito knew of his arrival, with the Kyuubi's sensing ability and the Uzumaki clan's special eyes. Even the inherently wicked Senju Tobirama would have to bow down when he came. Once Uchiha Tend entered, his gaze immediately fell on the sofa in the center of the living room. There sat an elderly woman with silver hair, her expression weary, her face covered in deep wrinkles, showing her age. Upon seeing this elderly woman, Uchiha Tend immediately guessed her identity, Uzumaki Mito. At this moment, he also knew somewhat why she had called him over. While Uchiha Tend assessed her, Uzumaki Mito was quietly observing this outstanding Uchiha Jr. Just then, a voice filled with fear from the Kyuubi echoed in her mind. Mito, this Uchiha kid is very unusual. A spiritual form of Uzumaki Mito quickly appeared in the ceiling space. Kyuubi, what tricks are you trying to pull now? With a flick of her thought, the diamond chains binding the Kyuubi began to tighten. Ow! Mito, stop it. I'm not lying to you. Uzumaki Mito frowned, looking at it with half-belief. Really? The Kyuubi desperately nodded its head, raising one paw. I swear, I definitely didn't lie to you. Despite the Kyuubi being able to act out inside Naruto, when it was within Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, it was directly scolded like a dog. Dare to jump? Just try it against my diamond lock. It only bullied Naruto because he didn't know how to use the diamond lock. Then tell me, what is unusual about him? The Kyuubi pouted. Weren't you just skeptical? Now you want me to explain? Do you think I'm a Shikaku? However, when it saw the golden chains on its body, it immediately wilted. The Kyuubi knew that if it dared to act tough, it would definitely get beaten again. Forget it, forget it. After all, this Uzumaki Mito doesn't have many years left. I shouldn't provoke her. After realizing this, it immediately stopped hesitating. That kid hides a power more terrifying than mine. Even I feel fear in the face of that power. Uzumaki Mito's pupils contracted. Even the Kyuubi felt fear from that power. Chapter 15. Little Tend, do you want a wife? Uzumaki Mito knew that the Kyuubi was very unruly and, in her understanding, only 2 people had ever made it feel fear. That was her husband, Senju Hashirama, and a figure resembling a demon emerged in her mind. Uchiha Madara, the godlike man from the Uchiha clan. A few traces of worry flashed in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Could it be that he possesses that pair of eyes at such a young age? Then she quickly dismissed this absurd thought. He wasn't Uchiha Madara, and he didn't have Uchiha Izuna as his brother. So even if Uchiha Tand had a pair of Sharingan, without a blood relative to provide another, his eyes could never evolve into eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Of course, all of this was based on Uzumaki Mito's ignorance of the first pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The Kyuubi shook its head, its expression serious. Mito, he doesn't have Uchiha Madara's eyes. When it mentioned that name, its massive beastly eyes filled with anger. If it weren't for that man, how would I be trapped here? Uzumaki Mito glanced at the angry Kyuubi and immediately understood what it was thinking. It was nothing more than hatred for Uchiha Madara for enslaving it to fight Senju Hashirama, ultimately leading to its sealing within itself. Kyuubi, since he doesn't have Uchiha Madara's eyes, why do you feel fear? In response to Uzumaki Mito's inquiry, the Kyuubi fell silent for a moment before ultimately giving an answer. Mito, I don't know what exactly that power is. From my estimation, he likely hides a big guy within him. Big guy? Is a tailed beast? You should be the strongest among the 9 tailed beasts, right? Uzumaki Mito said incredulously. A proud expression appeared on the Kyuubi's face. Of course, I'm the strongest among the 9 tailed beasts. Then its tone changed again. It should be a big guy similar to a tailed beast with a very high life level. Uzumaki Mito looked deeply at Uchiha Tand. The last sentence the Kyuubi said kept swirling in her mind. His future achievements will undoubtedly not be lower than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito could sense that the Kyuubi was not lying. If there really was such a power within him. Her gaze fell on Kushina beside her, and a memory from a few months ago suddenly surfaced in her mind. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had suddenly come to propose matchmaking between Kushina and Uchiha Tand, hoping to strengthen the bond between them and the village. At that time, Uzumaki Mito had decisively refused. She particularly disliked Hiruzen Sarutobi's little schemes. Until this moment. After realizing Uchiha Tand's potential power, her original thoughts began to change slightly. It seems I need to find a time to talk to the monkey. Uzumaki Mito murmured softly. Konoha village was her husband's hard work and the continuation of his dreams. She would never allow anyone to destroy it. As for preemptively stifling it, Uzumaki Mito thought it would be better to agree to Hiruzen Sarutobi's proposal. Granny Mito, what monkey? Why are you talking about monkeys? Uzumaki Kushina asked curiously. Uchiha Tand raised an eyebrow. Monkey? If I remember correctly, didn't the first couple and Senju Tobarama like to call Hiruzen Sarutobi that? Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved at Uchiha Tand. Little Tand, come sit with Grandma. Hearing this, Uchiha Tand obediently sat down. There was no way around it. He was only 8 years old and had to accept this title. Uzumaki Mito observed him closely, and she couldn't help but be stunned. So much like him. Although Uchiha Tand's appearance does not resemble Uchiha Madara, their eyes, temperament, and expressions are almost identical. In Uzumaki Mito's eyes, Uchiha Tendu is simply Uchiha Madara in his youth. In an instant, she made a decision. Little Tendu, do you want a wife? Uchiha Tendu. Uzumaki Kushina. SHRU. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly at the stunned crowd. How about it, little Tendu? Coming back to her senses, Uchiha Tendu shook her head repeatedly. Mito-sama, are you joking with me? I'm still so young. How could I think about having a wife? Uzumaki Kushina quickly chimed in, afraid that her Mito grandma would propose a marriage for Uchiha Tendu. Yeah, Mito grandma. Tendu is only 8 years old. It's too early to think about these things. Uzumaki Kushina smiled at her. What if Mito grandma wants to entrust you to little Tendu? Ru's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this gossip is really juicy. Uzumaki Kushina also gaped in shock, her expression frozen. Soon, a blush crept up her neck to her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to speak. Uchiha Tendu's mouth twitched. Mito-sama, this matter is probably inappropriate. Both Kushina and I are too young. It's still too early. That's fine. Just get engaged now, and when you're older, hold the wedding. Uzumaki Mito said with a genuine smile. If Kushina didn't like Tendu, she wouldn't force it. However, from her experience, she could tell that the relationship between these two little ones was probably not that simple. If that's the case, Sarutobi Hizashi's plan is indeed feasible. Chapter 16, Summoning Beast, Little Fire Dragon. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Tendu with a kind smile. Little Tendu, This is just a suggestion. Ultimately, it depends on you and Kushina's thoughts. I won't force you. Her gaze then fell on SHRU. SHRU, when will Tsunade be back? SHRU shook his head, saying his sister was probably at the casino again. Who knows when she would return? Uchiha Tiandao slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the things he bought. He quickly took out 4 gift boxes and placed them on the table. Mito, Grandma, these are gifts I prepared for you. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Tiandao in surprise, not expecting this 8-year-old to understand so much. SHRU's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the gift boxes on the table. Oh, Tiandao, you're so generous. I won't be polite. Saying that, he moved forward to unwrap the gift boxes. Uzumaki Kushina quickly hugged them all to herself, sounding a bit reproachful. SHRU, how can you unwrap gifts in front of others? SHRU scratched his head awkwardly and laughed a couple of times. Kushina, I was just too excited. Uzumaki Mito looked at the children playfully teasing each other with a kind expression, her heart filled with happiness. Hashirama, did you see that? The innocent children no longer have to step onto the battlefield to fight. After everyone exchanged gifts and had a hearty dinner while waiting for Tsunade to return, they chatted for a long time before each went to rest. After Uchiha Tiandao lulled little Akihiko to sleep, he found a spot and sat cross-legged. System. Perform the annual sign-in. Signing in for the host. Congratulations, the host has successfully signed in. Summoning Beast. Little Fire Dragon. It's actually Little Fire Dragon. Uchiha Tiandao stood up excitedly, silently thinking. System. Extract the reward. Ding. Extraction successful. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the room, and once the light dissipated, a small fire dragon with an orange body, cream-colored belly and tail, a flame at the tail's end, short limbs, and standing on 2 feet made a dazzling entrance. Its large blue eyes emitted a wise glow. Kana. The little fire dragon called out softly and leaped into Uchiha Tiandao's arms. System. Why is this little fire dragon's height 12 meters? How is it so large? The energy of Pokémon will autonomously convert into chakra. Under the influence of chakra, the Pokémon size will increase. Uchiha Tiandao thoughtfully stroked his chin. If that's the case, when it evolves into Charizard, won't it reach over 10 meters? And then I can use the Mega Evolution Stone. Ding! The system is about to update to version 20. Please prepare, host. Uchiha Tiandao was taken aback. Why is it suddenly updating? However, before he could figure out the situation, ding! Update successful. The current version is Pokémon Sign-In System 20. Uchiha Tiandao, wait. How fast is your internet speed? System, why did you suddenly update? Ding. Host, a new version will naturally update. Uchiha Tiandao was really speechless. He had never encountered such a peculiar system. System, what new functions have you added? Ding. This update added a Summoning Beast panel and a points-based lottery feature. Summoning Beast panel. View current attributes, status, and other information of the Summoning Beast. Points-based lottery, an extension of the sign-in system, allowing you to obtain special skills from the Pokémon world. Each lottery costs 10 points. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes lit up. Having a points-based lottery would allow him to enhance his strength even faster. As for the so-called special skills, he was curious to see how special they were. System. How do I obtain points? Points acquisition method. Kill ninjas. Genin, 1,000 points, CH-Nin. 3,000 points, J-Nin. 5,000 points, Elite J-Nin. 10,000 points, Uchiha Tiandao scratched his head in confusion. Is that all? Nothing more? Ding. The above is all the content for this update. This broken system, after sorting out his complex emotions, Uchiha Tiandao reached out to scratch the little fire dragon's round belly. System, check the little fire dragon's panel. Summoning Beast. Little fire dragon, height, 12, weight, 45, ability, blaze, strength, CH-Nin, skills, claw, ember. Flamethrower. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the little fire dragon in his arms in surprise, not expecting this little guy to be so powerful. It already had the strength of a CH-Nin. He couldn't wait to see what level it would reach after evolving. Then he remembered something important. System. How do I use the permanent Charizard Mega Evolution Stone? Ding. The host just needs to give the Charizard the stone to swallow, and it will evolve into a permanent Charizard. Hearing the system's response, Uchiha turned his eager gaze to the little fire dragon. Little guy, you need to grow up quickly. strive to evolve into Charizard soon. Just thinking about sitting on Charizard's back in front of Minato made him very excited. The little fire dragon waved its small claws with determination, its little tail wagging continuously. Kana, I will definitely not disappoint my master's expectations. Hey, little fire dragon, don't wag your tail so much. You might set the blanket on fire. Chapter 17. Graduation Assessment in a Classroom of a Ninja School. Honda Takashi stood on the podium with a serious expression. Students, I hope you bring out 200 of your effort to face tomorrow's graduation assessment. Sarutobi Shino scoffed, digging at his ear. Teacher, it's just a graduation assessment. Is it really that big of a deal? For us elite class, it's just a matter of showing up. In his view, the people in the elite class were either from big families or exceptionally gifted. Passing the graduation assessment would be a piece of cake for them. Honda Takashi shook his head. Shino, I'm asking you to give your all not because I'm worried about your graduation. At this point, a look of relief appeared on his face. On the contrary, I know each of you is outstanding. That's exactly why I'm asking you to perform even better tomorrow. Tomorrow, the Hokage and the heads of various clans will come to watch your graduation assessment. Wow. Honda Takashi's words completely ignited the crowd. What? This assessment is so grand. Great. I must perform well in front of the Hokage. I think you should give up. With Uchiha Tiandao and Namikaze Minato around, what can you do? Shut up. You better pray you don't run into me tomorrow. Ugh, so annoying. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Tiandao with a smile. Tiandao, you'll definitely be the first in the assessment tomorrow. Namikaze Minato pointed to himself with a face full of dissatisfaction. Kushina, I'm also a genius. Why are you so sure Tiandao will win? Hearing this, Kushina looked at him with a teasing gaze. Minato, have you ever won in a spar against Tiandao? Minato's breath caught in his throat as he instinctively scratched his head. This time, I will definitely succeed. Even as he said this, Minato felt a bit lacking in confidence. Over the past 4 years, he had sparred with Uchiha Tiandao dozens of times, all ending in his defeat. The other party was simply a monster, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, with an immense chakra reserve. However, at this moment, Uchiha Tiandao did not pay attention to the two. In his mind, a light blue holographic screen quietly appeared. Host, Uchiha Mental Power, 3029. Physique, 1268. Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Tailed Beast, Groudon, Fusion Level 10. Skills, Rasengan, Earth Release. Heart-beating Decapitation Technique. Uchiha Style Sword Dance. Special Skills, None. Summoning Beast, Charmander. Items, a box of ramen from Dr. Oki. Ice cream from Julon. Special effects. Groudon fusion level exceeds 5. All Earth Release and Fire Release powers increase to double. If Namikaze Minato could see Uchiha Tiandao's attribute panel, he would definitely exclaim, damn. Cheating. After Honda Takashi finished discussing everything, he let everyone go home to rest and prepare for the assessment tomorrow. I'm back. Uchiha Tiandao pushed open the door and smiled as he extended his arms. The next moment, a small figure quickly pounced over. Welcome home, big brother. Uchiha Akisui blinked her big, dark eyes and said sweetly. Uchiha Tiandao smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Tiandao-kun, wash your hands and come eat. Uchiha Makoto came out holding a bowl of soup and called softly. Kakuna. Charmander chirped happily and quickly sat at the table. Uchiha Tiandao, holding little Akisui, also sat down with a complex expression on his face. Makoto, you should work in the security team or do something you enjoy, rather than helping me with these trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto pretended to be calm and rolled her eyes at him. I'm not helping you. I'm just taking care of Charmander and little Akisui and pitying you a bit at the same time. Really not helping me? Definitely not. Who would help you? The next day, at the ninja school's training ground, on the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen was delivering his passionate speech. Wherever the leaves dance, there will be a fire burning. That fire will illuminate the village, and then new leaves will sprout. Children, you're the robust green sprouts. The future of Konoha belongs to you. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into applause. Now I announce, the graduation assessment officially begins. As his words fell, the teachers of the ninja school began to take action. Honda Takashi held a booklet in his hand and scanned his students. The first match, Hyuga vs Uchiha Yu. The second match, Naruto vs Sarutobi Shino. The final match, Uchiha Tiandao vs Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists and waved them vigorously. Tiandao, go for it. Blow Minato away. Uchiha Tiandao nodded, grinning as he hooked his arm around Namikaze Minato's neck. Minato, surprised? Unexpected? Minato smiled bitterly, realizing he was really facing this monster. He would definitely be beaten. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since we're facing off, let's have a full-blown duel. Seeing the sudden change in his momentum, Uchiha Tiandao felt a sense of relief. Now that's the Minato I know. That beloved little yellow-haired boy. Chapter 18. The Name of Genius. Tsunade wants to take a disciple? Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Tiandao quickly arrived at the training ground, forming opposing seals. Hana Takashi's expression turned solemn as he raised one hand high and then swung it down. Let the battle begin. Minato's eyes instantly sharpened like a blade, his body moved, and he quickly disappeared from his spot. The next moment, he appeared directly behind Uchiha Tiandao, holding a kunai, and thrust it fiercely. As expected of Namikaze Minato, this speed is incredible. This kind of speed was likely unattainable for an average chunin. An ordinary genin would probably be killed instantly. Indeed, that Uchiha kid is probably in danger. I think not. You should know this year's students have the strongest talent among them. The clan heads were actively discussing the performance of the two on the field. Uchiha Tiandao's lips curled into a slight arc as he tilted his head to look behind him. As expected of you, Minato, to grasp the nature transformation of chakra so quickly and apply it in combat. Minato was startled, an ominous premonition rising in his heart, and he immediately stopped his attack, crossing his hands to block in front of his chest. Sure enough, a tremendous force hit him instantly, sending him flying. Is this the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan? Impressive. The Uchiha truly deserve their reputation as Konoha's prestigious clan. They are indeed talented. Hearing the praises around him for Uchiha Tiandao, Uchiha Enzo felt increasingly heavy-hearted instead of happy. The stronger the opponent's strength, the greater the threat to his position as clan leader. It seemed that plan had to be advanced. Uchiha Enzo took one last deep look at the opponent before turning to leave. Jiraiya, seeing his favored Minato being kicked away, smacked his lips. Old man, now I understand why you wanted Tsunade to take that guy as a disciple. That Uchiha Tiandao is so violent. He has practically a copy of Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a helpless glance at him. Jiraiya, be careful. Your words may bring trouble. Just as Jiraiya was pondering this, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Could it be? A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, and he swallowed hard, turning to look. Sure enough, Tsunade was looking at him with a friendly expression, her finger slightly exerting force. Hiss! Jiraiya gasped, but he didn't dare to run. If he dared to run, Tsunade would definitely have him suffer. He could only blame himself for speaking without thinking and being caught on the spot. The force was stronger than during their last spar. Minato's expression was serious. His right hand, which had just taken that kick head-on, was still trembling slightly. However, Uchiha Tiandao did not give him any extra time to think. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball came crashing down. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Minato Namikaze quickly formed a one-handed seal, and a wall of earth burst forth from the ground, blocking the massive fireball. Without any hesitation, his chakra began to rapidly circulate, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. Boom! Just as Minato left, the fireball collided with the earth flow wall, resulting in a massive explosion. The leader of a small clan nervously swallowed, his voice mixed with terror. What level of fireball is this? Are you kidding me? The power of this fireball has already reached the level of forbidden jutsu. Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan? Truly terrifying. Not just the leaders of the small clans were in an uproar. The leaders of the larger clans were equally unable to remain calm. Naruto stroked his goatee, a hint of fear hidden deep in his eyes. The Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Hyuga wiped the sweat from his forehead, already considering whether to temporarily halt competing with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shaken. As a master of ninjutsu, No one understood the situation better than him. Uchiha Tiandao's fireball was released with only one seal, and it was instant. This reminded him of his teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Oh, such quick reactions. Uchiha Tiandao smiled lightly, tilted his head to dodge the incoming Rasengan, and grabbed Minato's hand, delivering a knee strike. Wow! Minato was struck hard in the abdomen and coughed up a mouthful of bitter water, causing the Rasengan in his hand to dissipate immediately. Uchiha Tiandao cheerfully pressed a kunai against his neck. Well, Minato, you actually used the technique I taught you against me. Hana Takashi jumped out upon seeing this. The battle is over. The first place this time goes to Uchiha Tiandao. Uchiha Tiandao pulled Minato up, and the two exchanged a reconciliation seal. Ha ha, truly. Heroes emerge from youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached with Tsunade and the others, laughing loudly. We have seen the Hokage. Everyone bowed in respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Tiandao and Minato with satisfaction. Both were exceptional geniuses, and if used well, they would surely become the backbone of Konoha in the future. The future of Konoha relies on you outstanding young people. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. This is just a small skirmish. Uchiha Tiandao replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the other party showed no signs of youthful arrogance and increasingly desired to make him part of the Hokage's faction. He then signaled to Tsunade. Go on, it's your turn to act. Tsunade hesitated for a moment. She was also quite nervous. Uchiha Tiandao's talent was too monstrous. What if he didn't want to become her disciple? Suppressing her nervousness, she forced a relaxed tone and said, Hey, Tiandao, do you want to be my disciple? Chapter 19. Danzo am a Hokage. Uchiha Tiandao looked at Tsunade in surprise. Why did he feel like she seemed very nervous? After all, the two had known each other for 4 years because of Jukuna, and he often visited her, so there shouldn't be any reason for tension after just a few words. Seeing that Uchiha Tiandao didn't respond, Tsunade thought she had been rejected, and anger surged within her. Well, you little brat, how dare you refuse me? She immediately reached out her hands, grabbing his face and pulling it outward. Let go, let go. Seeing Uchiha Tiandao getting anxious, Tsunade quickly withdrew her hands and stepped back several paces, giving him no chance to retaliate. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in frustration. Tsunade is usually quite reliable as long as she doesn't gamble. Why is she acting like a child today, pulling such stunts? Uchiha Tiandao glared fiercely at Tsunade, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, don't all the ninjas graduating from Konoha form small teams of 3? If Tsunade directly takes me on as a disciple. Wouldn't he that Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Earlier, he thought Uchiha Tiandao was hesitant because he didn't want to be Tsunade's disciple. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. If Uchiha Tiandao knew what this old man was thinking, he would certainly roll his eyes at him and give him the middle finger. Old man, if I don't become Tsunade's disciple, can you guarantee I'll live a peaceful life? Just look at Kakashi Hatake. Despite his strength and high prestige, he was taken down by some shady tricks just because he wasn't part of the Hokage's faction. Uchiha Tiandao didn't believe he would end up worse than Kakashi in the future. Surpassing him in these aspects was just a matter of time. Moreover, he still held the title of Uchiha. If he didn't become part of the Hokage's faction, who knows what crazy things Sarutobi Hiruzen might do when he grows old and his temperament changes. Genius always receives some special treatment, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and smiled, saying, Uchiha Tiandao shrugged nonchalantly. Since that's the case, I have nothing else to say. I will follow Hokage-sama's arrangements. He wasn't foolish. Becoming Tsunade's disciple would be very beneficial. Plus, their relationship was pretty good, and he found no reason to refuse. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. Then you'll be Tendo's teacher from now on. Seeing Uchiha Tiandao agree to be her disciple, Tsunade sighed in relief, crossing her arms and looking proud. Little brat, since you are my student, I will reluctantly accept you. However, don't think that just because I agreed, you can take it easy. Tomorrow morning at 9, gather at Training Ground 3. I will personally conduct an assessment for you. If you fail, she paused, as her meaning was already clear. Then, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, everyone gradually left the ninja school. Uchiha Tiandao and the other students were waiting to receive their ninja headbands. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puffing on a cigarette, holding a stack of documents. Today, Uchiha Tiandao's words reminded him that what better way to build bonds than through ninja teams? After careful selection, the candidates were finally determined. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed 2 documents into an envelope. Akitsuki, you will immediately deliver this document to Tsunade. A shadow suddenly appeared in the dark, half kneeling in salute, quickly taking the documents and leaving. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently stretched his muscles and mumbled. It should arrive soon. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a cane tapping on the ground grew closer. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was violently pushed open. A middle-aged man with a bandaged head and a sinister expression walked in, his scarred jaw and wrinkled face making him look fearsome. Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly put down his pipe. He knew his old friend was coming. Hiruzen, I want Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Tiandao. They are both very suitable for Root, and I will train them into the sharpest ninja blades. Shimura Danzo spoke straightforwardly as he entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately refused without hesitation. No, don't even think about it. Shimura Danzo slammed his cane onto the ground, his tone becoming more forceful. Hiruzen, you should know their talents. We should keep such geniuses under our control. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, looking outside with his hands behind his back, his gaze profound. No, Danzo, they should live in the sunlight, not in the darkness of Root. Tsunade's anger surged within her. In that case, just give me that Uchiha brat. Danzo, that's impossible. Hizashi, he's just an inherently evil Uchiha brat. Have you forgotten Master Tobirama's teachings? The Uchiha are a clan born of evil. Danzo, the Uchiha are also part of the village. Danzo's face darkened as he shouted angrily. Hizashi, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flames of anger in Danzo's heart. It brought his thoughts back to that night. If only I had been more decisive then. Danzo's forehead bulged with veins. He snorted coldly, then slammed the door and left. Chapter 20, Tradition, the Bell Snatching Battle. The next day, in the 3rd training ground of Konoha, Tsunade looked at the 3 in front of her with a headache. She originally only needed to take 1 Uchiha Tendu, but now it had inexplicably turned into a small team. That damned old man, always making people do things. Taking 1 Uchiha Tendu was already troublesome enough, and that old man had to throw in 2 more. This filled Tsunade's heart with resentment. But the reason Sarutobi Hizashi gave was quite reasonable. In her view, a ninja team was indeed the best way to build bonds. So even though she was very unhappy, she had to agree reluctantly. Tsunade's gaze swept over the 3 boys. Since everyone was here, let's start with a simple self-introduction. I am Tsunade. I like gambling. I don't like this Uchiha Tendu brat, and my future dream is to become the goddess of gambling. Uchiha Tendu rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. This old woman, she even has to attack me verbally. Tsunade directly ignored Uchiha Tendu's eye roll and looked at the boy on the far right, signaling him to start first. I am Hyuga Hizashi. I like dango. I don't like ramen, and I have no dreams. I am Amano Hayato. I like all kinds of ninja tools. I don't dislike anything, and my dream is to open the biggest ninja tool shop in Konoha. Seeing the 3 of them looking at him, Uchiha Tendu's mouth curled into a smile as he slowly stood up. Then, in the puzzled gazes of the others, he crossed his arms and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, leaving them with his back. My grandma said, I am a man who walks the path of heaven. My name is Uchiha Tendu. The 3 felt their eyelids twitch. A thought emerged in their minds simultaneously. Do you really have to be this pretentious? With his hands in his pockets, Uchiha Tendu slowly turned around to face everyone. Well, in short, I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike, and I probably have a lot of dreams for the future. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. She felt that this guy would eventually make her blood pressure rise. After finishing the self-introduction segment, Tsunade took out 2 bells from her pocket and shook them gently. Next, I will assess you, and only those who qualify will have the right to become my subordinates. The reason she said this was entirely because she only wanted to take Uchiha Tendu as her disciple, while the other 2 were just there to accompany him. I have 2 bells in my hand. Before noon today, if you can take the bells from me, you will qualify. If you can't do it, then roll back to the ninja school and keep playing house. Now, you have 10 minutes to discuss tactics. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao and the other two immediately formed a circle and began to discuss tactics in hushed voices. 10 minutes later, Byakugan, Hyuga Hisashi, shouted angrily, veins popping on his temples as he assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist and rushed towards Tsunade. While he attracted attention, Amano Hayato pulled out a huge scroll, summoning a large number of ninja tools, which came crashing down. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, rapidly gathering a massive amount of chakra at her feet, then stomped down hard. Boom! The ground instantly cracked open, and debris flew everywhere as an invisible shockwave burst forth. The incoming Hyuga Hisashi was instantly blown away by this shockwave, and all the ninja tools were knocked down. Tsunade is really too heavy-handed. Sarutobi Hisashi, sitting in the Hokage office, couldn't help but mutter as he watched the scene in the crystal ball. Uchiha Tiandao quickly jumped up and caught Hyuga Hisashi. Seeing the scene, Sarutobi Hisashi had a look of relief on his face. This is the process of building bonds. Similarly, Tsunade felt a bit more anticipation in her heart. She also wanted to see how far these boys could go. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. A hand suddenly reached up from the ground, grabbing for Tsunade's ankle. If it were a real battle, Uchiha Tiandao naturally wouldn't dare to use this move against her. The power of the painful heaven foot is not just for show. Sure enough, Tsunade's expression changed as she quickly leaped into the air to avoid his grab. Bang! The Uchiha Tiandao, who had attracted a lot of attention, turned into a cloud of smoke. This was a substitution technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. From a distance, a massive fireball came rushing in, and at that moment, Tsunade was in midair and unable to evade. Hyuga Hisashi and Amano Hayato both showed smiles on their faces. However, before they could celebrate their victory, a massive amount of chakra surged out from Tsunade's body, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead quickly spread several black lines. Mitotic regeneration. Boom! The great fireball was shattered by a punch, and her entire figure crashed down like a cannonball. You little brat, don't underestimate people. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to have a good fight. He casually grabbed a ninja sword from Amano Hayato and charged towards the just-landed Tsunade with a unique step. Uchiha-style sword dance. His physical attack power was greatly enhanced at that moment. Swish! The ninja sword sliced through the air like a white ribbon, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression as it slashed towards Tsunade. Oomph! Tsunade snorted coldly, quickly bending down to avoid this fierce blow. Gathering a massive amount of chakra in her hand, she punched toward Uchiha Tiandao. Sharingan! The three Black Tomo in Uchiha Tiandao's eyes spun rapidly, instantly seeing through her attack intent. Knowing that his physical condition was not advantageous, he immediately retreated and returned to the side of Hyuga Hisashi and Amano Hayato. Chapter 21. Reverse Harem Jutsu. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Tiandao seriously. She could clearly feel that just now his close-range attack power and speed had instantly risen several levels. It was almost reaching the level of an elite jounin, and even with her strength, it was a bit hard to cope. Damn it! How much strength is this little brat hiding? Tsunade couldn't help but curse in her heart. She really wanted to grab Sarutobi Hisashi by the collar and loudly question him. What the hell is this bell-snatching battle about? And I can't go all out. Do you know how frustrating this is? If you have the ability, come do it yourself. Uchiha Tiandao turned to his teammates. Tsunade's strength lies in her physical skills. I will take the lead, Hisashi will fake an attack, and Hayato, you are responsible for interference with ninja tools. Understood. Round 2 begin. The three Tomo and Uchiha Tiandao's Sharingan slowly rotated, and an invisible wave gently rippled out. This is troublesome. I must go to the casino and have a good time later. A thought suddenly appeared in Tsunade's mind. She immediately realized something was wrong. How could she be distracted in battle? It's an illusion. In that moment of distraction, two figures quickly appeared in front of her. Fire release, fire fist. Uchiha Tiandao's right hand was tightly clenched, covered with a layer of high-temperature flames, and smashed down toward Tsunade. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hyuga Hisashi, with his Byakugan activated, pointed his hands out like lightning. Bang! Just as the two of them attacked Tsunade, The opponent exploded into a puff of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Even the Byakugan couldn't see through this advanced technique. A hurried voice from behind came. "Be careful behind you." Hinata Hizashi was startled, and by the time he thought to defend himself, it was already too late. A tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending him flying backward and rendering him unable to fight. Fire style, fire bullet. A fierce line of fire pierced through Tsunade's body in an instant. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he rolled away from his original position. Boom! Tsunade's earth-shattering kick slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Tiandao's forehead. Although he was strong, he still lacked practical experience. In just a few minutes of fighting, even with the support of Hinata Hizashi and Amano Hayato, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Tsunade's chest rose and fell slightly as she looked at Uchiha Tiandao with a proud expression. "Kid, use whatever tricks you have left. I'll take them all." Hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao revealed a wicked smile and spoke in a low tone. "You better not regret it." Tsunade's gaze was alert. Although she had just spoken arrogantly, it was merely to provoke him to reveal a flaw so she could secure victory. Now it seemed this kid really had more tricks up his sleeve. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Is that technique a clone jutsu? No, it can't be that simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his smoking, staring intently at the crystal ball. Does he still have energy left to fight at this point? What a little monster. I want to see what other trump cards you have. The corner of Uchiha Tiandao's mouth curled up more noticeably when he thought about what was about to happen. Take this. Tsunade. Tsunade's heart raced. This kid's ninjutsu was usually instantaneous, but now it required charging, which must be terrifying. She dared not let her guard down. Her eyes fixed on Uchiha Tiandao. Reverse arm technique. A puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing dozens of perfectly sculpted male figures, all rushing towards Tsunade with open arms. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amano Hayato. Tsunade was struck as if by lightning, standing there dumbfounded, with two streams of nosebleed slowly flowing down. Clatter! Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground, and he turned to stone on the spot. Amano Hayato dropped to his knees, his expression blank. Just like that, Uchiha Tiandao easily obtained the bell. "Tsunade, how about it? Do you know how powerful I am now?" Uchiha Tiandao said, full of spirit and with a smirk. Tsunade's pretty face instantly turned the color of pig liver, her eyes wide as saucers, nostrils flaring as she gasped for air. "Uchiha Tiandao," she shot out like an arrow. "Tsunade, let's talk reason. I was just testing you. I'll test your death. Old lady, what's so great about being a big shot? I'm going to kill you." Amano Hayato watched the two chase each other, gradually moving further away, dumbfounded. Is this really the legendary first genius of the Uchiha clan? What a surprise. He thought, today has truly opened my eyes. Amano Hayato helplessly helped the unconscious Hinata Hizashi and walked toward the ninja hospital. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in a daze for a long time before coming to his senses. He really didn't expect the usually aloof Uchiha Tiandao to have such a personality. However, this was actually better. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two in the video running wildly and sighed softly. He then picked up the Hokage seal beside him and stamped it heavily on a document. Team 7 established. Chapter 22. I'm the future god of gambling in the ninja world. Point. Uchiha Tiandao is in position. Point. Hinata Hizashi is in position. Point. Amano Hayato is in position. Yash, the target has reached the designated location. Commence action. In Konoha village, at the mission reception area, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo, Michiko, was vigorously rubbing her face against a large orange fat cat in her arms. Princess Tsunade, thank you so much for helping me find Tora. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to live anymore, boo-hoo. Uchiha Tiandao's eyelids twitched. He finally understood why that fat cat wanted to run away. Tsunade forced a smile on her fair face. No need to be polite, ma'am. This is what we should do. We have other tasks, so we'll take our leave. After Tsunade and the others collected their mission rewards, they quickly left. She didn't want to see the daimyo's wife for even a second. Tsunade pulled out 5,000 ryo in silver bills from the mission reward and handed them to Uchiha Tiandao. This is yours, divided among yourselves. After dropping this line, She dashed toward the casino. After the three divided the money, Uchiha Tiandao separated from Hinata Hisashi and Amano Hayato and went to the training ground to practice for a while. By the time he returned home, the sun had already set. In the courtyard, Uchiha Akisui was happily playing with a little fire dragon. Upon seeing her brother return, she unceremoniously abandoned her playmate. Oni-chan. Uchiha Tiandao felt his heart melt as his adorable little sister reached out to him, quickly hugging her in his arms. Kaka, Kaka. The little fire dragon, feeling wronged, ran over with its little paws waving, constantly accusing Uchiha Akisui of abandoning it. Uchiha Tiandao shot an annoyed glance. Go away, you little guy. You eat everything and leave nothing. Can't do anything right, and now you still want to complain here. The little fire dragon knew Uchiha Tiandao was joking, so it didn't take his words to heart. It rolled its eyes, covered its eyes with its little paws, and pretended to cry, needing comfort. Uchiha Tiandao looked at it speechlessly, seriously doubting that this guy's food had turned into fat. Otherwise, why hadn't it evolved after 4 years? The little fire dragon had been with him for 4 years. Logically, its chakra should have reached the energy standard needed for evolution, but it still hadn't evolved. System. Why hasn't the little fire dragon evolved? Ding. System detection shows it still lacks sufficient practical experience. Upon hearing the system's response, Uchiha Tiandao's eyes widened. Dog system. You knew the reason, but didn't tell me? Earlier, Uchiha Tiandao had asked casually, but unexpectedly, the system actually knew. The host did not inquire previously. Uchiha Tiandao twitched his mouth. Fine, this was indeed his fault. Tendakuen has returned. Quickly prepare dinner. Uchiha Makoto's gentle voice came from inside. Okay, coming right now. Uchiha Tiandao replied, and walked in while holding little Akisui. The little fire dragon, who had been pretending to cry, opened its eyes and was stunned. Where did everyone go? Uchiha Tiandao picked at the dishes curiously and looked at Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, why didn't Kushina come today? A few months ago, when Uzumaki Kushina learned that her good friend almost came to Uchiha Tiandao's house every day, she became anxious. Soon after, she also used taking care of Uchiha Akisui and the little fire dragon as an excuse to come often. Seeing that Kushina didn't come today, Uchiha Tiandao curiously inquired. Uchiha Makoto put down her bowl and chopsticks, her face showing a hint of worry. It seems that the third Hokage said there are too few Nin available to serve as instructors. So Kushina wasn't assigned an instructor and couldn't take on missions. And she's been in a gloomy state these days. Uchiha Tiandao nodded thoughtfully. What a load of nonsense. There are too few guidance teachers. And he won't believe a single punctuation mark. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be Sarutobi Hiruzen's way to limit Jinchuriki Kurama's exit from the village. After all, Kurama is the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Therefore, he is also helpless. After dinner, Uchiha Tiandao actively went to clean the dishes. At this time, Uchiha Makoto was the happiest. She would quietly observe this young man, feeling sweet ripples in her heart. This mode of interaction made her feel very safe and comfortable. The next day, Tsunade brought Uchiha Tiandao and others to the door of the Hokage's office. I know that although you haven't said anything on the surface, you've probably found those low-level tasks very boring. Today, I'm taking you to receive a high-level task to broaden your horizons. Hinata Hisashi and Amano Hayato's eyes immediately lit up, filled with anticipation. Unlike their excitement, Uchiha Tiandao lazily yawned and glanced sideways at Tsunade. Tsunade, you didn't lose everything at the casino yesterday, did you? Hearing Uchiha Tiandao's teasing voice, Tsunade's face turned red. How could that be? I'm the future gambling god of the ninja world. How could I lose? Uchiha Tiandao calmly stared at her without saying a word. Tsunade, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and led the three into the Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the four of them come in, he smiled and took out a scroll from his drawer. Tsunade, this is the high-level task you wanted. Chapter 23, Leaving the Village. First level task. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually became serious as Tsunade took the task scroll. Recently, the ninjas of the Rain Village have started to move frequently. Therefore, this task requires you to go to the border of the Land of Rain to investigate relevant intelligence and clarify the reasons for their mobilization. Hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, The year 37 of the Konoha era was the time when the Second Ninja World War fully broke out. The leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, would declare war on the land of Iron, Sunagakure, and Konoha one after another this year. Old man, aren't they just a rookie team? Isn't it too dangerous to assign them this task? A loud voice came from the window. Everyone turned to look and saw Jiraiya squatting at the window like a frog. A few black lines appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Jiraiya liked to climb windows. Tsunade liked to kick doors, and only Orochimaru would properly knock. Among these three, only Orochimaru was the most sensible and the one he liked the most. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was a bit off, Jiraiya quickly jumped down from the window and pretended nothing was wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark face finally improved. Jiraiya, why aren't you taking Minato and the others to carry out their mission and instead come here? Oh, it's just a simple task of picking up trash and finding cats and dogs. Minato and the others can handle it themselves, so I'm just wandering around. You guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, looking helpless. This guy has always been restless since childhood, not liking to do those low-level tasks, and still is now. Although this task has certain dangers, it is not a problem for Team 7 at all. Facing Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of smoke and continued to explain. Uchiha Tiandau's strength is already sufficient to be a Jonin. What he lacks is just task accumulation and some practical experience. Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Are you kidding me? I remember this kid graduated with Namake's Minato. How can this be so outrageous? Clearly, Minato is also a rare genius, but when compared to Uchiha Tiandau, it seems like he's not even in the same league. When he thought of his disciple still only having Chunin strength, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with undisguised envy. Who wouldn't want to take a prodigy like Uchiha Tiandau as a disciple? It would be so impressive to brag about in the future. But unexpectedly, it ended up going to Tsunade, this violent woman. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her fists cracking. What? Jiraiya, do you have a problem with me? Jiraiya shook his head repeatedly. Even if he had a problem, he wouldn't dare to say it. He would really get beaten up. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on his pipe to draw everyone's attention. This task has certain dangers, but you shouldn't panic. The Rain Village is just a small ninja village and doesn't have the courage to oppose us from Konoha. Uchiha Tiandau scoffed. Right, others don't dare to attack Konoha. That Hanzo of the Salamander claims to be a demigod, ambitious as he is. Don't say you're from Konoha. He would just grab anyone to fight. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded, indicating she understood. Then, her gaze fell on Uchiha Tiandau and the others. This task will likely take a long time, so you should prepare the necessary ninja tools and supplies. Half an hour later, Team 7 gathered at the village gate. When Uchiha Tiandau arrived, everyone in the team was already in position. Tsunade nodded slightly to greet him, then walked aside to register their departure from the village. Amano Hayato looked excited, surveying the surroundings. Is this outside the village? It's really spectacular. Hinata Hizashi glanced at him. Hayato, aren't those just tall trees? There's no difference from inside the village. Uchiha Tiandau stepped forward, pointing one hand to the sky, his expression calm. My grandmother once said, maybe the place isn't much different, but the longing for freedom makes every departure extraordinary. Amano Hayato looked at him with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. As expected of you, Tiandau. Hinata Hizashi lowered his eyes, softly murmuring. Even if the result doesn't change, is the process of heading toward freedom already full of meaning? Uchiha Tiandau's words made him see a glimmer of hope. A rare smile appeared on Hinata Hizashi's serious face. Tiandau, thank you for your guidance. Tsunade clapped her hands to interrupt their conversation. All right, kids, don't forget what we're here for. That said, the curve at the corner of her mouth was hard to suppress. Thus, the four began to head toward the border of the Land of Rain. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to understand what I said. You're pretty smart. Of course. Who do you think I am? It really applies to that old saying. What old saying? Big chest, no brain, so you're very smart. You little brat. Don't run. Hinata Hizashi and Amano Hayato exchanged helpless glances. These two were at it again. They quickly chased after the two. Chapter 24. The Power of Evergreen. Self-Green? At the border of the Land of Rain, in a hidden cave, Uchiha Tiandau was lazily leaning at the entrance of the cave. Tonight, it was his turn to keep watch. After midnight, the time moved into a new month. Uchiha Tiandao focused his thoughts. System, proceed with this month's sign-in. Signing in for the host. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Power of Evergreen, Power of Evergreen. A blessing from the Evergreen Forest after absorption. Will grant powerful healing abilities. The physique will be greatly improved, and a random special ability will be obtained. Uchiha Tiandao's heart raced. It was actually the power of Evergreen. Originally, he thought the reward for this sign-in would be another pile of junk. Why say another? This brings up the peculiar items he received during his 4 years of sign-ins, like Pikachu fur and a hippo tail. System, it seems I misjudged you. The hardships before were all for today as success. If it were just healing abilities and physical improvements, Uchiha Tiandao wouldn't be this excited. What truly thrilled him was that special ability. In the Pokémon Special Edition manga, Xiaohuan's Power of Eternatus can open a group evolution field, and Sakaki can make Pokémon break their limits. Our Flying-type champion, Adu, can enhance the strength of Dragon-type Pokémon, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Uchiha Tiandao called Tsunade. What is it, you brat? Tsunade was originally in a beautiful dream, suddenly awakened and filled with resentment, ready to explode. Uchiha Tiandao quickly covered her lips and lowered his voice. Tsunade, I need to train now. You watch over me for the rest of the night. Upon hearing this, Tsunade raised her eyebrows, ready to teach this brat a lesson, but then she noticed his serious expression and didn't dare to make trouble. All right, you train. I'll keep watch here. Seeing Tsunade agree, Uchiha Tiandao immediately found a spot and sat cross-legged. System, absorb the power of Eternatus. Ding! The power of Eternatus is being distributed. In the next moment, brilliant green light spots appeared out of nowhere in his body, merging into his flesh. Tsunade, who was initially worried about Uchiha Tiandao, mistakenly thought something was wrong with his training. Suddenly, she saw him glowing green, transforming into a green light mass. Tsunade was stunned. What the hell? He is turning himself green. However, she soon noticed something unusual. The green light spots that radiated contained a massive amount of life force, warming her when they shone on her body. Tsunade could clearly feel that her hidden injuries were completely healed. Looking at the boy sitting cross-legged, memories of her great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, flooded her mind. After a brief moment of daze, Tsunade quickly formed seals with a serious expression, and a barrier quickly enveloped Uchiha Tiandao completely. Why is this brat making such a commotion? And what is this green light? Tsunade's expression fluctuated as she considered whether to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter. After a long while, she finally sighed. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about Uchiha Tiandao's ability, he would probably take action immediately. Perhaps 4 years ago, Tsunade would have reported this matter without hesitation. But now forget it. I'll keep this secret for you this time. But if you don't treat me to drinks afterward, I'll bite you. Tsunade looked at the boy with a complicated expression, muttering to herself. The thought that Uchiha Tiandao had no intention of hiding anything made her heart swell with sweetness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Absorption of the power of Eternatus successful. Uchiha Tiandao slowly opened his eyes, looking in surprise at the barrier beside him. After a moment of thought, he quickly understood the situation. What a thunderous silly woman. After that, Uchiha Tiandao stopped thinking too much. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tiandao, mental power, 4219, physique, 3168, bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Power of Eternatus, breakthrough human limits, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion degree 21. Skills, Uchiha style sword dance. Rasengan, special skills, none, summoning beast, Charmander. Items, fine steel kunai, special effect. Groudon fusion degree exceeds 20. All earth release and fire release powers increase to 4 times. Uchiha Tiandao's breathing quickened. System, is breaking through human limits what I think it is? Ding. Yes. The host can enhance the talents of others through the power of Eternatus. Hiss. Uchiha Tiandao gasped. If that's the case, wouldn't the people around him be able to soar? He was originally worried about how to enhance Uchiha Mingsui's strength if her talent was too poor. Now, with this special ability, all problems would be solved. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of glass shattering, the barrier turned into light spots and slowly dissipated. Great. Tiandao. I'm so glad you're okay. Amano Hayato suddenly pounced and hugged Uchiha Tiandao's thigh, excitedly shouting. Uchiha Tiandao, bewildered, touched his head. It's just been one night. Why is Hayato so excited? Hinata Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. Tiandao, I'm glad you're fine. Teacher Tsunade said you were about to kick the bucket. We were all worried about you. Uchiha Tiandao glared fiercely at Tsunade in the corner. Teacher Tsunade, where do you think you're going? Chapter 25, Ambush. Trapped in Crisis. 2 months later, on the border of the Land of Rain, in a dark forest. Hanzo-sama, will Tsunade from Konoha really pass through here? A slender Rain Village Jonin looked at his leader and couldn't help but ask. The man called Hanzo sat cross-legged on the head of the salamander. He was the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the salamander. Urian, you're too restless. Hanzo's hoarse voice came from beneath his mask. Urian trembled and hurriedly lowered his head. My lord, I dare not. Hanzo's cold gaze swept over the 5 Rain shinobi standing beside him. The information was provided by a high-ranking official from Konoha, and after my investigation, the message is accurate. 2 months ago, Tsunade brought a Genin team to our Land of Rain border to carry out a mission. This is their only route back to Konoha. This time, we must keep her here. Yes. Hanzo was pleased to see his subordinates' morale high. To avoid alarming the enemy, he only brought 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin this time. Hanzo was a very ambitious man. He was not willing to spend his life hiding in a small country like the Land of Rain. Therefore, he had long devised a shocking plan. Killing Tsunade was the first step of the plan. In the forest, several figures swiftly dashed through the trees. Amano Hayato wore a relaxed expression. The mission is finally complete. We can go back to the village now. This time I'm going to enjoy myself. Hinata Hizashi smiled genuinely. He also missed Konoha's 3-color dumplings. Stop! Uchiha Tiandao shouted loudly, interrupting their fantasies. The two immediately stopped without hesitation, their gazes warily scanning their surroundings. Tsunade leisurely followed behind, curiously watching the 3 little ones. In fact, she had already noticed something was off ahead, but she chose not to remind them, wanting to see how they would perform. Uchiha Tiandao's expression became serious as he cautiously stared ahead. The forest ahead was too quiet. Something felt very wrong. Hizashi. Hinata Hizashi immediately understood Uchiha Tiandao's intention. Byakugan. The veins around Hinata Hizashi's eyes bulged as his vision pierced through the heavy obstacles. When he saw the figures in the woods, cold sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. It's Rain Village ninjas. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sound of shurikens slicing through the air suddenly rang out as a large number of shurikens rapidly flew towards them. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes narrowed, and with a flip of his hand, for kunai appeared instantly, which he threw out without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 kunai seemed to have a will of their own, effortlessly dodging and knocking down all the incoming shurikens. Truly deserving of the title of the #1 clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha. A hoarse voice echoed from the dense forest. Swish, swish. 5 figures instantly blocked all retreat paths for Uchiha Tendu and the others. Tsunade's originally calm expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. The leader, wearing a gas mask and wielding a scythe, stood atop a salamander. With just one glance, she recognized the identity of the incoming person. This is troublesome. It seems I must go all out. In Sealing, activate. 100 Healing Jutsu, activate. Summoning Jutsu. Tsunade held nothing back and unleashed her full strength. Tendu, I'll open a gap with all my might. You guys go first. Hanzo the salamander let out a cold laugh. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Roar. The salamander beneath him let out an angry roar, and its massive body charged directly at the slug beneath Tsunade's feet. Uchiha Tendu held a kunai, his gaze warily assessing the 2 Rain shinobi in front of him. You really think highly of me, sending 2 Jonin to deal with a mere Chunin. The Rain Blade's face twisted into a sinister expression. Kid, there's no point in talking, just die. With that, he and the other Jonin immediately drew their ninja blades and charged at Uchiha Tendu. Clang! Uchiha Tendu remained expressionless, easily blocking the strikes of the 2 Jonin with his kunai. The Rain Blade's pupils suddenly constricted. Something was off with this kid. Sharingan. Uchiha Tendu's crimson eyes instantly revealed 3 black tomo. Not good. The two Jonin were simultaneously shocked. This kid actually has a 3-tomo Sharingan. Their gazes hurriedly shifted elsewhere, fearing they might fall victim to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. But it was too late. The rain blade only felled a wave of dizziness, and in an instant, his companion was brutally taken down by that kid across from him. Gulp. The rain blade's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes as he stared at Uchiha Tiandao, his body involuntarily trembling as he took 2 steps back. Terrifying. In just 2 breaths, one of his 2 Jonin companions was eliminated. Uchiha Tiandao's face showed disappointment. He thought the opponents would be formidable, but it turned out they were just 2 weaklings. But then again, how could ninjas from such a small village compare to Jonin from the 5 great ninja villages? It wasn't the Rain Village that was strong, it was Hanzo the Salamander. Realizing the strength of his opponents, Uchiha Tiandao felt utterly bored and lost the desire to make a move. However, this guy could serve as an experience package for little Charizard. With that thought, Uchiha Tiandao immediately stopped hesitating, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, little Charizard made its entrance. Chapter 26. Fire Charizard appears. The rain blade wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit relieved. He thought that the kid across from him had summoned some kind of monster, but it turned out to be just a peculiar-looking large lizard. Uchiha Tiandao smiled, his gaze playful. Little Charizard, that guy over there seems to look down on you. Crack. Little Charizard let out a sharp screech, a large amount of chakra gathering in its mouth. Fire stream. The rain blade's pupils constricted. He never expected that the seemingly harmless large lizard would unleash such a powerful fire release. Without time to think, he quickly formed hand seals for the water body technique. The rain blade's figure swiftly vanished from the spot, leaving only a puddle of water. Uchiha Tiandao shot an annoyed glare at little Charizard. Why are you so impatient? That guy is at least a Jonin. Is he that easy to kill? Little Charizard wore a silly smile, reaching out its paw to scratch its head. However, its paws were too short to reach. The corners of Uchiha Tiandao's mouth twitched. He felt this silly creature was like a second version of Minato Namikaze. It must be Minato who spoiled his own little Charizard. In Konoha village, a blonde boy suddenly sneezed, then scratched his head in confusion. Strange, I'm not even sick. Uchiha Tiandao looked at little Charizard. Your strength can't handle that guy for now. I will be on the offensive. And you provide support from behind to gain some experience. Little Charizard nodded, indicating it understood. Uchiha Tiandao quickly raised his kunai. Clang! The kunai once again blocked the incoming ninja blade, sparking a shower of sparks. You little brat, die! Just then, a hoarse voice came from behind Uchiha Tiandao. The rain blade's expression twisted as he raised his ninja blade high, striking down like lightning. It was a shadow clone technique. However, Uchiha Tiandao showed no sign of panic, maintaining a calm demeanor. Crack! Little Charizard let out a roar, its sharp fangs wrapped in flames, biting directly into the rain blade's thigh. Flame fangs. The area around the rain blade's thigh instantly emitted a burning smell, and the intense pain made him scream uncontrollably. Uchiha Tiandao showed no hesitation. The kunai in his hand swiftly pierced through the rain blade's heart. You! The rain blade's eyes fixed on Uchiha Tiandao, unable to believe he would fall to a Uchiha kid. Gradually, the light in his eyes faded, his head tilted, and he fell dead. Crack! Crack! Little Charizard let out an excited roar, the flames at the tip of its tail burning fiercely, a pearlescent glow enveloping its body. As the pearlescent light faded, Fire Charizard appeared. Its overall color was deep red, with a white abdomen, a horn-like protrusion on its head, a beak-like mouth, sharp eyes, long limbs, and claws that glimmered with a faint cold light. Uchiha Tiandao looked at Fire Charizard in shock. What is this? Why is it so big? System. Check Fire Charizard's panel. Summoning Beast. Fire Charizard. Height. 316 centimeters. Weight. 136 kilograms. Ability. Blaze. Strength. Jonin skills. Fire Stream. Flame Punch. Flame Vortex. Iron Tail. Million-ton heavy punch. Uchiha Tiandao's face twitched slightly. System. Even if Fire Charizard is affected by chakra, its size shouldn't increase this dramatically. Ding! Every evolution is a qualitative change in life for Pokémon. Little Charizard evolve into Fire Charizard, significantly increasing bone and muscle density. After hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Tiandao finally understood why Fire Charizard underwent such a drastic change. He then swept his gaze across the other two battlefields. Tsunade was being completely suppressed by Hanzo the Salamander and was on the verge of defeat. Hinata and his companion were struggling against three-rain Chunin. Uchiha Tiandao's expression turned urgent as he immediately commanded, "Fire Charizard, go support Hinata and the others. I'll go support Teacher Tsunade." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swiftly transformed into an afterimage, charging straight towards Hanzo the Salamander. Fire Charizard didn't dare to delay, hurrying towards Hinata and the others. It was the first time it saw its master so anxious. Kaiten, Hinata gathered chakra in his hands, his body spinning rapidly, forming a hemispherical chakra shield that blocked all the incoming water bullets. Who? Hinata's chest rose and fell violently. The recent Kaiten had nearly exhausted all of his chakra. "Hinata, you should run. Don't worry about me." Amano Hayato's eyes were blood red. The wound at his waist continuously dripping bright red blood as he weakly collapsed to the ground. Hinata's face turned pale, but his tone was resolute. "I will not abandon my comrades. Besides, Tiandao will come to support us soon." The three-rain Chunin burst into laughter simultaneously. "Ha ha ha! This guy actually thinks someone will come to save him. It's really hilarious. Hinata's kid, if you want to successfully make me laugh, then congratulations, you've done it. Ha ha! That Uchiha kid is already struggling to save himself, and you still expect him to rescue you? With the two of us, the Rain Hidden Jonin, taking action, that kid won't have a chance to survive." Hearing the loud mockery from the three Rain Hidden Chunin, Hinata Hisashi and Amano Hayato's eyes revealed a trace of despair. They knew the strength of Uchiha Tiandao was formidable, but if two Jonin were to attack him at the same time, the leading Rain Hidden Chunin sneered, quickly forming hand seals. "Little brats, go to hell. Water release. Water chaos wave. Chapter 27, Reverse summoning technique. Escape." A look of determination flashed in Hinata Hisashi's eyes as he prepared to unleash the Heavenly Return again. "Hisashi, you don't have enough chakra to use Heavenly Return again. If you forcibly overdraw your chakra, you will die." Amano Hayato, struggling to get up despite the wound at his waist, tried to stop Hisashi's desperate actions. If one continues to use ninjutsu after exhausting their chakra, their life energy will be forcibly extracted to replace chakra, which will directly harm their physical essence and can lead to death. Hisashi's face showed no fear of death. Instead, it bore a hint of relief. "Hayato, you must live on. Your dreams have not yet been fulfilled. Please apologize to Tiandao and Tsunade-sensei for me. Hisashi has to go ahead." After saying this, Hinata Hisashi's expression turned solemn as he gathered chakra in his hands. At that moment, a ferocious line of fire collided with the water chaos wave, creating a large amount of steam. Hinata Hisashi was astonished, fully activating his Byakugan, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! Tsunade's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball, kicking up clouds of dust. At this moment, there was a terrifying wound on her chest, and the chakra stored in the Yin seal was already exhausted. The creation rebirth technique could no longer provide effective healing. Hanzo of the Salamander stepped forward to Tsunade, with a proud expression and a hint of appreciation in his tone. "As expected of Konoha's Tsunade-heim, to last this long against me, you are truly remarkable." Cough. Tsunade coughed up several mouthfuls of dark blood, her beautiful face showing no fear, only endless coldness. "Hanzo of the Salamander, aren't you afraid of Konoha declaring war on your rain village?" Tsunade initially wanted to use war to threaten Hanzo, forcing him to make concessions. However, she never expected that Hanzo was completely unconcerned about the threat of war, his hoarse voice filled with uncontrollable fervor. "Declarava? Do you think I would fear you, Konoha? The Rain Village has long been prepared to declare war on Konoha. Why should your land of fire have abundant land, while our land of rain suffers from endless gloomy weather? I will definitely defeat Konoha and lead the civilians of the land of rain to a better life." Hanzo paused, then changed his tone. "Tsunadeheim, As long as I kill you, the #1 medical ninja of Konoha, they will no longer be able to stop my salamander's poison. By then, our rain village will easily defeat Konoha. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Tsunade's heart sank to the bottom. She did not mock the other's arrogance because what Hanzo said was true. This salamander poison was something even she could not avoid. On the battlefield, it would become the most terrifying weapon. Hanzo of the salamander stopped his triumphant laughter and raised his scythe. Now, let me send you on your way. Stop! A loud shout interrupted Hanzo's actions as he turned to look behind him. The previous Uchiha kid was glaring at him with his 3-tomo Sharingan. After a moment of thought, he understood the situation. What a pair of useless fools. 2 Jonin actually got counter-killed by a Chunin. Hanzo of the salamander looked coldly at Uchiha Tiandao. Uchiha kid, I didn't expect you to have such strength. Uchiha Tiandao remained silent, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive red fireball came crashing down. Hanzo of the salamander frowned. He had seen the great fireball before, but never one this terrifying. His rich battle experience prompted an immediate reaction. Body flicker technique. Hanzo's figure quickly disappeared from the spot, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. You're still too young. A fireball with such power will undoubtedly kill Tsunade. Seeing Hanzo unhesitatingly evade the great fireball, Uchiha Tiandao's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. My grandmother once said, the most proud experience may become a knife that takes your life. The 3-tomo in his eyes stopped spinning and exploded into white smoke. The previous great fireball transformed directly into Uchiha Tiandao. Hanzo's pupils constricted. He realized what had happened. The earlier great fireball was actually transformed by that Uchiha kid. It looked terrifying because he had been affected by an illusion. Good, good, good. You little brat, you've successfully angered me. Hanzo of the salamander laughed in rage, his killing intent surging as he charged forward with his scythe, determined to tear the annoying kid to pieces. Uchiha Tiandao quickly reached Tsunade's unconscious body, holding her waist with one hand while forming a seal with the other. Reverse summoning technique. Hanzo of the salamander thought to himself that this was bad, and his speed increased once more. Boom! Uchiha Tiandao and Tsunade instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a large amount of white smoke. Damn it! Hanzo's face darkened as he cursed fiercely. First, he was toyed with by that kid, and then he watched as Tsunade was rescued right in front of him. This was a tremendous humiliation. However, Hanzo's mood quickly calmed down. Before that kid could save her, he had already noticed that Tsunade was unconscious, given her current state. Even if she was saved, the outcome would still be death. His plan could be considered a success. Hanzo of the salamander's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the border of the land of fire. Kid, next time I will definitely kill you. After that, Hanzo quickly headed towards the rain village, knowing the fate of those 5 useless people without needing to think. Chapter 28. Difficult Healing. At the edge of the forest, the fire dinosaur gathered a large amount of chakra in its claws and slammed down on the ground. Reverse summoning technique. Boom! Accompanied by the dispersal of a large amount of white smoke, Uchiha Tiandao appeared, holding Tsunade. Amano Hayato, seeing the two of them, felt a sudden joy and hurried over. Previously, he had sustained a serious injury to his waist, but after simple treatment, he was fine. Instead, it was Hinata Hisashi who had fallen into a coma from excessive chakra consumption. Tiandao, are you both okay? Uchiha Tiandao shook his head, removing his jacket and gently covering Tsunade's chest. I'm fine, but Tsunade-sensei's injuries are serious. She has also been poisoned by Hanzo's salamander poison. In his prime, Hanzo of the salamander was indeed terrifying. Being referred to as a semi-god in the ninja world was not without reason. If it weren't for the bond he shared with the fire dinosaur, allowing it to activate the reverse summoning technique in time, they might have all fallen here today. Amano Hayato was shocked upon hearing this, and only then did he notice that Tsunade's originally fair face had turned slightly purple, with her wound continuously dripping dark blood. She looked like she was on the verge of death. Uchiha Tiandao quickly scanned the unconscious Hisashi beside him, relieved to find that his breathing was steady and he was not in serious danger. Then his gaze turned to Amano Hayato and the fire dinosaur. You two take Hisashi and leave first. I need to find a place to detoxify, Tsunade-sensei and treat her. Otherwise, if the salamander poison enters her heart channels, there will be no saving her. One person and one dragon quickly nodded. In Amano Hayato's view, there was nothing that Uchiha Tiandao couldn't do. Therefore, he had no doubts about whether Uchiha Tiandao could cure the poison of the salamander fish. He only needed to follow the other party's orders. As for the fire dinosaur, it naturally obeyed its master's commands unconditionally. After Uchiha Tiandao agreed on a meeting point with them, he quickly disappeared with Tsunade. His luck was good, and he soon found a small stream. Uchiha Tiandao laid Tsunade flat on the ground, gathering a large amount of the power of Tokuwadai in his hands and covering the area where Tsunade was injured. After a moment, Tsunade's condition still showed no signs of improvement. As time passed, even Uchiha Tiandao began to panic. Tsunade was both a teacher and a friend to him. They had been close for 4 years. Moreover, Uchiha Tiandao's soul was that of an adult, and he might have some feelings for Tsunade in that regard. Jukuna and Mikoto were still too young to capture his interest for now. Dog system, get out now. Is your power of Tokuwadai fake? Why is it of no use at all? Ding. The power of Tokuwadai can only heal injuries and slightly restrain the spread of toxins, but cannot cure them. Damn it. Uchiha Tiandao angrily smashed his fist into the ground, and the 3 tomo in his eyes spun wildly, faintly showing signs of connection. System, is there any way to detoxify? Uchiha Tiandao cracked his knuckles, asking with a trembling tone. Ding. The host only needs to use the power of Tokuwadai to restrain the toxins within the target's body, and then draw them out to complete the treatment. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao was first overjoyed, then dumbfounded. Tsunade's wound was on her chest. However, after a brief moment, Uchiha Tiandao made a decision. Even if Tsunade killed him afterward, he could not just watch her die. Uchiha Tiandao steeled his heart and tore open Tsunade's top. The clothing must not touch the wound. Tsunade, I'm sorry, but this is to save you. I know the brothers don't like to read this part, so I'll skip it. Uchiha Tiandao carefully cleaned Tsunade's wound and performed a simple bandage. Then, he carried Tsunade on his back and hurried to the previously agreed location. At the border of the land of fire, in a forest, Amano Hayato was pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. It had already been 5 hours. Y and Tiandao arrived at the meeting point. Could they have encountered some danger? Hyuga Hizashi was weakly leaning against a rock, his face showing a helpless expression. Hayato, stop pacing back and forth. Tiandao summoning beasts are all jonin. How could he possibly encounter danger? He then continued in a low tone. Even if there's danger, we can't help at all. We can only be a burden. Hearing this, Amano Hayato sat down dejectedly, his eyes vacant, not knowing what he was thinking. The fire dinosaur yawned in boredom. 2 rookies. How could you possibly know how powerful the master is? Oh, everyone is here. A frivolous voice broke the gloomy atmosphere around them. Hizashi and Hayato looked in the direction of the voice and saw Uchiha Tiandao leisurely walking toward them with Tsunade on his back. Tiandao, what about Teacher Tsunade? Amano Hayato asked eagerly. Uchiha Tiandao replied cheerfully, this silly girl is fine. Let us head back to the village first. Naturally, Hizashi and Hayato had no objections. He was now their pillar of support. Uchiha Tiandao then looked at the fire dinosaur beside him. Well, little guy, you really worked hard this time. Hizashi? Amano Hayato? Are you joking, dude? You call this 3-meter-tall giant a little guy? Roar. The fire dinosaur let out an excited roar, indicating that it was not tired at all. Soon, the 3 of them and the dragon set off on their journey back to the village. Chapter 29. Uchiha Tiandao. The model of the era. On the hospital bed, Tsunade let out a weak moan, slowly opening her tightly closed eyes to see a field of white. Fragmented memories began to emerge in her mind. She vaguely remembered falling into a coma after fighting Hanzo the salamander. And then, a sharp pain shot through her head, forcing Tsunade to stop her calling. Hey. 2 lewd laughs sounded from beside the bed, and Tsunade struggled to turn her neck to look in the direction of the sound. Immediately, the veins on her forehead throbbed, and her fair face flushed bright red. Jutsu. Jiraiya, what the hell are you 2 doing? The 2 were startled by her sudden shout, hurriedly dropping the colorful magazine they were holding. Jiraiya scratched his cheek awkwardly, his gaze wandering. Ah, Tsunade. You woke up so soon? That's great. Jutsu looked at his furious sister and felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively wanting to escape. Only he and Jiraiya knew how terrifying Tsunade could be when she was angry. Tsunade glared fiercely at Jutsu. If you dare to run, I'll make sure you regret it. Jutsu instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, his shoulders slumping, becoming listless. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Tsunade's glare was too sharp, scaring him into not daring to breathe. Tsunade forced down her anger. There were more important matters she needed to clarify. Is Uchiha Tiandao and those two still alive? Jiraiya's strong desire to survive immediately made his brain race. That kid Uchiha Tiandao just exhausted some chakra. Yes, fine. Hyuga Hizashi, they're okay. Noticing Tsunade's increasingly impatient expression, Jiraiya wisely skipped over some unimportant topics. Jiraiya swore this was the smartest moment of his life. Tsunade, satisfied with the answer she wanted, nodded. As long as Uchiha Tiandao and those two were fine, she could relax. At the same time, she didn't have to worry about the large-scale mobilization of ninjas in the Rain Village or Hanzo the Salamander schemes. Given Uchiha Tiandao's personality, he must have already handed this information over to the third Hokage. With this in mind, Tsunade's mood initially brightened, but then she felt a bit displeased. She had almost gone to meet the first Hokage to protect those three, and now, no one had come to see her. Where's that kid, Uchiha Tiandao? Does he still see me as his teacher? Doesn't he know to come visit? What a little brat. Jutsu immediately became unhappy. In his view, Uchiha Tiandao was his best brother. Moreover, the reason why no one came was not because of Tsunade. Jutsu couldn't stand his sister saying that about Uchiha Tiandao. Gritting his teeth, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Sister, how can you say that about Tiandao? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, thinking she was just venting her frustrations. And now her silly brother was defending that kid. Jutsu, have you grown wings? To Tsunade's surprise, Jutsu did not show his usual fear of her threats. Instead, he straightened his neck, his eyes filled with defiance. What I said is not wrong. If it weren't for Tiandao, you would have died out there long ago. Tsunade frowned slightly, her face showing a hint of doubt. That kid saved me? Jiraiya nodded, admiration evident on his face. That kid Tiandao first tricked Hanzo the Salamander with a genjutsu, then used reverse summoning technique to successfully bring you away. Finally, he used the palm healing technique combined with some methods to detoxify you. Tsunade was taken aback. She knew very well how terrifying the poison of the Salamander Hans was. Not to mention that Uchiha Tiandao, that little brat, couldn't even use sage techniques, and even if he could, it wouldn't help. Sage techniques couldn't detoxify. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she remembered the green light from that night. She continued to inquire calmly. How did that little brat, Uchiha, detoxify? Hearing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya shivered. He knew that if he didn't say anything, he would definitely regret it later. Then, I'm sorry. A dead friend is better than a dead priest. Jiraiya silently prayed for Uchiha Tiandao, and his face soon revealed a complex expression of admiration, envy, and pity. Uchiha Tiandao, the model of the current era. Tsunade looked at him with a confused expression, not understanding what this guy, full of nonsense, was up to again. Zuru, being somewhat oblivious, didn't grasp the intricacies of the situation. He only knew that his good brother had saved his sister. Tsunade was not only ungrateful to Tiandao, but was also mocking him. Therefore, Zuru felt it was necessary to make his sister recognize the sacrifices made by Tiandao. Tiandao spent several hours using sage techniques to save you, and then, without any hesitation, help you suck out all the toxins. Boom! Zuru's words struck Tsunade like a thunderclap, leaving her stunned. Jiraiya, seeing this, secretly cursed and hurriedly pulled Zuru away. What a foolish child. Why does he say everything out loud? Doesn't he know that disaster comes from mouth? It was only at this moment that Tsunade realized that a certain part of her body was still aching. Uchiha Tiandao. A loud shout echoed throughout the Konoha hospital. Chapter 30. The de facto 7th Squad in a ward of Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Tiandao paused with the water cup in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Truly, Tsunade lived up to her reputation. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a celebrity in Konoha Hospital tomorrow. Uzumaki Kushina furrowed her brows, hands on her hips. What is Tsunade doing? Doesn't Tishi know this is Konoha Hospital? Shouting so loudly, what about the patient's rest? Uchiha Tiandao, feeling guilty, touched his nose. He was sure that Tsunade's anger was entirely due to him. When reporting the mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Tiandao had considered hiding the truth. But that approach was completely unrealistic. The terror of the salamander's poison was well known. Now, suddenly being resolved by a young boy, Sarutobi and others would undoubtedly dig deeper. If he exposed the power of J-Boku, it would be easy for him to face suppression. Without absolute strength, Uchiha Tiandao didn't want to turn against Sarutobi and his group just yet. After much thought, he ultimately chose to present the power of J-Boku as sage techniques and reveal part of the healing method to attract Sarutobi's attention. As expected, after hearing this, Sarutobi didn't continue to press him about his treatment methods. In his eyes, Uchiha Tiandao had thoroughly grasped the will of fire. And even at the risk of being pummeled by Tsunade, he didn't give up on saving her. Sarutobi silently exclaimed, "This is what bonds are about. Tiandao, I have something to discuss with you," and Nichiha, a voice pulled Uchiha Tiandao back from his thoughts. Uchiha Makoto gently took Uzumaki Kushina's hand, revealing a bright smile. "Tiandao, Kushina and I will go back to take care of SH-May. You two can chat slowly." Saying this, she led Kushina toward the door. Once the two left, only Amano Hayato, Hyuga Nichiha, and Uchiha Tiandao remained in the ward. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. However, Uchiha Tiandao soon broke the silence with a light laugh. "Hayato, how did you become so shy as a grown man?" The atmosphere eased with this joke. Amano Hayato took a deep breath, looking out the window, not daring to meet Uchiha Tiand's eyes. "Tiandao, Nichiha, I want to withdraw from the 7th Squad and give up becoming a ninja." Uchiha Tiandao was silent for a moment, his tone revealing no joy or anger. "Hayato, give me a reason." Hayato's voice carried a hint of choking. "I don't have a bloodline limit like you and Nichiha. I'm just an ordinary civilian ninja." Hyuga Nichiha took off his forehead protector, his tone calm, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. "According to the family order, I will also withdraw from the 7th Squad." Nichiha pointed to the caged bird mark on his forehead, his gaze dim. "I come from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. In this life, I'm just a caged bird, subject to the main family's control until death." His gaze fell back on Uchiha Tiandao. "Tiandao, the process of pursuing freedom is indeed beautiful, but I don't have the right to pursue it. Only the rock can break the shackles, sparrows cannot." After saying this, the three in the ward fell silent again. Uchiha Tiandao actually understood everything long ago. The two of them were not suited to be his teammates. Hyuga Nichiha was from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, easily controllable. Amano Hayato was just a civilian ninja without any backing, lacking talent, but possessing a complete understanding of the will of fire. Sarutobi's scheme was very successful. Uchiha Tiandao had successfully established bonds with both of them. Even though their time together was short, they had already formed a deep friendship. A month later, Konoha's third training ground, Uchiha Tiandao leisurely leaned against a big tree, his thoughts stirring. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tiandao. Mental strength, 4812. Physique, 3265. Bloodline limit. Manjiki Sharingan, partially awakened. J-Boku power, breakthrough human limits. Tailed beast. Groudon fusion rate 22. Skills, Uchiha style sword dance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Special skills, none. Summoning beast. Fire dinosaur. Items, points, 16. Special effects. Groudon fusion rate exceeds 20. Earth release. Fire release power increased by 4 times. Uchiha Tiandao rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. More than a month ago, when Tsunade was on the brink of death, he was almost able to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. However, because he found a method to detoxify, Uchiha Tiand's emotional fluctuations calmed down, and the Sharingan stopped evolving. Uchiha Tiandao felt somewhat gloomy. He remembered that the inherently evil Senju Tobirama had said before. The Sharingan reflects the soul. Only Uchiha clan members can evolve the Sharingan through intense emotional impact. Sigh. How could someone as calm as me experience intense emotional turmoil? Uchiha Ten sighed, lazily lying in the shade of the tree. That said, he had no worries. His greatest reliance had never been the Sharingan. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Uchiha Ten was startled and quickly closed his eyes, silently thinking. Can't see me, can't see me. Tsunade, seeing that he was completely ignoring her and even pretending to be asleep, was instantly furious. She crossed her arms and sat down on Uchiha Ten's stomach. She wanted to see how long this little brat could keep up the act. Chapter 31. Learning Medical Ninjutsu. Uchiha Ten's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that continuing to pretend to be asleep was futile and reluctantly opened his eyes. Well, Tsunade-sensei, are you here to enjoy the scenery? He had deliberately been avoiding Tsunade for the past month, afraid she would cause him trouble, yet he still ended up being found. Tsunade let out a cold laugh, grabbing Uchiha Ten by the collar and lifting him up. You little brat, guess why I'm here? She was very angry. I've been waiting for this brat's explanation for a month, and now this bastard is not only deliberately avoiding me, but also pretending to be innocent. Uchiha Tiandao's face turned slightly red, and their current posture was extremely ambiguous. Tsunade's face was just inches away, and her breath brushed against him as she spoke, making him a bit nervous. Tsunade frowned, unable to suppress a cold laugh in her heart. So, Uchiha Tiandao, you dare to hide a hidden weapon and sneak attack me. Just watch how I deal with you. With that thought, she suddenly reached behind for the hidden weapon. In the next moment, both of their breaths paused, and their expressions froze. Tsunade's face was slightly flushed as she crossed her arms, looking displeased at Uchiha Tiandao. You little brat, when did you become just like that pervert Jiraiya? Uchiha Tiandao showed no signs of shame and shrugged nonchalantly. Am I to blame? Any normal man wouldn't be able to withstand that situation. How could a young man full of vigor like me resist such temptation? Tsunade clenched her teeth, wishing she could punch this brat to death. Kid, I can't be bothered to argue with you about the past. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow and sat down on the ground. Then why are you looking for me? The seventh squad has long been non-existent. Tsunade snorted coldly. This bastard really knows how to irritate her, even though she was technically his teacher. Kid, do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Uchiha Tiandao blinked, curiosity on his face as he asked. Tsunade, didn't you say I wasn't suited for medical ninjutsu before? When it came to serious matters, Tsunade's expression became particularly serious as she patiently explained. The principle of medical ninjutsu is to use chakra as a tool to carefully manipulate and repair physiological damage to the human body. Therefore, medical ninjutsu can actually be learned by anyone. However, your Uchiha clan chakra is of the Yin attribute, while the Yang attribute chakra has more advantages in medical applications. Uchiha Tiandao gently rubbed his chin. He knew this. The Yang attribute chakra represents life, while the Yin attribute chakra represents spirit. So, why do you suddenly want to teach me medical ninjutsu now? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Are you still pretending? I even know what color your underwear is. Uchiha Tiandao's face darkened, and he retorted mercilessly. I know your size perfectly well. Kid, are you looking for death? Come on, do you dare to hit me? Let's see if I won't go complain to Granny Mito. How outrageous! In the end, this debate ended with Uchiha Tiandao's victory. The two quickly arrived at an office in Konoha Hospital. Bang! Tsunade placed a stack of medical books over a meter high in front of Uchiha Tiandao, her tone dripping with undisguised glee. Kid, you're going to study hard in the coming days. The theory and practice of medical ninjutsu are both essential. If you finish those, there's more over there. Tsunade pointed to a corner. Uchiha Tiandao's eyelid twitched, exclaiming that there must be at least a few thousand. In the following days, Uchiha Tiandao threw himself into the sea of knowledge, carrying a few books wherever he went. Because of this, Kukena and Mikoto teased him for being a bookworm. Half a month later, what? You finished reading them all? Tsunade had a ghostly expression, staring at Uchiha Tiandao with wide eyes, letting out a sharp sound. Uchiha Tiandao looked calm. Is it that hard? Tsunade almost choked. Was he even speaking human language? Just thinking about how she spent 3 whole years finishing all the books made her feel a pang in her heart. What are you doing? Tsunade saw Uchiha Tiandao suddenly stand up. looking confused as she asked. Uchiha Tiandao pointed one hand toward the sky. Grandma once said, "As long as I want to do it, there's nothing I can't complete." Tsunade. Sometimes she really wanted to strangle this brat. Tsunade pinched her brow, looking at Uchiha Tiandao with disdain. "Stop pretending. I'm taking you for practical training today." Thus, Uchiha Tiandao, under Tsunade's guidance, quickly arrived at the door of an operating room. "Hey, can you show me the patient's information inside?" A medical ninja next to her, realizing it was Tsunade of Konoha speaking to him, was instantly flattered and quickly handed over the information he was holding. Tsunade casually took it, scanning through it quickly before frowning. Why is it this guy again? 4 or 5 times in a month. Why is a Jin in training so hard? Uchiha Tiandao suddenly recalled a figure in his mind. Could it be? Chapter 32. Healing Might Guy, Shimura Danzo's Covet. Uchiha Tiandao followed Tsunade into the operating room, his gaze landing on the operating table. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, a strong build, and wearing a green jumpsuit was lying there quietly, his right leg twisted in an irregular manner. Tsunade knocked on the table, exasperated. "Guy, how many times is this month? Didn't I remind you last time that training should be balanced?" Might Guy's face showed embarrassment, not daring to make eye contact. He knew he often came to Konoha Hospital and caused a lot of trouble for the medical ninjas. But all of this was for that forbidden technique. Uchiha Tiandao quietly observed this well-known genin from Konoha, feeling a bit emotional. Training so hard usually, no wonder he developed the 8 gates. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking at Uchiha Tiandao. "Kid, you're in charge of this treatment. I'll only step in at critical moments." Uchiha Tiandao naturally had no objections and walked directly in front of Might Guy. "Uncle Guy, I'm Tsunade-sensei's prized disciple, and I'll be treating you next." Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What do you mean my prized disciple? Do you have no shame?" Might Guy looked surprised. He initially thought this boy was a staff member of Konoha Hospital, but he didn't expect his identity to be so impressive. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Young man." Uchiha Tiandao's breath caught. This big white tooth was truly dazzling. Root Base. A root ninja knelt respectfully in front of Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo, according to my subordinate's investigations, mastering sage arts does not possess detoxifying effects." Danzo's half-hidden body in the darkness made it difficult to see his expression. Upon hearing the report from the root ninja, he paused his fingers that were tapping the armrest and shot a sharp look at the girl standing beside him, who looked about 15 years old. "Miko of the Cloud, what is your opinion?" The girl lowered her eyes and spoke respectfully. "My lord, based on my understanding of medical ninjutsu, sage arts indeed do not have detoxifying effects. Moreover, that is not an ordinary poison, but the venom of a toadfish." Upon hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes, his face darkening considerably. I knew that inherently evil Uchiha brat couldn't be trusted. He actually dared to conceal the truth of the mission. Immediately, Danzo sneered, a mocking expression on his face. After all, he's just a kid. Does he think he can fool everyone just because he is Tsunade's disciple? After a moment's thought, Danzo decided to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had to make him see through Uchiha Tiandao's true nature. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was constantly puffing out smoke, his gaze deep. Bang! The office door was violently pushed open, and Danzo waved his hand in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Hiruzen, what kind of image are you putting on? The Hokage must have authority. If I were the Hokage, I would give Shimura Danzo a thorough scolding as soon as he barged in, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. "Danzo!" Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious roar echoed throughout the Hokage office. After calming his inner anger, he looked at the fluctuating expression on Shimura Danzo's face. Perhaps feeling that he had been too emotional, his tone softened. "Danzo, what do you want to discuss with me?" Shimura Danzo's expression was gloomy. Although he wanted to retort, he dared not oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen and could only speak in a low voice. "Hiruzen, I want to talk to you about Uchiha Tiandao." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. As a longtime friend, how could he not know what Danzo wanted to say? "The matter concerning Uchiha Tiandao is none of your business. I will make my own decisions." "What? What do you mean it's none of my business?" "Hiruzen, that naturally evil Uchiha brat not only concealed the truth of the mission, but also refused to provide the antidote for the poisonous fish to the village. Danzo, I will decide this matter myself. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's last sentence completely shattered Danzo's psychological defenses. With an angry snort, Shimura Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the window, looking complexly at the Hokage rock. Teacher, am I doing the right thing or the wrong thing? In fact, without Danzo's words, he had already sensed something was off. As a doctor of ninjutsu, how could he not have studied sage techniques? The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a blind eye was entirely because he saw the bonds between Uchiha Tiandao and Tsunade and others. At the Konoha hospital, Uchiha Tiandao paused his actions, a smile appearing on his face. Uncle Dai, how are you feeling now? Mike Guy, hearing this, moved his right leg and immediately revealed a bright smile, giving him a thumbs up. This is great. Tiandao, you truly are Tsunade's proud disciple. Uchiha Tiandao merely smiled lightly in response. Well, thanks for the compliment. Tsunade scoffed, rolling her eyes. You little brat, don't get too proud. Treating a fracture is just a simple application of medical ninjutsu. There's nothing to be proud of. That said, anyone could hear that her words were not meant to belittle, but were filled with pride. Thus, in the following months, Uchiha Tiandao balanced theory and practice, making rapid progress in medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance, firmly securing his position as Konoha's second medical ninja. Chapter 33. The Joint Chunin Exam. Uchiha Tiandao lounged leisurely on a recliner, holding Tsunade's medical notes, which recorded her years of medical experience. Oni-chan, come play. A clear child's voice pulled him from the sea of knowledge. Uchiha Tiandao looked up to see Uchiha Akisui in the sandy courtyard, happily waving at him with a small shovel. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Tiandao instantly appeared beside Uchiha Akisui, discreetly pushing aside Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto. Well, since it's Akisui's request, Big Brother naturally has no reason to refuse. Uzumaki Kushina's forehead twitched with a few dark lines. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to reason with him. Kushina, calm down, calm down. Uchiha Makoto quickly held her good friend back, covering her mouth and chuckling. You've known Tiandao long enough. This guy's a total siscon. Uchiha Tiandao showed no reaction to Uchiha Makoto's teasing because he thought so himself. Swish! A figure dressed in umbu attire, wearing a fox mask, appeared outside the courtyard. Uchiha Tiandao frowned and looked at the two girls. Watch over Akisui. I'll be right back. After saying that, he used body flicker technique to leave the spot. Uzumaki Kushina watched his departing back, muttering unhappily. If there's something, little sweetie, if not, then it's just a nuisance. Uchiha Makoto shook her head with a laugh. All of Tiandao's playful remarks have been learned by you. Outside the courtyard, Uchiha Tiandao appeared next to the umbu, asking, Umbu, what do you want from me? The umbu was straightforward, speaking in a cold tone. The Hokage wants to see you. Uchiha Tiandao furrowed his brow. Sarutobi Hiruzen is someone who only summons people for important reasons. Being called out suddenly must have a reason. Under the umbu's guidance, he quickly arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Hearing the knock, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out loudly. Uchiha Tiandao pushed the door open and, upon seeing the situation inside, felt a bit bewildered. At this moment, the small Hokage office had a total of 8 people, including him. Rope Tree wrapped an arm around Uchiha Tiandao's shoulders, his face filled with a smile. Tiandao, we can finally be together. Uchiha Tiandao, excluding Minato, everyone else. Uchiha Tiandao's expression turned fearful, and he threw Rope Tree out with a shoulder throw, gathering chakra under his feet, ready to flee at any moment. Tsunade's forehead twitched, and she quickly approached Rope Tree, grabbing his ear and twisting it. Ah! Rope Tree screamed in agony, begging for mercy. Sister, spare me, spare me. Tsunade shouted at his ear. You idiot! How could you say such things to Uchiha Tiandao? Uchiha Tiandao silently approached Minato, lowering his voice to say, Minato, we need to run. Minato scratched his head in confusion, asking, Tiandao, why do we need to run? Actually, it's not just Rope Tree. I can also be with you. Hiss. Uchiha Tiandao gasped in shock, taking 2 fearful steps back. So you're that kind of little yellow-haired. Brothers share a heart. You and your brother are playing mind games. And your feelings are both. No, no, no. You and Rope Tree are just fine together. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and he slammed the table. You bunch of brats. Settle down. Seeing everyone quiet down, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said slowly, "The reason I called you here is mainly for the joint Chunin exam in a month." Tsunade raised her eyebrows and spoke first. "Old man, why hold the joint Chunin exam at this time?" Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the table, crossed his arms, and spoke seriously. "Tsunade, you came late and are unaware of some things. First, take a look at this." Tsunade took the scroll handed to her and began to read it carefully. After a moment, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she asked in disbelief, "Is this information true?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "I wish it were false. But this is the information brought back by the Umbu. Hanzo the Salamander has declared war on the Land of Iron. Therefore, we need to hold a joint Chunin exam to demonstrate our strength." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin and looked towards Rope, Tree, and Minato. He seemed to understand what the two meant earlier. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "To showcase the strength of Konoha, I have decided to form a new team consisting of your 3 disciples, making them the trump card for this exam." Uchiha Tiandao's tense expression finally relaxed. Earlier, he had thought both of his good brothers were. Tsunade's gaze flickered, not daring to meet the resentful gaze of Rope Tree. Earlier, she had thought her younger brother had special feelings for Uchiha Tiandao and couldn't he help but teach him a lesson. Now it seems, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the crowd. These were all his Hokage faction's direct descendants. Orochimaru's cold face revealed a hint of a smile. "Teacher, SH Ju can definitely participate in this joint CH NIN exam." Jiraiya, seeing him speak, quickly chimed in. "And Minato is fine too." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade's mouth twitched. She wanted to agree, but the problem was that Uchiha Tiandao, that little brat, might not listen to her orders. However, in this situation, Uchiha Tiandao did not embarrass her and readily agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he took out a document. Team 7, Uchiha Tiandao, Namikaze Minato, SH Ju. Chapter 34. Senior Orochimaru, it seems I've already learned. Konoha's 3rd training ground. Orochimaru's gaze swept over the 3 young boys before him, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "Everyone, I will conduct a month-long special training for you." SH Ju's expression was excited as he spoke incoherently. "That's great. Teacher Orochimaru." Uchiha Tiandao looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled expression. "Minato, what is this guy babbling about?" Minato shrugged, wearing a mischievous smile. "Who knows? Maybe spring has come?" Uchiha Tiandao gave him a thumbs up. This Minato was no longer the warm little son he used to be. Orochimaru took out 3 attribute test papers from his pocket and distributed them to the group. "You 3, the weakest among you, have already reached CH NIN level. So you can start trying to control the nature transformation of chakra." SH Ju paused, looking at Orochimaru apologetically, and tentatively asked, "Teacher Orochimaru, what is chakra nature transformation?" Namikaze Minato quickly provided an explanation. Chakra nature transformation is when a ninja cultivates their chakra to simulate the basic properties of elements in nature, thus releasing different jutsu. Orochimaru gave Minato an approving look and continued. "Before practicing chakra nature transformation, you need to first understand your own chakra attributes, as this will aid in your training later on. You should inject your chakra into the attribute test paper I gave you." Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately infused their chakra into the attribute test papers in their hands. Orochimaru's gaze quickly swept over the 3 and soon provided the answers. SH Ju has water and earth attributes. Minato has wind attributes, and Tiandao has fire, earth, and lightning attributes. Based on their abilities, Orochimaru devised a series of training exercises for them to practice independently while he provided guidance from the side. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze filled with satisfaction. Orochimaru's way of teaching students is almost the same as mine when I was young. Jiraiya grinned, pointing at Minato and the crystal ball. "Old man, if you're saying that, then Minato and I were just the same when we were kids." were equally outstanding, equally handsome, equally. Tsunade rolled her eyes and scoffed. Jiraiya, stop flattering yourself. You were a dead last, an existence that everyone disliked. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Uchiha Tiandao in the crystal ball, speaking in an unusual tone. Tsunade, it seems your precious disciple is having some trouble. Tsunade's expression tightened, and she quickly looked at the crystal ball. Only then did she realize that Uchiha Tiandao hadn't even started the training Orochimaru had set for him. Could it be that this brat has no talent for chakra nature transformation? Jiraiya leaned in to take a closer look and also noticed something unusual. Minato and SH had already immersed themselves in training, while only Uchiha Tiandao stood still. He too believed that Tiandao wasn't good at chakra nature transformation. After all, everyone has their weaknesses. Jiraiya felt that an opportunity to vent his frustration had come. Ever since Tsunade took Uchiha Tiandao as her disciple, they had boasted countless times while drinking, which left him feeling quite annoyed. However, Minato's performance today was impressive. It would surely clear his previous shame. With that thought, Jiraiya felt a little uplifted. Tsunade, don't blame that kid Tiandao. Everyone has their strengths. Shut up. Get out of here. Tsunade's furious shout scared Jiraiya into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, thinking that aside from Jiraiya's tendency to peep, how could he possibly win Tsunade's favor with such a slow reaction? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tiandao, a faint smile on his face. Tiandao-kun, why haven't you started training yet? Is there something you don't understand? Perhaps I can help you. Uchiha Tiandao showed a conflicted expression. Seeing this, Orochimaru thought he was too shy to speak up, which made sense, as Konoha's #1 genius. It was normal for him to have some pride. Young people often become stubborn when faced with areas they aren't good at. Realizing this, Orochimaru immediately offered some advice. Tiandao-kun, everyone has shortcomings. This is perfectly normal. Accepting your own deficiencies is also a form of growth. Uchiha Tiandao shook his head, interrupting him. Senior Orochimaru, I think I've already learned it? Orochimaru's voice suddenly stopped, his face filled with disbelief. What? You learned it? Uchiha Tiandao nodded, gathering 3 different attributes of chakra in his hands to demonstrate his results. Orochimaru's face twitched slightly. This was truly a remarkable genius. But it wasn't over yet. Uchiha Tiandao's calm voice continued. Senior Orochimaru, I think I've also learned this. Orochimaru looked in his direction, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Uchiha Tiandao quickly formed hand seals. Lava release, pyroclastic flow. A flame resembling magma spewed out, easily melting everything around it. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others looked at the crystal ball in disbelief, exclaiming in unison. Tsunade's expression was excited. She almost wanted to rush over and hug that brat tightly. He was making her proud. Jiraiya looked dejected, his eyes vacant, appearing downcast. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several deep puffs of smoke to steady his racing heart. This child is truly terrifying. Chapter 35. What are you looking at? Mountain Barbarian. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tiandao with a complex expression, his mind racing. He had only taught Tiandao the basic knowledge of chakra nature transformation and let him practice. Yet, Uchiha Tiandao was able to easily master chakra and nature transformation without any training at all. He even drew inferences from one instance and successfully developed lava release. Lava release is a bloodline limit formed by the combination of fire release and earth release, which means Uchiha Tiandao had fully mastered the nature transformations of fire and earth in a very short time and successfully fused them. Orochimaru was also a genius, but he could clearly feel the gap between himself and Uchiha Tiandao. Is this the power of the Sharingan? It's truly an addictive force. Clearly, Orochimaru attributed all of this to the Sharingan, and at that moment, a seed named desire was planted in his heart. Uchiha Tiandao frowned. That cold-blooded snake seemed a bit off. Noticing the change in his expression, Orochimaru seemed to realize and smiled apologetically at him. Tiandao-kun, I'm truly sorry. I was lost in thought just now. After a brief contemplation, he continued, Tiandao, your talent is indeed astonishing. You have already fully grasped chakra nature transformation, so next, go find Tsunade to train your taijutsu. Uchiha Tiandao nodded. To be honest, Orochimaru was too dangerous, and he didn't really want to stay with him anymore. After greeting, he quickly slipped away. A month later, Uchiha Tiandao was sitting in a ramen shop, leisurely eating ramen. Today was the day of the joint Chunin exam, and he had agreed to meet up with Minato and Shunshu here. However, until the ramen bowl was empty, Uchiha Tiandao still hadn't seen a single figure. Seriously, Minato was always late, and now there was also Shunshu. After silently complaining a couple of times, his consciousness quickly sank into his mind. System, proceed with this month's sign-in. Signing in for the host. Congratulations, host signed in successfully. Miss Junsh's panties. Miss Junsh's panties. You know what this means? Uchiha Tiandao's face stiffened, and he couldn't believe he had to look at it several times. But the final result didn't change at all. Damn, Tiandao, sorry we came late. Minato and Shunshu cheerfully approached to greet him, but halfway through their conversation, they suddenly sensed something was off. Gulp. Shunshu swallowed nervously and silently moved to protect Minato. Tiandao, if you want to blame someone, blame Minato. He was too slow, which is why we are late. Minato looked at him incredulously, pointing to himself. Me? Uchiha Tiandao's gaze swept over the two, and the pressure around him dropped to a terrifying level. Minato scratched his head. How about we pay for your ramen? Uchiha Tiandao's expression instantly changed from dark to bright as he threw an arm around Minato's shoulder. Hey, who are we among ourselves? After successfully extorting ramen money from Minato, the three of them headed to the Chunin exam venue. Both Uchiha Tiandao and Minato were top students at school, so they passed the first round without any suspense. Shunshu felt a bit uncomfortable. His theoretical knowledge was not solid, and he had scratched his scalp several times. In the end, Uchiha Tiandao couldn't bear to watch any longer, opened his Sharingan, and forcibly used Jinjutsu to help him complete the written test. The next day, at the Chunin exam venue, near the Forest of Death, Shunshu scanned the numerous genin around and exclaimed, Tiandao, Minato, I can't believe there are still so many people for the second round of this joint Chunin exam. Minato nodded and said in a low voice, it really is. It seems the overall level of these people is quite high. Uchiha Tiandao glanced at them and replied flatly, Minato, this joint Chunin exam is significant, so the participants won't be simple. As he spoke, he pointed to a dark-skinned young man in the Cloud Village's team. That dark-skinned kid should be the son of the third Raikage. He could very likely become the fourth Raikage in the future. Minato showed a look of surprise. Tiandao, you actually know so much. Uchiha Tiandao rolled his eyes. Of course, I've read the original work. The young man, AI in the distance, seemed to have noticed the actions of the three and approached with his teammates, his tone unfriendly. You leaf brats? Were you just pointing at me? Shunshu and Minato were startled by this sudden question and didn't have time to respond. Uchiha Tiandao stepped forward, 3 Tomo appearing in his eyes, and an intimidating pressure erupted around him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you guys. What's wrong? Do you Cloud Village brutes have an opinion? Cloud Village was built atop towering mountains, so Uchiha Tiandao's insult of mountain brutes was quite fitting. Minato and Shunshu tried hard to hold back their laughter, but their shoulders were still shaking. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when fighting, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when insulting. Although the people from Cloud Village were all brutes, it didn't stop them from hating being called that. Moreover, with Uchiha Tiandao's mountain brutes, even a 3-year-old would know it was directed at them. The young man, AI's dark face turned red, surrounded by lightning. Lightning release, chakra mode. He swore he would tear apart this Uchiha brat's mouth. Brat, pay the price for your words and actions. AI let out a furious roar, and his right palm, shaped like a knife, was instantly covered with a massive amount of lightning. Chapter 36, Uchiha Enju's Plan. Minato's expression turned serious as a kunai appeared in his hand, his eyes fixed on the Cloud Village members. Shunshu was secretly mobilizing his chakra, ready to form hand seals at any moment. Only Uchiha Tiandao, as one of the parties involved, remained unfazed, showing no signs of moving, because he knew the village wouldn't allow anyone to act before the exam. Swish! A tall figure quickly appeared in the center of both sides, and the powerful aura made everyone instinctively stop their movements. Uchiha Tiandao smiled and bowed to the newcomer. Senior Tsukumo, long time no see. Minato and Shunshu quickly followed suit and bowed. Kakashi Tsukumo looked at Uchiha Tiandao with a helpless expression. You little brat, really know how to cause trouble. Then his gentle expression vanished, and he fixed a sharp gaze on the Cloud Village group. Everyone, I don't care how lawless you are in your own village. When you come to Konoha, you must abide by our rules. If you don't want to continue participating in the Chunin exam, you can ignore what I just said. But the consequences are yours to bear. As he finished speaking, a wave of killing intent erupted from him, washing over the Cloud Ninjas, making it difficult for them to breathe. Seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Tsukumo nodded at Uchiha Tiandao and disappeared in A. After several deep breaths, the young man, AI, finally stabilized his mind, glared fiercely at Uchiha Tiandao and the others, made a slicing motion across his neck, and then left with his teammates. Uchiha Tiandao's lips curled into a slight smile as he watched their retreating figures, teasingly saying, "It seems this joint Chunin exam won't be too boring." Minato played with the kunai in his hand, his eyes filled with burning fighting spirit. I'm really looking forward to battling against the genius ninjas from other villages. Shunshu stared straight at Uchiha Tiandao, his tone filled with curiosity. Compared to beating up the ninjas from Cloud Village, I'm actually more curious about how you know Senior Tsukumo. Minato paused in his movements, his face equally filled with curiosity. Uchiha Tiandao casually shrugged. A month ago, Senior Tsukumo brought his son to me for a checkup. Minato looked at him in surprise, stroking his chin as he recalled. Is that baby named Kakashi? Uchiha Tiandao shot him an annoyed glare. What else? Does Senior Tsukumo have other sons? The three chatted while waiting for the start of the second round of the Chunin exam. During this time, Uchiha Tiandao also spotted characters like Raza from Sunagakure and Yi Tsong, who were prominent figures in the original work. Soon after, everyone entered the Forest of Death in order, as arranged by the examiners. Uchiha Tiandao tossed the heavenly scroll he held to Minato. Let's head to the central tower first, and then we'll go grab the scrolls from other teams. Minato and Shunshu naturally had no objections. After the three made their plan, they strolled leisurely toward the center of the Forest of Death. Anyway, they didn't have to specifically look for anyone, so why rush over? Uchiha clan. At the clan leader's home, Uchiha Enju was expressionless as he tapped the armrest of his chair, looking at his son. Faik, are you sure that Uchiha Tiandao brat has entered the Forest of Death? Uchiha Faik below respectfully bowed. Father, I saw it with my own eyes. Good. Then from now on, the plan will be executed, Uchiha Enju said, revealing a cold smile on his face. You go arrange for Uchiha Aki, Uchiha, and Uchiha Yu to infiltrate the Forest of Death and keep that brat inside forever. Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, respectfully bowed and withdrew. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard to suppress. Once that little brat, Uchiha Tendu, was dealt with, Uchiha Makoto and the position of clan leader would be his for the taking. As for the thought of the plan failing, don't be ridiculous. The three sent to assassinate Uchiha Tendu were all elite jounin of the Uchiha clan. The three Tomo and Uchiha and Zai's eyes slowly spun, gradually forming a snowflake pattern. He was actually a wielder of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Crack! The teacup in his hand was easily crushed, but Uchiha Zai didn't care at all, for his eyes saw the future. Why? Why would it fail? The expression on Uchiha Zai's face changed rapidly. The ability of his Manjikyu was to glimpse a corner of the future, and just a moment ago, he saw his own death and Uchiha Fugaku's betrayal. After pondering for a moment, a fierce glint flashed in Uchiha Zai's eyes. He decided to add another layer of insurance. Since there was no need to snatch scrolls from other teams midway, Uchiha Tendu and his companions had only covered 2/3 of the journey in 2 days. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shuriken shot out from the front, left, and right from 3 different directions. Uchiha Tendu's gaze sharpened, and with both hands, he grabbed the back collars of Minato and SH Jutsu, leaping into the air. Uchiha Akisui, hiding in the shadows, sneered, and with a fierce tug of his right hand, the sky was suddenly filled with thin, transparent wires. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A large amount of flames rapidly spread along the wires, forming a sea of fire above Uchiha Tendu and the others. Uchiha Zwa and Uchiha Yu quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great fire extinguishing technique. Two large areas of flames simultaneously erupted from below Uchiha Tiandao and the others, engulfing the three in the sky. The raging flames quickly submerged the three of them. Chapter 37. Uchiha Tiandao's Grado, Chakra Mode. Uchiha Akisui and his companions walked out from the shadows, their eyes cold as they looked at the flames in the sky. If nothing unexpected happened, those three little brats had already been successfully dealt with. Thud! A black object fell from the flames high above. Uchiha Akisui frowned and looked at the black object. It was a piece of charred wood. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his tone became urgent. Not good. Quickly hide. Both Uchiha Zwa and Uchiha Yu, seasoned elite Jounin, reacted extremely quickly. At the moment Uchiha Akisui spoke, they darted to the left and right. Realizing it too late? Too late. A cold voice entered Uchiha Zwa's ears, making his hair stand on end. Fire release. Fire fist. Uchiha Tiandao appeared beside Uchiha Zwa like a specter, his fists ablaze with fierce fire, smashing down. In a rush, even elite Jounin like Uchiha Zwa couldn't react in time, and Tiandao's fist landed like lightning on his kidneys. Uchiha Zwa let out a scream, and his body flew out, crashing heavily against a large tree. Bastard, damn Uchiha. Damn little brat. You really have some guts. Uchiha Akisui scolded in shock and anger. He was astonished that this little brat had not died in the sea of fire. Furious that this little brat dared to ambush them, Uchiha Tiandao dug at his ear, his brow filled with disdain. What's this? Only you're allowed to ambush me. But I'm not allowed to ambush you. Damn brat. I want you dead. Seeing his brother instantly gravely injured, Uchiha Yu let out a roar. His face twisted with rage. Uchiha Tiandao remained indifferent. If it were the previous him, he might have found it a bit challenging to face two elite Uchiha Jounin at once. However, ever since gaining the power of the Tokiwa, Uchiha Tiandao's physical and mental strength had undergone a leap, already reaching the level of an elite Jounin. Minato, SH Jutsu, that injured guy is up to you. After dropping this line, Uchiha Tiandao pulled out a kunai and charged forward. Minato scratched his head helplessly. He actually wanted to fight strong opponents too, but his strength was ultimately too weak. He could handle ordinary Jounin, but fighting against the elite Jounin of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Then, under SH Jutsu's urging, the two joined forces to attack the injured Uchiha Zwa. Over the past month, Uchiha Tiandao had been training body techniques with Tsunade, and now his skills had improved tremendously. Even when facing two elite Uchiha Jounin at the same time, he still managed to dominate them with ease. At this moment, Uchiha Akisui's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He never expected that he and Uchiha Yu together could not take down this brat, who had graduated just half a year ago. The most terrifying thing was that even with the power of the three Tomo Sharingan, they couldn't subdue him. Uchiha Akisui knew that if this continued, their mission would surely fail. It seems it's time for sacrifices to be made. Hearing this, Uchiha Yu paused in his movements, a snowflake pattern appearing in his Sharingan, nodding dully in response. Since that's the case, then let's end this quickly. Uchiha Tiandao furrowed his brow. He felt something was off when he saw the snowflake pattern in Uchiha Yu's eyes. He initially thought the opponent possessed a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, but upon closer inspection, Uchiha Tiandao realized he was likely controlled by the Manjiki Sharingan. That was the turning seal. Before he could think further, Uchiha Yu, like a mad dog, forced through his attack and hugged him. Uchiha Tiandao's pupils suddenly constricted. He knew the killing move was coming. Little brat, give me your inner self. Uchiha Yu let out an unconscious roar, a massive wave of energy surging from his body, revealing hundreds of explosive tags. Boom! The enormous explosion shook the ground and mountains, and the invisible shockwave swept through everything around. Tiandao. Just as Minato and SH Jutsu had dealt with Uchiha Zwa, they saw this scene and shouted loudly, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. Uchiha Akisui felt a surge of pride. No matter how exceptional his talent or combat power, he still fell at his hands. His gaze shifted to Minato and SH Jutsu, murderous intent spilling out without concealment. You two surely don't want to abandon your companion, right? I'll send you on your way. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The massive fireball, accompanied by a scorching heat wave, charged straight towards Minato and SH Jutsu. Since the two had been distracted by the explosion earlier, they couldn't dodge at all. Huh? Do you think you can kill me with just this level? A disdainful voice emerged from the clouds of dust, followed by a red chakra, hand quickly reaching out. In Uchiha Akisui's horrified gaze, it arrived first and crushed his fireball. As the dust settled, Uchiha Tiandao emerged from the smoke with his arms crossed, a red chakra forming a wind coat around him, moving without wind. Uchiha Tiandao's Gradado, chakra mode. Little brat, you actually have a tailed beast within you. Uchiha Akisui exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. Uchiha Tiandao cast a cold glance at him. Have you even lost your fighting spirit? Truly a disgrace to the clan. Uchiha Akisui's assassination did not anger Uchiha Tiandao, but the other's cowardice truly disgusted him. The red chakra hand extended out, swiftly grabbing Uchiha Akisui and crushing him effortlessly into a pulp. Chapter 38. The clan in turmoil. Uchiha's sudden attack on the roots. Uchiha Tiandao focused his thoughts, the Gradado chakra retreating like a tide into his body. Then he raised an eyebrow and looked toward the central tower. His strong perception told him that a large number of ninjas were rushing over from the central tower. If nothing unexpected happened, those ninjas should be the examiners responsible for maintaining order in the second exam. Uchiha Tiandao withdrew his gaze and looked at the disheveled Minato Namikaze and SHJ. Chuckling as he teased, "What's wrong? Are you going to cry here?" Minato Namikaze was the first to react, hurriedly wiping the corner of his eye and jokingly scolding, "Bastard, you're the one crying. I just got a bit of sand in my eye." Uchiha Tiandao glanced at the foolishly grinning SHJ and kicked him lightly on the backside. "Be smart later and don't expose my trump card before I fully grow into a Kaga-level powerhouse. I don't want to reveal my strength too early in front of Konoha as higher-ups." Minato Namikaze was clever enough not to need reminding. However, SHJ's straightforward personality worried Uchiha Tiandao. He was genuinely afraid that SHJ would expose all his secrets. "Got it. We definitely won't say anything." Minato Namikaze and SHJ responded in unison after exchanging glances. Seeing that both had made assurances, Uchiha Tiandao finally nodded in satisfaction. "Tiandao, I have an unreasonable request." Minato, go ahead." "Tiandao, that move you just did was so cool. I'll come up with a name for it. Let us call it Chakra Flash Crimson Super Wheel Zero." Uchiha Tiandao's forehead was covered in black lines as he took a deep breath. "No way. I refuse." Hearing Uchiha Tiandao's firm rejection, Minato Namikaze was left stunned. However, the storm came quickly and left just as fast. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air rang out as a group of examiners, led by Kakashi Hitaki, arrived on the scene. Their arrival interrupted the conversation between Uchiha Tiandao and the others. What exactly happened here? Why are there such extensive traces of fire release? Damn it. A jutsu of this power can't possibly be mastered by genin. Could it be that strong ninjas from other villages have infiltrated? If that's the case, then the situation is very serious. Kakashi Hitaki ignored the chattering colleagues behind him and walked straight to Uchiha Tiandao. "Tiandao, what happened here?" Uchiha Tiandao's eyes flickered slightly. If he directly said that they were ambushed by elite Uchiha Jonin, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly face suspicion and repression from the village, making things very difficult for them. This was not what he wanted to see, at least based on the current information. Uchiha Tiandao could not determine whether the ambush by those three was a personal act or part of family plot. There were still unknown insides to the matter. And considering the support the Uchiha clan had given him over the years, he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Tiandao decided to play dumb and feign ignorance. "Earlier, the three of us encountered an elite jonin who knocked us out, and after that, we don't know what happened." Upon hearing this, Shurtera Taikan couldn't hold back any longer. His face filled with anger as he shouted, "Kid, don't try to fool us. If an elite jonin really knocked you out, how could they not kill you?" Uchiha Tiandao shrugged indifferently, wearing an unconcerned expression. "I've already explained the situation. Whether you believe it or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me." Shurtera Taikan found himself being looked down upon by a kid. Used to being arrogant and overbearing, he could not swallow this anger. He immediately yelled, "Kid, I think you were spies from a hostile village." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a death-like silence. Sarutobi Sasuke quickly leaned down and said, "Taiken, they are disciples of Lord Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Jiraiya." Shirtera Taiken opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't get a word out. He knew he was finished. Who didn't he know that the status of a Shirtera clan came from Shirtera Danzo, and the other party was a close friend of the third Hokage? He had actually labeled the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen as a rogue ninja. How was this any different from directly claiming that the third Hokage of Konoha was a rogue ninja? Just thinking of the terror of Shirtera Danzo made Shirtera Taiken's complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Kakashi Hitaki's face darkened as he waved his hand to the people behind him, signaling them to take this embarrassing guy away. Then, his gaze turned back to Uchiha Tiandao, his voice low. "Tiandao, this matter is serious. You should come with me to report to the Hokage." Uchiha Tiandao did not refuse. Although he was Tsunade's disciple, such matters still needed to be reported. Under Kakashi Hitaki's lead, the four of them quickly arrived at the Hokage's office. During the journey, Uchiha Tiandao was thinking about how to deceive Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the four entered the Hokage's office, they found another person sitting on the sofa in the corner, Shirtera Danzo. Upon seeing Uchiha Tiandao, Shirtera Danzo's wrinkled face was instantly covered with anger. "You little Uchiha, do you know your crime?" Shirtera Danzo's gaze was cold, and his tone was resentful. Uchiha Tiandao frowned and retorted without holding back. "Who are you, One-Eye Dragon?" "Kid, I am Konoha's advisory elder." "Shirtera Danzo." "Shirtera Danzo? Never heard of it." "Damn, you evil little Uchiha. How dare you be so sharp-tongued? I'll deal with you myself." Seeing Uchiha Tiandao actually dare to retort him, Shirtera Danzo's face darkened, voice hoarse as he cursed. "Enough! Danzo!" Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting in the Hokage's seat, shouted. "Umph!" Shirtera Danzo snorted coldly, turning his head aside, looking just like a wronged little wife. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Tiandao with a complicated expression, his tone serious. "Tiandao, don't blame Elder Danzo. He has his reasons for acting this way." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few deep puffs from his pipe and slowly said, "This morning, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Hakadai led 3 Uchiha elite Jonin and several Chunin to attack the Root base. Elder Danzo is the leader of Root, so he is currently very unfriendly towards Uchiha." At this moment, Uchiha Tiandao had no mood to deal with the old dog Danzo. His attention was fully captured by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. "Hokage, there must be something fishy about this." Elder Danzo, seeing that this little brat still dares to deny the charges, his anger surged again. "You evil little Uchiha, we've already caught the people, and you still dare to argue." Uchiha Tiandao's brow furrowed tightly. He felt that everything seemed extremely strange. Whether it was the attack by Uchiha Shana and the others on the route, or the ambush he experienced, the two must be related. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Chapter 39. The Truth Revealed, Battle Against Uchiha Enju. Uchiha Tiandao ignored the incessant barking of Shirtera Danzo beside him, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a firm tone. "Hokage, this matter is filled with oddities. Please allow me to investigate further." Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand, his expression complicated. This young face reminded him of his old teammate, Uchiha Kagami. "Tiandao, I know you don't want to believe this cruel fact. Uchiha Tiandao was someone he had high hopes for, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want him to get too entangled with Uchiha Shana and the others, so he advised earnestly. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are a naturally evil clan. Maybe this little brat is trying to help Uchiha Shana and the others escape." Shirtera Danzo sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Tiandao. "Kid, on what basis do you think Uchiha Shana wouldn't do such a thing? That old guy already launched a rebellion when Tobirama was in power. After the death of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama took over as the second Hokage. Uchiha Shursui, the elder of the Uchiha clan, was very dissatisfied with this. In his view, Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans together, so why were both the first and second Hokages from the Senju clan? This dissatisfaction eventually led to Uchiha Shursui's rebellion. Uchiha Tenji's gaze sharpened, and the crimson three-tomo Sharingan appeared his eyes as a chakra erupted within him. Crack! The wooden floor of the Hokage office could not withstand this immense force and was shattered. Shimura Danzo was momentarily stunned, taking 2 steps back to hide behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. TCH, a rat can become an elder of Konoha? Uchiha Tenji's contemptuous gaze and mocking tone pierced through Shimura Danzo's heart. He hated it. Why didn't the Shimura clan have a powerful bloodline limit like the Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and spoke helplessly. Tenji, can you give me some face? Hiruzen regretted not letting Orochimaru teach Uchiha Tenji. Now this kid had been completely led astray by Tsunade. His temper was so volatile that he wanted to fight at the slightest disagreement. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tenji's aura dissipated in an instant, and he chuckled, saying, "Since the Hokage has spoken, I will naturally follow your orders." While saying this, he had already thought of 108 ways for Shimura Danzo to die, secretly resolving not to let this dark rat die as gracefully as in the original story, still able to stroll before his death. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha Tenji's temper was somewhat like Tsunade's, but in other aspects, he resembled his proud disciple, Orochimaru. Tenji, as Tsunade's disciple, I trust you completely. If you think there is a problem, then investigate further. The Uchiha are also part of the village, and I don't want to hurt our relationship over this matter. After bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Tenji quickly left. Once he was gone, Kakashi Shikamaru finally remembered the purpose of his visit. With the person gone, he had to muster his courage to recount the events. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared calm. He thought it was just a regular spy incident. After casually giving some instructions, he let Kakashi Shikamaru take Minato Namikaze and others away. Shimura Danzo's wrinkled face was filled with gloom. Hiruzen, you are too indulgent with that kid. If this continues, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Konoha prison. After showing the guard Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Uchiha Tenji easily entered Konoha prison. He walked down a dark and damp corridor until he reached the end. Top, top, top. Uchiha Tenji's footsteps sounded particularly harsh in the quiet environment, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the cells. Tenji, what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi's incredulous voice came from the cell. A figure quickly approached the cell door, speaking urgently. Tenji, you little brat, why are you here? Leave quickly. We will drag you down with us. Uchiha Tenji looked at the disheveled old man with some amusement. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui had lost all semblance of the elder's authority. Elder, I came this time to understand the specific situation. You guys didn't really attack the root base, did you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's lips trembled, and he lowered his head in shame. Tenji, we indeed attacked the root base. The other Uchiha clan members around looked down with regret. Uchiha Tenji frowned tightly. Could this really be Uchiha Shursui's plan? No. If that were the case, they wouldn't be in this position now. The proud Uchiha would take responsibility. What was the reason? Uchiha Tenji's eyes wandered as he deepened thought. At a certain moment, a figure flashed through his mind. Uchiha Madara, more accurately, it should be the snowflake pattern in his eyes. The previously fragmented clues suddenly became clear. The crimson light in Uchiha Tenji's eyes flickered, and through a genjutsu, he communicated with Uchiha Shursui, quickly obtaining the information he wanted. Lord Madara, Tenji will lead our Uchiha to a new glory. Uchiha Shursui looked at Tenji's departing figure. His previously hopeless old eyes rekindled with vitality. He wanted to live. He wanted to witness the arrival of the new god of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Clanland, clan leader's courtyard. Uchiha Enju sat in the courtyard, proudly placing a chess piece. I win this game. Then, he turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku beside him. To be safe, don't move against Uchiha Makoto for now. Wait until everything settles down, and then you can handle that little girl as you wish. Yes, father. Uchiha Enju's previously relaxed expression changed. He quickly grabbed his son's collar and left the place. Boom! A crimson fireball suddenly fell where the two had been kneeling. Uchiha Enju casually tossed the unconscious Fugaku aside, calmly looking towards the eaves. Uchiha Tenji, do you know what crime it is to attack the clan leader? And what crime it is to attack a comrade of Konoha? although Uchiha Inju appeared very calm at that moment. The palm hidden in his sleeve was already clenched into a fist, with nails deeply embedded in his flesh. The future he saw was coming true. Huh. The clan leader actually has the nerve to say such things. I'm quite surprised. Uchiha Tenji feigned surprise, pointing to his cheek as if to say he never expected Uchiha Inju to say something so shameless. Clan leader, you don't seem surprised by my arrival? Uchiha Inju sneered, showing no intention of answering, his face full of sarcasm. Little brat, do you think that just because you became the disciple of that little girl from the Senju clan, you are invincible? Today, I will let you experience the supreme power of the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, the three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, gradually forming a snowflake pattern. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 40. The Reverse Scale. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It seemed that because he had activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Inju was no longer the usual heavy demeanor. He became extremely arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Inju laughed wildly, waiting for this day for far too long. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind, and the Awaken Eye technique is closely related to one's will. Uchiha Inju dreamed of becoming the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. This had become an obsession. Therefore, the eye technique he awakened was the ability to glimpse the future and briefly control the consciousness of others. Uchiha Tenji's expression grew serious, without information. Facing an unknown eye technique was very risky. Uchiha Inju crossed his arms, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Little brat, are you feeling afraid? This is the same eye as Uchiha Madara's. Hell, with your kind of trash? You dare to compare yourself to Uchiha Madara? If it were the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, then there would be nothing to say. Uchiha Tenji would indeed not be a match. But this was just a pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Only the unknown eye techniques within those eyes could make him feel wary. Uchiha Inju was surrounded by killing intent, the kaleidoscope in his right eye spinning slightly. Little brat, I gave you a chance. Uchiha Inju attempted to briefly control Uchiha Tenji. His earlier words were merely to find an opportunity to unleash his eye technique. Bang! However, Uchiha Tenji, who had just been standing still, suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. This is the shadow clone technique. When Uchiha Inju's pupils contracted, sweat standing on end, frantically channeling chakra within his body to attempt to escape. Fire release, spiraling sphere. 3 Uchiha Tiandao appeared around him. In the fire style, spiral sphere in their hands rushed towards him rapidly. At the critical moment, Uchiha Inju could no longer afford to hide his trump card. Susanoo, a black skeletal frame instantly covered his body, with black flames continuously dancing on it, blocking all incoming attacks. Little brat, you're nothing special. Uchiha Inju, seeing that his attacks were blocked, was about to mock him in an attempt to destabilize Uchiha Tendao's mindset and expose a flaw. However, the next second sent chills down his spine. Boom! The 3 fire style spiral spheres in Uchiha Tendao's hands rapidly expanded, exploding with a loud bang, forming a fierce firestorm that completely engulfed him. Uchiha Tendao stepped out from the shadows, his 3 Tomo Sharingan fixated on the firestorm. As the flames dissipated, a black half-formed Susanoo stood firm in place, the original skeletal frame now filled with flesh and blood. Susanoo, 3rd stage. Uchiha Inju wiped the blood from his face. His previous arrogance completely gone. I didn't expect you to be so insane. The multiple shadow clone technique can transmit pain to the original body. Talent, temperament, and wisdom. You lack none. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, no one is more outstanding than you. Uchiha Tendao crossed his arms, his face calm. Patriarch, I know the drawbacks of the Mangeki Sharingan. You cannot win. Uchiha Inju's breath hitched at these words. Then he grinned at him. Did Uchiha Shana tell you? But none of that is important. Young man, let me give you a lesson. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Tendao's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition rising from the depths of his heart. Sure enough, Uchiha Tendao immediately witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen with rage. The previously unconscious Uchiha Fugaku was now holding a kunai against the neck of the lifeless Uchiha Akisui. Little brat, I advise you to give up resistance. Uchiha Fugaku's face showed a cold smile, threatening ominously. Damn it, The veins on Uchiha Tendo's forehead bulged, the immense force in his hands deforming the kunai. His crimson eyes filled with overwhelming, killing intent. What a fierce gaze, terrifying momentum. Uchiha Enju smiled and leisurely walked to Uchiha Tendo's side. I must say, you are truly a genius. Even that strange summoning beast has the strength of a Jonin. If I hadn't temporarily hypnotized it with my Mangeki Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to take Uchiha Akisui away. Tendo, you are a smart kid. Why not join me and become my right-hand man? Uchiha Tendo's eyes flickered. He decided to retreat for the time being. However, Uchiha Enju simply shook his head with a light laugh, swinging his hand sharply. No. Uchiha Tendo's expression turned fearful. He didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless, not even leaving him a chance to think. Why? Even with system-like talents and cheats, can I still not protect my loved ones? As the kunai was about to fall, the three Tomo and Uchiha Tendo's eyes spun wildly, eventually stretching and straightening into the straight Mangeki. In an instant, all moving objects around fell into a state of near stagnation. And Uchiha Tendo's figure teleported next to Uchiha Fugaku, delivering a punch that pierced through his chest. The next moment, everything returned to normal, and Uchiha Fugaku fell in a pool of blood, his expression one of pain. You actually activated the Mangeki Sharingan too. Uchiha Enju let out a sharp screech, retreating 2 steps in fear. So terrifying, this guy actually activated the Mangeki Sharingan at 13 years old, and his eye techniques are extremely bizarre. Uchiha Tendo created a shadow clone to gently hold Uchiha Akisui in his arms, quickly leaving. After the shadow clone took Uchiha Akisui away, Uchiha Tendo looked coldly at Uchiha Enju, a murderous aura pouring out from him. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touching it means death. Without a word, Uchiha Tendo strode towards Uchiha Enju. As the chakra within him surged, a golden skeletal frame was rapidly filled with veins and flesh, and heavy armor instantly covered the half-giant, its golden flames burning fiercely. Susanoo 4th stage. The enormous chakra fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of most ninjas in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed this immense chakra right away. Standing in front of the window of the Hokage's office, he could vaguely see a half-giant clad in golden armor. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly ordered, Umbu, assemble immediately, and quickly notify the clan leaders to lead elite ninjas to converge on the Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Enju was horrified, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. You can actually use Susanoo's 4th stage on your first try. Aren't you afraid of going blind? Uchiha Tendo Jizdang fully snorted. Susanoo is a divine power formed by a combination of immense ocular power and chakra. With my amount of chakra, I can easily activate Susanoo's 4th stage while consuming very little ocular power. Chapter 41. Gungnir, the Sword of 10 Grips. Clash of Susanoo. Patriarch, you should obediently give in. Uchiha Tendo showed no concern for the blood flowing from his eyes as the chakra within him surged like a tide. Roar. The golden giant clad in Yatagarasu armor let out a thunderous roar, its arms engulfed in golden flames carrying immense power, crashing down like lightning. Uchiha Enju's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't dodge this blow. In a moment of desperation, the Mangeki in his eyes spun rapidly as he desperately mobilized his chakra. A black giant clad in Yatagarasu armor quickly formed, crossing its arms in front of him. Boom! The ground beneath Uchiha Enju exploded, debris flying everywhere. Puffed. Uchiha Enju spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Even activating Susanoo's 4th stage, he still couldn't completely block Uchiha Tendo's furious strike. What kind of monster is this? The Uchiha Jonin who arrived first looked terrified. Gazing at the 2 monstrous figures, their voices involuntarily began to tremble. Since Uchiha Enju became the clan leader, he had been continuously weakening Uchiha Madara's influence over the clan, destroying all related materials under the pretext that he was a rogue ninja. Thus, as the older members of the Uchiha clan passed away, only a few knew about the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the scene with many Jonin from Konoha. Is this Susanoo? When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the 2 colossal figures on the battlefield, his expression changed drastically. Although he had suspected it earlier, seeing it with his own eyes was different. Now, with the two Susanoo standing before him, his heart was in his throat. As the most valued disciple of Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen knew all too well how terrifying such power could be. The thought that the Uchiha had two Mangekyou users sent a chill down his spine. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense expression quickly relaxed as he realized that one of them was his proud student, Uchiha Tiandao. Activated the Mangekyou Sharingan at 13 years old? What monster! At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but praise his earlier wise decision. Fortunately, he hadn't listened to Danzo and taken action against Uchiha Tiandao, or Konoha would have gained another powerful enemy. Oh my, Tsunade, your student must already have the strength of a Kage. Jiraiya looked enviously with a sour tone and said, "Damn it, I really want a disciple like that. Isn't it better than Minato? Of course. Just look at whose disciple this is." Tsunade crossed her arms, her pretty face full of pride, unconsciously puffing out her chest. Orochimaru's slitted eyes were fixed on the two Susanoo, murmuring softly, "Is this the true power of the Sharingan?" Tsubaki Kanahura looked seriously at Sarutobi Hizashi and said in a low voice, "Hizashi, these two Uchiha are too terrifying. Why don't we take action while they're fighting?" The power of the two on the stage even surpassed Uchiha Kagami. This made her feel very uneasy. Sarutobi Hizashi rejected this proposal without any hesitation. "Tsubaki, Nagato is Tsunade's disciple. We must trust him. As for Uchiha Inju, let's see how it goes." Tsubaki Kanaharu could only helplessly continue to watch the show. Uchiha Nagato's gaze was cold, and his tone was chilling. "Lord Clan Leader, you really are in a difficult position." He then shifted his tone. "I'm sure you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people, so let me send you on your way." Roar. The golden Susanoo let out another roar. Its right hand conjured a red-gold spear out of thin air. This was Uchiha Nagato's unique Susanoo artifact, Gungnir. It was not only indestructible, but also had the characteristic of hitting its target 100 once thrown and automatically returning. The Susanoo, holding the red-gold spear, was surrounded by raging golden flames, emanating a sacred and majestic aura. Uchiha Inju's complexion changed drastically. He sensed the breath of death on the red-gold spear. Without time to think, the black Susanoo condensed a long sword in its hand. Ten Sure Sway, the legendary sword used by the man of Susanoo to slay the eight-headed serpent. Uchiha Nagato's eyes slightly shifted, and in the next moment, the golden Susanoo lunged forward with Gungnir. Clang! Clang! The artifacts continuously collided, and the two enormous Susanoo were engaged in the most primal and violent duel. Uchiha Inju, after all, was getting old, and his strength had severely declined. At one moment, Uchiha Nagato keenly detected his flaw. Gungnir was instantly covered in golden flames, piercing toward Uchiha Inju within the black Susanoo with tremendous force. Sensing the impending danger, Uchiha Inju's pupils suddenly constricted, and he desperately poured out his eye power and chakra, barely dodging the strike. Even so, one of his arms was still grazed by the residual wave from Gungnir, exploding into a mist of blood. Gulp! Akimichi Kurike's chubby face revealed deep fear. "Hizashi, this Uchiha boy is too terrifying. You must not listen to Danzo's nonsense and force him to turn against us." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in agreement. He felt that Akimichi Kurike's made a lot of sense and secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he had to win over Uchiha Nagato and establish a strong bond with Konoha. Other matters could be left to Danzo's whims, but this matter absolutely could not fail. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, hiding in the crowd, stared intently at Uchiha Nagato's kaleidoscope Sharingan. The greed in his heart was almost uncontrollable. If he could also possess those eyes, he might have a chance to compete for the Hokage position. Cough! Uchiha Inju, disheveled, fell to the ground, his complexion pale. "I never expected that Uchiha Inju, who was clever all my life, would actually fall into the hands of a child like you." At this moment, his eyes were nearly completely blind, and he could only see a blurry figure approaching him. Uchiha Nagato looked down indifferently at the gasping old man, blood streaming down his face, making him look extremely grotesque. "Lord Clan Leader, you shouldn't have threatened me with a Kisui." His tone was calm, but filled with boundless killing intent. Cough! To the victor go the spoils. There's nothing more to say. Uchiha Enju's face showed no remorse, calmly uttering those words. He did not feel he had done anything wrong. The only regret he had was not letting Fugaku act faster. Seeing this, Uchiha Nagato said no more, condensing a Rasengan in his hand and pressing it toward Enju's head. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 42, The Judgment of Gungnir. A black and white head suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging Uchiha Enju quickly underground. Seeking death. Uchiha Nagato snorted coldly, his right eye quickly focusing, the kaleidoscope pattern in his eye spinning slightly, shedding a stream of blood tears. Amaterasu. The surging black flames instantly appeared out of thin air. Compared to the left eye's Susanoo, the right eye's Amaterasu seemed somewhat less impressive. However, this was understandable, as Uchiha Nagato's inner obsession when awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan was to save Akisui and reduce Uchiha Fugaku to ashes. Thus, he awakened Amaterasu, known as the strongest physical attack. Even though Kuro and Shiro's reactions were extremely swift, Uchiha Enju's remaining arm was still engulfed by the endless black flames, letting out a painful scream. Kuro's expression changed. He knew the power of Amaterasu. If he continued to let it go, that never-ending black flame might really burn Uchiha Enju to death. This was not part of his plan. Damn it! Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Kuro had no other choice at this moment but to swiftly chop off Uchiha Enju's last arm. Without an arm, he could still use Shiro as a substitute. But if the man was gone, he would truly be gone. Kuro and Shiro's flight technique could definitely be considered a godly escape skill. In an instant, they took the unconscious Uchiha Enju and fled from Konoha. Phew, it's finally over. Sarutobi Hizashi let out a sigh of relief and instinctively reached to pull out his pipe from his pocket. However, he quickly realized that now was not the time to smoke and hastily withdrew his hand. On the battlefield, Uchiha Nagato's eyes shifted, looking toward the outside of Konoha, and a massive amount of chakra surged once again. The golden Susanoo descended again, holding the crimson Gungnir. Is this kid a monster? He still has chakra to summon that golden deity. Is this the true power of the Uchiha clan? Truly the #1 eye technique family in the ninja world. How outrageous. The battle was already over, but what was this guy planning to do? Was he going to attack the village? The surrounding discussions made Tsubaki Kanaharu's expression change drastically, and she anxiously said, Hizashi, that kid. Before she could finish her sentence, the golden Susanoo looked toward outside Konoha, and the Gungnir in its hand, burning with golden flames, was thrown like a javelin. The red gold spear sliced through the heavens and disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the river, several dozen miles away from Konoha. Huff, huff. Kuro's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath. Even though their flight technique was incredibly strong, escaping dozens of miles in one breath was also a huge drain. Damn it. This Uchiha brat actually dared to completely disrupt my plan. It seems I must incite Uchiha Madara to take care of him. Kuro's expression shifted between dark and light. Uchiha Nagato's strength terrified him. Just having awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan gave him such power. Who knows if that guy would evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan like Indra. If he didn't eliminate him now, his plan to save his mother would inevitably face great difficulties, and that was not what he wanted to see. Suddenly, Kuro seemed to sense something, his expression turning fearful as he looked up at the sky. A red gold spear descended like lightning, piercing through Uchiha Enju's heart. Not good. Kuro's face changed immediately upon seeing the spear, and he rushed forward to pry out Uchiha Enju's eyeballs. Sure enough, after he finished all this, the golden flames on the spear erupted instantly, turning Uchiha Enju into ashes. After Gungnir accomplished all this, it flew back along the path it came from, piercing through the spatial barrier to appear in the hands of the golden Susanoo. Black Zetsu was so frightened that he lost his soul, fearing that he would also receive such treatment, and hurriedly fled. He vowed to incite Uchiha Obito to get rid of that annoying little brat. When Uchiha Tendu retracted Susanoo, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gathered a group of people to surround him. Tsunade rushed to Uchiha Tendu's side, putting her arm around his shoulder. You little brat, you're actually this strong. You really made me proud. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Tiandao rolled his eyes weakly and said irritably, "Silly girl, you're too strong." After saying that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Today, Uchiha Tiandao had just awakened his Mangeki Sharingan and frequently used ocular techniques in Susanoo. Even if his chakra could hold up, his mental strength couldn't. The fact that he could hold on until now was all because his willpower was strong enough. Tsunade was startled, hurriedly cradling him in her arms and carefully checking on him. In the crowd, Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up with opportunity. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, looking excited. "Hiruzen, while this little brat is unconscious, let's dig out his Mangeki Sharingan." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched violently, wishing he could kill Danzo on the spot. Not to mention he had no intention of doing so. Even if he did, he couldn't say it out loud in public. "Shimura Danzo, do you want to openly seize the bloodline limit of another clan? Today it's Uchiha, and tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? How would the other ninja clans view us?" Moreover, everyone present had been helped by Uchiha Tiandao's medical ninjutsu, not to mention his teacher. His clansmen were all here. Uchiha Inju stepped forward, the three tomo in his eyes slowly spinning. "Elder Danzo, what do you mean by that?" As the third elder of the Uchiha clan, he would never allow anyone to seize the clan's eyes, even if that person was from Konoha's higher-ups. The dozens of Uchiha J-nin behind him also stepped forward at the same time. Although they didn't say a word, the three tomo in their eyes already indicated everything. "Danzo, do you think I'm dead?" Tsunade shouted angrily, without holding back. If she hadn't been checking Uchiha Tiandao's condition just now, she would have already punched him. Shimura Danzo's heart was boiling with anger. How dare these people threaten him? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and said calmly, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." After saying that, he ignored the sullen-faced Shimura Danzo and exuded a powerful aura. "Tsunade, take Tiandao for treatment first. This matter will wait until Tiandao wakes up, and then he will report to me personally. Now, everyone disperse." That night, in the Senju clan's mansion, Uzumaki Mito quietly sat on the sofa, listening to S.H. Suk's constant chatter. "Grandma, that guy Tiandao is so cool. The golden armor giant, the crimson gold spear, and that flame that burns everything. Amaterasu. So awesome." However, at this moment, Uzumaki Mito's thoughts had already drifted far away, and a figure appeared in her mind. "So it's you." Chapter 43. The Dust Settles. Serving as the Uchiha clan leader. 3 days later, in the Hokage office, Uchiha Tiandao lazily leaned against the wall, shrugged his shoulders, and casually said, "Well, Hokage-sama, that's how it is." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, revealing a look of realization. "I see. So the Uchiha S.H. Suk and the others were actually controlled by the Mangeki Sharingan's ocular techniques. In that case, Uchiha Inju really deserved to die. The Mangeki Sharingan is inherently superior to the three-tomo Sharingan, and with Uchiha Inju's ocular technique enhancement, it wasn't difficult to control Uchiha S.H. Suk and the others. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't actually care what the truth was. The current roots hadn't developed yet, and that day's attack only resulted in a few Chunin deaths, which was nothing to Konoha. Rather than letting such a small matter worsen the relationship between the village and the Uchiha, it was better to do the Uchiha a favor and gain the goodwill of the shadow-level powerhouse, Uchiha Tiandao. "Tiandao, since the truth is clear now, you should immediately bring out your clansmen." While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a prepared document from the drawer and handed it to Uchiha Tiandao. "Thank you for your trust. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan will surely go through fire and water for the village." Uchiha Tiandao said the formalities earnestly, took the document, and instantly disappeared from the spot. "This kid is really just like Tsunade, so reckless." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and scolded, then began to focus on handling documents. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Makoto saw Uchiha Tiandao coming out of the Hokage building and hurriedly approached him, nervously asking, "Tiandao, how did your talk with Hokage-sama go? Will my grandfather and the others continue to be held in Konoha prison?" Uchiha Tiandao shook the document in his hand, showing a smug smile. "Makoto, do you still not trust me? Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's fair face blushed, and she showed an embarrassed expression. "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm too worried about my grandfather. Then, feeling a bit ashamed, she lowered her head and said softly, Tendakuen has helped me so much, but I didn't protect Akahoshi well before. Seeing her downcast mood, Uchiha Tendu reached out and gently rubbed her head. Well, Makoto, don't say that. After all, Uchiha Inju is not something a 16-year-old girl like you can handle. Earlier, Uchiha Makoto had shown no hesitation in trying to protect Uchiha Akahoshi, which led to her being captured by Uchiha Inju. It was only after the battle ended that the Uchiha clan members found her in the underground secret passage of the clan leader's estate. Uchiha Makoto was successfully amused by his words and rolled her eyes at him. You're only 13. Why act all mature? Well, it's different. I'm a genius. Shameless. The two joked around and quickly arrived at Konoha prison. After showing the document to the prison guards, Uchiha Tendu was led back to the cell by the guards. Tendu, why are you here again? Uchiha Hakadai, squatting at the cell door, asked in confusion. Second Elder, after my investigation, Hokage-sama believes you are innocent, so he plans to release you. Uchiha Tendu crossed his arms and smiled at the people in the cell. What? Tendu, is that true? We can go out? Of course. Didn't you see the prison guards coming? Great, we can finally go out. Tendu, thank you so much. Uchiha Suk stared intensely at Uchiha Tendu. Tendu, you also have that pair of eyes. Uchiha Tendu now looked completely different from a few days ago, with deep, sharp eyes. This made him reminiscent of the young Uchiha Madara. Elder, your gaze is really off. Uchiha Tendu couldn't stand the intense gaze and couldn't help but complain. Ha 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 ha. All the Uchiha present burst into friendly laughter. In the Uchiha clan estate, a grand banquet was being held in an orderly manner. Elder, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to have me sit here? Uchiha Tendu sat at the head seat, looking at the many elders of the clan below, feeling quite uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. Tiandao, you have crushed the ambitions of that scum Uchiha Enzo. So you should sit there? That's right. Uchiha Enzo actually dared to attack his own clan members. He deserves to die. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku is missing. Otherwise, I would have made that wolf-hearted guy pay the price. Before Uchiha Shana could speak, the Uchiha clansmen below began to discuss among themselves. Tiandao, you now have eyes just like Lord Madara. According to our Uchiha clan's customs, you naturally have a right to sit there. Uchiha Shana seemed to ignore the protests on Uchiha Tiandao's face and continued speaking to himself. Everyone, please be quiet. We have important matters to discuss next. Uchiha Hakadai stood up and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped their chatter and focused their attention on him. Uchiha Tiandao's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition. Soon, this premonition became a reality. Uchiha Shana stood up from his seat, his expression serious. I, Uchiha Shana, in the name of the elder of the Uchiha clan, nominate Uchiha Tiandao to be the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Enzo exchanged glances and spoke at the same time. I, Uchiha Hakadai, Enzo, in the name of the second, third, elder of the Uchiha clan, nominate Uchiha Tiandao to be the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Good. I, Uchiha Tenyu, second the motion. Me too. Uchiha Tiandao rubbed his forehead, looking at Uchiha Shana, and said helplessly, Elder, I'm only 13 years old. How can I take on such a heavy responsibility? Uchiha Shana's expression did not change at all, and his tone was extremely calm. The Uchiha clan never looks at seniority, only personal strength, and you are the strongest among our current Uchiha. Only you have the right to become the clan leader. In the end, under the persuasion of the clansmen, Uchiha Tiandao still yielded and was forced to become the youngest clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 44 Emergency Meeting. The Rain-Hidden Village declares war. Uchiha clan land, clan leader's courtyard. The sun was setting. Uchiha Tiandao finished a day of training, sitting on the steps in front of the house with his legs casually spread. System, open the character panel. Host, Uchiha Tiandao, mental power, 5012, physique, 3268, bloodline limit, kaleidoscope Sharingan, power of evergreen, breaking human limits. Lava release, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion degree 22. Skills, Uchiha sword dance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Special skills, none, summon beast, fire dinosaur. Items, Points, 36. Special effects. Groudon fusion degree exceeds 20. Earth release, fire release. Lava release power increases to 4 times. Note, if either mental power or physique breaks 5,000, then it is considered a shadow-level powerhouse. Seeing the number of points on the panel, Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but feel a toothache. This damn system actually counted Uchiha Enzo as an elite J-Nin. Which elite J-Nin rushes around with a kaleidoscope? Is it just because there is no price list? So he deserves to be taken advantage of? We are back. Uchiha Makoto's gentle voice came from the door, and soon after, a little one rushed towards Uchiha Tiandao. Hey, you little one, running so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling? Uchiha Tiandao caught the flying Uchiha Akisui, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Uchiha Akisui didn't say anything, shaking her little head and giggling. All right, the love in your eyes is about to overflow. Why still pretend to be fierce? Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth and chuckled teasingly. For some reason, she always felt warm and longing every time she saw this scene. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the gentle and lovely girl, his thoughts racing. Recently, Uchiha Akisui had been acting strangely, constantly trying to send his granddaughter to him. Under the pretense that Uchiha Tiandao was the strongest among the younger generation, Uchiha Makoto would surely learn a lot by being around him. Most importantly, Uchiha Makoto hadn't refused. Isn't this just a willing exchange? Since that's the case, Uchiha Tiandao wouldn't be polite. He would definitely let Uchiha Akisui know what it means to be taken for granted. At night, the bright moon hung high. Uchiha Tiandao suddenly opened his eyes in a dream. 3 black magatama slowly rotating in his scarlet eyes. Body flicker technique. In the next moment, his figure instantly appeared in the courtyard. After seeing the visitor, the 3 magatama in Uchiha Tiandao's Sharingan disappeared. Elder 3, why are you here in the middle of the night? Uchiha Enzo was startled by this sudden voice, but being a seasoned elite J-Nin, he quickly regained his composure. Clan leader, Lord Hokage has called an emergency meeting requiring the clan leaders of each family and the higher-ups of Konoha to quickly gather in the meeting room. Seeing his tense expression, Uchiha Tiandao understood that this matter was likely serious and hurried towards the Hokage building. In the original work, the Uchiha clan lost the right to participate in meetings and decision-making only after experiencing the Ninetales disturbance. At present, the Uchiha clan still holds significant power in Konoha. When Uchiha Tiandao arrived at the Hokage office building's meeting room, it was already filled with the clan leaders of various families and the higher-ups of Konoha. The arrival of Uchiha Tiandao instantly attracted everyone's attention. Is he the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan? He really is very young. The Uchiha clan is really declining, actually letting a kid become a clan leader. At least that's better than your Moonlight clan. Although others are young, their strength is solidly at the shadow level. Uchiha Tiandao ignored the murmurs from the crowd and walked directly to the front of the conference table. The proud Uchiha had no interest in dealing with those weak ninja clans. They were just a group of weaklings whining. Ahem. Sarutobi Hisashi saw that everyone was present, cleared his throat, and drew everyone's attention to himself. Then, with a heavy expression, he spoke. Everyone, the reason I called you here today is that a major incident has occurred in the village. Just a few hours ago, the rain-hidden village attacked the camp at the border of the Land of Fire. At the same time, they officially declared war on us Konoha. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Uchiha Tiandao, was stunned. What did they just hear? The rain-hidden village declared war on Konoha? A small ninja village actually dared to challenge Konoha's authority? Did they really think that the names of the 5 great ninja villages were just for show? Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin, his gaze deep. A few months ago, Hanzo of the Salamander had already had thoughts of starting a war. He had given the intel to Sarutobi Hisashi at that time. However, the latter had not taken it seriously, as no one would believe that a small ninja village would actually dare to wage war against Konoha. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed the table suddenly, standing up with a face full of anger. Hisashi, the rain-hidden village is simply too arrogant. I suggest we immediately launch a war and flatten them. Even though Shimura Danzo was usually not well received, this statement was still recognized by most people. The arrogance of the rain-hidden village should indeed be suppressed. Otherwise, other small ninja villages might follow suit, and that would be problematic. Shimura clan seconds the motion. Hyuga clan seconds the motion. A smirk appeared on the corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth. As long as he could gain command, the credit would surely come rolling in. Once the war is over, the position of Hokage would be within reach. Sarutobi Hizashi scanned the crowd and, seeing that no one opposed, nodded in satisfaction. In that case, we Konoha will officially declare war on the rain-hidden village. Now I appoint Shimura Danzo. Wait, I have something to say. A lazy voice interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's appointment arrangement, and everyone turned to look. Uchiha Tiandao was lazily leaning on his chair, crossing his legs. Tiandao, do you have any opinions? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a puzzled expression. Wasn't there no opposition just now? Why did you suddenly jump out? Uchiha Tiandao straightened his expression and spoke seriously. This war could potentially lead to a chain reaction. While we attack Amigakure, no one can guarantee that the other 4 great ninja villages won't stab us in the back. Therefore, to avoid Konoha falling into the quagmire of war, I suggest that the commander for this attack on Amigakure should be a person of exceptional capability. Strive for a swift resolution. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He felt this kid was targeting him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Who do you recommend? Uchiha Tiandao glanced playfully at Shimura Danzo and slowly uttered a name. Kakashi Hitaki. Chapter 45. Kakashi Hitaki serves as the commander. Pre-war declaration. It's Lord Kakashi. That's a really good suggestion. Yeah, Lord Kakashi is a master at the level of a Hokage. Under his leadership, we will surely achieve victory easily. Hearing the endless discussions around him, Uchiha Tiandao smirked. Just as he thought, as long as Kakashi was brought up, most people present would support him as the commander. After all, who could refuse a strong leader who values his companions? Shimura Danzo? Is there any comparability between these two? I pose. Shimura Danzo said with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. He was furious, just as he was about to successfully take on the role of commander. Such an interruption occurred. It was all this evil Uchiha kid's fault. Uchiha Tiandao pretended not to see the hatred in Shimura Danzo's eyes and cheerfully said, Why does Lord Danzo oppose? Everyone can see Kakashi-senpai's strength and ability. I believe that under his leadership, Konoha will quickly end the war. Then, Uchiha Tiandao's eyes rolled, and he feigned realization, speaking in an exaggerated tone. Lord Danzo, you don't think that the clan heads and Konoha's higher-ups here are blind, do you? After all, everyone thinks Kakashi-senpai is a good candidate, and only you have jumped out to oppose. Doesn't that imply you think everyone's opinion is wrong? Shimura Danzo's face darkened, and he quickly denied it. Kid, don't talk nonsense. I don't mean that at all. If this conversation continued, he would immediately be noted down by all the clans. And he definitely didn't want to take the blame. Well, at least before he developed in the root, he hadn't reached the awareness of being the scapegoat. Uchiha Tiandao didn't buy it, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he asked sharply. Since Lord Danzo also thinks Kakashi-senpai is qualified to be the commander, then why are you obstructing it here? Could it be that Lord Danzo is a spy from an enemy village, wanting to drag Konoha into the quagmire of war? Treating the lives of the village's ninjas as if they were worthless? The series of questions suddenly made Shimura Danzo break out in a cold sweat. He felt dizzy. His blame was too big. He couldn't bear it. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly coughed a few times, interrupting the conversation between the two. He realized that his old friend was completely being played by this little guy Tiandao. If he didn't stop it now, Shimura Danzo would likely be buried under a pile of accusations. Tiandao, let's talk about this later. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Since everyone believes that Kakashi is up for the job, then the commander for this attack will be Kakashi Hitaki. Shimura Danzo will serve as the deputy commander. Shimura Danzo's expression brightened. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't forget him. Although he was only the deputy commander, who knew how long Kakashi Hitaki could hold the position of commander. Uchiha Tiandao rolled his eyes. He knew it wouldn't be that easy, as Sarutobi Hiruzen likely valued Danzo even more than his own wife. However, this was still a success. At least it prevented Shimura Danzo from achieving his goal. The subsequent meeting revolved around tactics, troop strength, and other aspects, until the morning sun rose, finally concluding. Tendu, how did you come back from outside? Uchiha Makoto asked, holding a broom with a puzzled expression. Oh, don't mention it. The village is about to go to war. Uchiha Tendu blinked his sore eyes and replied weakly. What? The village is about to go to war. Yes, Amigakure has taken the initiative to attack the village, and the Hokage has decided to teach them a lesson. Makoto, go call the elders, the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder. Oh, okay. 3 days later, in the central square of Konoha, Rope Tree saw Uchiha Tendu walking towards him from a distance, and his eyes immediately lit up as he rushed over at full speed. Tendu, long time no see. Uchiha Tendu's forehead showed a few black lines as he sidestepped to avoid Rope Tree's hug, turning his gaze to the side at Minato Namikaze. Minato, you've been training hard lately. I haven't seen you much. Minato scratched his head, looking somewhat dejected. It's just that I've been a bit down lately. Uchiha Tendu frowned. Is this still the Minato he knew? Wasn't he always sunny and confident? Tendu, here's the thing. Rope Tree quickly approached and began to explain in detail. I see. After the Chunin exam incident, Uchiha Tendu had to handle family matters, so he gave up on the Chunin exam. Minato Namikaze and Rope Tree continued to participate, and along the way, they encountered a ninja team from Kimogakure. The two were beaten up by the young A. Actually, that wasn't the main reason. What really made Minato feel down was being suppressed by young A throughout the whole encounter, feeling extremely frustrated. And then after they came out, they heard about Uchiha Tendu's achievements. Uchiha Tendu rolled his eyes at Minato. Little blonde, are you sulking over something like this? During the period of being a genin, the main attack methods were primarily taijutsu, and Kimogakure was the best at this. Moreover, young, it was already 3 years older than us and had been carefully trained by the third Raikage. So isn't it normal for him to be strong? In the future, let Jiraiya get you some good stuff, and won't your strength just take off? Although Minato was also a top genius in his youth, he hadn't reached the level of a prodigy. His real reliance was on the flying thunder god technique and his extreme reaction nerves. Once Minato learned the flying thunder god, combined with his extreme reaction nerves, his strength would experience explosive growth, and he could even touch the threshold of the Super Hokage. Don't think it's ordinary to touch the threshold of the Super Hokage. Consider how many Super Hokage-level powerhouses there are in the ninja world. The most terrifying thing is that by then, Minato would only be 24 years old. Tendu, thank you for comforting me. A warm smile appeared on Minato's face. Look, it's the Hokage. A shout came from the crowd, and everyone turned to look at the high platform not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat and robe, had a solemn expression, exuding an imposing aura without anger. His gaze swept over the crowd in the square, and his voice was low. Elite ninjas of Konoha, listen to me. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn. The flames will illuminate the village and let the trees sprout new buds. Now adjust your headbands. Show your sharp eyes, and let the enemy see the ninjas of Konoha. For the village, for the will of fire. This battle, we will surely win. Victory, victory, victory. Chapter 46. Logistics troops heading to the battlefield. Looking at the excited faces of the Konoha ninjas around him, Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly deserves the title of the strongest Hokage in history. With just a few words, he can fully mobilize the emotions of most ninjas and ignite their passion. After Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered his pre-battle speech, a troop of 500 ninjas, commanded by Kakashi Hitaki as the general and Shikamaru Nara as the deputy general, quickly headed to the border of the Land of Rain. At the same time, an additional 300 personnel would be added as logistic support. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe down and smiled as he said, Tiandao, your medical ninjutsu is second only to Tsunade. In a couple of days, you should go to the battlefield with the logistics troops for support. Uchiha Tiandao shrugged nonchalantly. The battlefield is not a fun place, and he wouldn't be eager to rush in. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for him to be in the medical unit, that was perfect. It meant he wouldn't have to personally go into combat. Hokage-sama, I want to go too. I want to go too. Ju, who was nearby, shouted loudly upon hearing that Uchiha Tiandao was going to the battlefield. He was determined to become Hokage. How could he back down at such a time? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. Ju had a very special status in Konoha, and he couldn't casually agree to this request. If something happened and he died out there, Tsunade would go crazy, and Uzumaki Mito would be furious. The entire Konoha would be affected. Hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao chuckled and said, Hokage-sama, since Ju wants to contribute to the village, why not arrange for him to assist me? As Ju's good friend, he didn't want him to die from an explosive tag like in the original story during the Second Shinobi World War. Therefore, bringing Ju along was an excellent choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Ju can follow Tiandao, and you two can form a small team. Moreover, medical support is crucial for the ninjas at the front lines. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, Ju felt a bit disappointed but didn't continue to pester. He understood that this was for his own good. 2 days later, at the gate of Konoha, Yamada Ippon, the captain of the logistics team, was currently conducting material checks in an orderly manner. Nearby, the logistics ninjas were bidding farewell to their family and friends, as sometimes logistics troops could be more dangerous than combat troops, with a high chance of never returning. It's well known that ninjas love to intercept supply lines. When a logistics team encounters enemy combat units, they become lambs to the slaughter. Tiandao, you must be careful on the battlefield. Don't be reckless. And pay attention to coordinating with your teammates. Uchiha Tiandao looked at Uchiha Makoto, who was constantly nagging him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Her current demeanor was completely different from usual. Perhaps this was what it meant to genuinely care. Uchiha Tiandao pulled Uchiha Makoto into an embrace, resting his chin on her head and softly said, "Don't worry, I will come back alive." How can this be? I'm really not envious at all. Not far away, Ju's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. Kamikaze Minato glanced at him. Are you kidding? Uchiha Tiandao released the charming girl in his arms, a hint of confusion on his face. Makoto, have you seen Kushina? I feel like I haven't seen her for months. Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brows in thought and said, Kushina told me a few months ago that she wanted to learn sealing techniques, so she is probably still at home studying. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Uchiha Tiandao's eyes. It seemed that Uzumaki Mito was teaching Kushina the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This was preparing for the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. To be honest, Uchiha Tiandao didn't want Uzumaki Kushina to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As one of her few friends, he felt it was necessary to do something. Now, it was the 37th year of Konoha, and in the original story, Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped by the Cloud Village around this time. At that time, she had not yet become the Jinchuriki, which meant that Uzumaki Mito still had a few years of life left. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tiandao's desire for strength became more urgent. Only by accumulating his own power to a terrifying height would his voice in Konoha rise sharply. So that's how it is, huh? That girl is rarely this diligent. Uchiha Tiandao chuckled and teased, looking towards the assembled logistics team. Well, Makoto, it seems we are about to set off. Please send my regards to Kushina. When I come back, I will bring her a surprise. Uchiha Tiandao decided that he would first find a member of the Uzumaki clan and bring them back to Konoha. Then, using his powerful strength, he would pressure Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to change the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the shinobi world, there is nothing that cannot be solved with power. If there is, then it means the power is not enough. Lord Tiandao, we can set off now. Yamada Ippon saw that Uchiha Tiandao had arrived, quickly bowed and spoke respectfully. Well, since that's the case, let us set off early. The ninjas in the village are waiting for our supplies. Yes. Soon, under Yamada Ippon's command, the 300 logistics troops carrying a large amount of supplies left Konoha. Uchiha Tiandao looked back, and Uchiha Makoto was still watching him. He then waved his hand at her, slowly uttering 2 words goodbye. Chapter 47. An ambush from the rain ninjas? Great fire extinguishing. At night, in a temporary camp, the central bonfire crackled continuously, and several figures sat around it. whispering to each other. The firelight illuminated S.H. Ju's face, revealing his curious expression. Senior Ippon, is it really okay for us to split up like this? S.H. Ju asked. From what I understand, during wars, ninjas seem to really like attacking the logistics troops of enemy villages. Haha. Hearing S.H. Ju's question, Yamada Ippon first laughed a couple of times, then patiently explained, S.H. Ju, if it's a battle between two large ninja villages, it's not uncommon for logistics troops to be attacked. But after all, Amagakure is just a small ninja village with some strength. They simply cannot break through Konoha's border defenses, so they can't attack the logistics troops. This sounded quite arrogant. But the fact was that even the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure, could easily dominate many small ninja villages. It's funny to say, but in the shinobi world, there are even J-nin-level individuals who claim to be Kage. Yamada Ippon paused and added, moreover, dispersing the logistics troops actually makes it easier to respond to ambushes from enemy ninjas. Even if they encounter an attack from enemy ninjas, it greatly reduces the chances of the logistics troops being wiped out, thus better ensuring the safety of the supplies. S.H. Ju displayed a look of realization. No wonder Yamada Ippon immediately divided the logistics troops into 10 small teams after leaving the village, sending them to the front lines along different routes. Well, Senior Ippon, it seems we have trouble. Uchiha Tiandao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze falling on the dark woods, speaking in a calm tone. Yamada Ippon was taken aback by these words, his muscles tensed, and he scanned his surroundings warily. Being able to serve as the captain of the logistics unit, his status in Konoha was quite high. Yamada Ippon was very aware of Uchiha Tiandao's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have addressed him as Sir upon meeting. Thus, even though he, as a J-nin, had not sensed anything amiss, he chose to firmly trust Uchiha Tiandao. If even Yamada Ippon felt this way, then it was needless to say that Minato Namikaze and S.H. Ju trusted their good brother unconditionally as well. Aren't you coming out? If that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. Uchiha Tiandao frowned, quickly forming hand seals, his chest slightly swelling. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A sea of crimson flames instantly illuminated the dark night sky, sweeping towards the forest shrouded in darkness. Damn it, is this guy even a Konoha ninja? How can he release such a large-scale fire release in the land of fire's forest? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by the daimyo of a land of fire? An elite J-nin from the Rain Village gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. In fact, Uchiha Tiandao truly did not care. Even if this area-S forest was burned down, he could easily restore it to its original state using the power of the J-Boku. Another elite J-nin from the Rain Village looked grim, quickly forming hand seals with urgency. Hurry and use water release to block it. Otherwise, we'll all be burned to ashes by this sea of fire. Water release, water barrier. As his command fell, 9 streams of water gathered together, swiftly rushing towards the sea of fire. Hiss! Water and fire collided, generating a massive amount of steam. Uchiha Tiandao felt slightly surprised. He expected the strength of the opposing group to be quite good. In that case, Uchiha Tiandao's thoughts moved, and a violent crimson chakra continuously surged into his mouth, instantly enhancing the power of great fire extinguishing. The crimson sea of fire faintly shimmered with gold, quickly suppressing the combined water release unleashed by the Rain Village ninjas. The scorching heat cracked the ground, and the water molecules in the air were instantly evaporated. This was the terrifying aspect of the quadruple amplification of fire release ninjutsu. This is amazing. Tiandao, you are incredible. S.H. Ju exclaimed with admiration, his face filled with excitement. Minato Namikaze had a look of respect on his face, also exclaiming, as expected of Tiandao, truly terrifying. The power of this level of ninjutsu must have already reached above the level. Yamada Ippon was covered in beads of sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As the saying goes, an expert sees the trick while a novice sees the taste. Just one glance, and he could tell how terrifying the power of the ninjutsu from the other side was. It was at least the water release unleashed by 5 ninjas working together. Today, Yamada Ippon truly understood why the Uchiha clan was referred to by others as experts in playing with fire. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures rushed out of the sea of fire in a disheveled manner, their eyes filled with resentment as they glared at Uchiha Tiandao. If they hadn't been strong and quick, they would have likely ended up like their subordinates, burned to ashes. This young man in front of them was truly terrifying. Clearly, water release countered fire release. Yet he easily suppressed their combined water release of 9 people with just his own strength. Even 6 Nin were directly killed. Rain Village ninjas? I didn't expect you to be able to infiltrate the land of fire. It seems that Hanzo of the Salamander is indeed quite powerful. Uchiha Tiandao teased with a light smile, crossing his arms. You arrogant brat. Don't get too cocky. Lord Hanzo will definitely lead us to defeat Konoha. One hot-tempered rain ninja could no longer contain himself upon hearing Uchiha Tiandao belittle Hanzo, threatening him with an angry roar. Just a fit of impotent rage. Uchiha Tiandao looked at him disdainfully, not taking the other's anger seriously, and turned his gaze to Yamada Ippon beside him. Ippon-senpai, you take the logistics team members and retreat first. This place will be left to the 3 of us. Yamada Ippon nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Lord Tiandao, please be careful. After leaving this sentence, he hurriedly took the logistics team and left the battlefield with the supplies. Yamada Ippon understood that staying would not help at all. Instead of remaining here as a burden, it was better to run away obediently. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the 3 rain ninjas in front of him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Minato, Ju, that weakest rain Nin is up to you. As the words fell, Uchiha Tiandao's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Body flicker technique. The leading rain ninja's expression changed drastically as he quickly drew his ninja blade to block. Clang! The kunai collided with the ninja blade, sparks flying. Minato Namikaze and Ju exchanged glances and swiftly charged at the rain Nin. You little brat, you're seeking death. The rain ninja was furious. Although his strength was indeed the weakest among the 3, that did not mean he could be easily handled by 2 kids. Soon, the battle completely unfolded. Uchiha Tiandao challenged 2 elite rain Nin by himself. Minato Namikaze and Ju teamed up against 1 rain Nin. Chapter 48. Look behind you. Arriving in the land of rain. Kid, I admit your ninjutsu is strong. But being a ninja isn't that simple. The leading rain ninja let out an angry roar, the ninja blade in his hand exerting tremendous force. Uchiha Tiandao only felt a great power descend upon the kunai in his hand, firmly controlling him in place. Boring tactics. Uchiha Tiandao glanced at a puddle of water behind him, calmly evaluating, his tone even carrying a hint of disdain. The leading rain ninja was startled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Could it be that this kid has seen through our tactics? Rainzong, move quickly. As his words fell, he intensified his grip, intending to completely restrain Uchiha Tiandao. Splash! A figure emerged from the puddle. It was the previously vanished Rainzong. Kid, Godi. Rainzang's expression was savage as he quickly formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Roar. A blue water dragon materialized out of thin air, letting out an angry roar as it lunged towards Uchiha Tiandao like lightning. Boom! The water dragon crashed into 3 giant trees before dissipating. Rainzong quickly approached Uchiha Tiandao's side, excitement uncontrollable on his face. Ha! Kid, you were so arrogant, and this is all you have? Rainzong could no longer tolerate the other's high and mighty demeanor. Now that the situation was decided, he couldn't help but mock. Oh, then take a look behind you. A calm voice came from behind Rainzong. Uchiha Tiandao casually walked up to him. What? Rainzang's face turned pale as he took 2 terrified steps back. How could this kid be here? Wasn't he injured by the water dragon bullet technique? What is going on? You obviously got hit by the water dragon bullet. Uchiha Tiandao wore a playful smile, pointing a finger skyward. My grandmother once said, what you see is not necessarily real, and what you hear is not necessarily false. Crack! As his words fell, the surrounding space shattered like glass. The Uchiha Tiandao, who had previously been lying on the ground, had already transformed into another Rain ninja. Rain Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he trembled. It's an illusion. When did this happen? Of course, it was when you saw me. A hand holding a kunai suddenly pierced through Rain Zhang's heart from behind him. And the Uchiha Tiandao, who had been pointing skyward, turned into a puff of foam and slowly dissipated. Thud! With the kunai's withdrawal, Rain Zhang collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes wide open as life quickly drained away. Uchiha Tiandao crouched down, the three tomo in his eyes slowly spinning. Well, you already know it's an illusion, yet you still let your guard down. Tiandao, your moves are too fast. The voice of Shunshu came from a distance behind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao turned his gaze to the approaching duo. There were no obvious injuries on Namake's Minato, but Shunshu's arm was currently hanging limply. Hey Shunshu, why are you so beaten up? Did you get your arm broken? A few black lines appeared on Shunshu's forehead. Although this was true, there was no need to say it out loud. Bastard, not everyone is a freak like you, Uchiha Tiandao. One person easily killing two elite jonin. However, Shunshu was overthinking. The reason Uchiha Tiandao could achieve victory so easily had three main reasons. First, the elite jonin from the Rain Village were too weak, only slightly stronger than the average jonin from Konoha. Second, the two Rain jonin underestimated him, having seen Uchiha Tiandao perform a large-scale fire release. They instinctively thought he was a ninja skilled in ninjutsu, thus had no defenses against illusions. Third, Uchiha Tiandao's illusion techniques were simply too strong. The enhancement of the Manjiki Sharingan is not as simple as just the eye techniques and Susanoo. Just as Shunshu was inwardly complaining, Uchiha Tiandao suddenly appeared in front of him. Tiandao, what are you doing? Before he could voice his confusion, Uchiha Tiandao, with the power of Jake and covering his hand, suddenly yanked his arm. Facing Shunshu's resentful gaze, Uchiha Tiandao chuckled and said, "Don't mention it. I fix your arm." Uchiha Tiandao's gaze swept over the corpse of the Rain Jonin and the unconscious one, pondering for a moment before pulling out a scroll from his pocket and tossing it to Namake's Minato. Take these two guys with you. We might be able to gather some intel. Namake's Minato caught the scroll, first sealing the corpse of the Rain Jonin inside, then finding a rope to tie up the living Rain Jonin securely. Once everything was taken care of, the three quickly headed toward the direction where Yamada Ichiban had left a signal. 2 days later. Is this the land of rain? What annoying country. Shunshu shook his wet hair, grumbling in dissatisfaction. This continuous rainy weather really makes it hard to like. Namake's Minato, touching his soaked blonde hair, agreed. Huh? Tiandao, how come you're not wet at all? Shunshu's gaze swept over Uchiha Tiandao, his face full of shock. Hearing this, Namake's Minato and the others all turned to look at Uchiha Tiandao, and then they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The rainwater, upon approaching Uchiha Tiandao, seemed to avoid him, as if it had a mind of its own. This should be due to a layer of chakra covering his body. What an exquisite chakra control technique. No wonder he's Lord Tiandao. As an elite jonin, Yamada Ichiban quickly saw through it and sincerely praised him. After all, such chakra control techniques are not something just anyone can learn. At least he hadn't seen it in anyone else. Well, Shunshu, that doesn't matter. Let's hurry to the Rain Village camp. There are many injured people waiting for me to treat. Uchiha Tiandao shrugged, subtly changing the subject. This kind of chakra control technique is extremely difficult. Even Tsunade might not be able to do it, let alone that silly Shunshu. He didn't want to be pestered by Shunshu asking questions. Chapter 49, Poisoning. The entrance of Sunagakure. Land of Rain. Konoha camp, inside a tent. Jiraiya scratched his cheek and sighed as he watched Tsunade pacing back and forth. Tsunade, aren't you tired of pacing like that? Since yesterday, the logistics team had been arriving at the camp with a large amount of supplies, but this had made Tsunade even more irritable, to the point where she couldn't sit still. Jiraiya's intention with this statement was actually to persuade her not to be too anxious. However, upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyebrows shot up, and she grabbed his collar, her tone low. Bastard Jiraiya, the other logistics teams have been at the camp for a whole day. Shunshu and the others haven't sent any news. How can I not worry? Jiraiya's breath caught in his throat as he frantically shot a look at Orochimaru. who was watching from the side. Save me. Help me. A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. Tsunade, you shouldn't worry too much. We have all seen Lord Tiandao's strength. He won't encounter any danger. Perhaps they were delayed on the way. Tsunade silently lowered her hand, her expression complex. She knew that Uchiha Tiandao was powerful, and as long as he didn't act recklessly, he basically wouldn't run into any danger. But Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling of an impending bad omen. She felt that she would lose something in this war. Great uncle, please bless Shinshu, Tsunade whispered as she held the necklace around her neck. Just then, a ninja hurriedly entered the tent. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, the commander wants you to report to the command tent for a meeting immediately. The pupils of the three suddenly contracted as they exchanged glances, each harboring uncontainable worry. If Kiki Sakumo was so anxious to call them over, it must be due to a significant change. There was no time to think further. The three rushed toward the command tent. How detestable! This must be the work of Hanzo of the Salamander. As soon as Orochimaru and the others entered the tent, they saw Shimura Danzo jumping up and down in front of two corpses, cursing loudly. Tsunade, you all are here? Kiki Sakumo, sitting in the leading position, immediately relaxed his furrowed brow and wore a sincere smile upon seeing the three enter. Family who understands. He had to endure half an hour of Danzo's cursing about Hanzo while sitting here. Now we can finally resolve the issue and not be tormented anymore. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident on his face, and cautiously asked, Elder Sakumo, what's going on? He really couldn't understand why the usually taciturn Danzo would behave so unusually. Not only Jiraiya, but even Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at Kiki Sakumo curiously, wanting to know. Kiki Sakumo rested his finger on his chin, pondering his words for a moment before explaining. Not long ago, Elder Danzo dispatched the only two elite jonin from the Shimura clan deep into the Land of Rain to achieve greater results. However, a ninja team found their corpses by the river, and according to the investigation, the two were killed by poison. After hearing Kiki Sakumo's explanation, the three finally understood why Danzo was acting so uncharacteristically. It turned out that in his greed for achievements, he had sent out the elite of his own clan. As a result, not only did he fail to gain anything, but he also lost his own troops. Currently, Danzo had not yet become an assistant to the Hokage, and his roots were still only in their infancy. Therefore, for him, the Shimura clan was the most important force in his hands. With the only two elite jonin from the clan lost, it was no wonder Danzo was so furious. Elder Sakumo, so you called us here to prepare to take revenge on the Rain Village? Orochimaru asked softly with a faint smile on his face. He generally didn't smile unless he couldn't help it. Kiki Sakumo looked at the three who were trying to suppress their laughter and rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. You guys are too obvious. Not even trying to act. Actually, I called you all here mainly because of Tsunade. Kiki Sakumo's gaze swept over the puzzled Orochimaru and others as he continued to explain. When those two elite jonin were poisoned, Hanzo of the Salamander was fighting me. Moreover, according to our intelligence, there shouldn't be any other poison masters in the Hidden Rain Village. Senior doubts that the two elite Jonin who were poisoned to death actually have nothing to do with the Hidden Rain Village. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Kakashi SHMO nodded with a serious expression. That's right, so I want Tsunade to help examine the bodies. Tsunade's expression became serious. She understood the importance of this matter very well. If it really isn't the work of the Hidden Rain Village, it means that a third-party force is intervening. Which village has such powerful poison masters? It's so hard to guess. SHMO, I think there's no need to investigate further. It must be the Hidden Rain Village's doing. Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face filled with resentment. He now hates the Hidden Rain Village and is determined to make them pay. Elder Danzo, there are still many doubts about this. We should first, Kakashi SHMO, I'm giving you face, so just hold on. I demand an immediate attack on the Hidden Rain Village. Danzo's words completely angered Kakashi SHMO. He may have a good temper, but he is not a pushover. This is all your own doing, Danzo. Why should the ninjas of Konoha take revenge for you? As someone who values his companions, Kakashi SHMO does not want to see other ninjas lose their lives because of someone else's selfishness. Elder Danzo, I am a commander here. As soon as these words were spoken, Dan stood there in shock. Why does this sound so familiar? It makes one furious. Ignoring the troublesome Dans, Tsunade walked straight to the two corpses and began to examine them carefully. The faces were purple, lips cracked, and the whites of their eyes were filled with gruesome blood vessels. A typical death from poisoning. Tsunade paused her hand over the heart, furrowing her brows as a large amount of chakra gathered, and she gently pressed down. In the next moment, a silver needle as thin as a hair appeared in her hand. Tsunade, did you find something? Kakashi SHMO caught sight of this scene and quickly stepped forward to ask. Tsunade remained silent and extracted another silver needle from the other corpse. Senior SHMO, it seems we must prepare for the worst. Tsunade's low voice came out. Hanzo the salamander wouldn't use poison needles. Hearing this, Kakashi SHMO's expression tightened, his fingers tapping continuously on the table. Tsunade, could you have misread it? Jiraiya gulped, speaking in disbelief. According to Tsunade's words, doesn't that mean these two elite Genin were taken out by the Sand Village? This would mean the Sand Village has declared war on Konoha. Just then, a calm voice came from the entrance of the tent. Jiraiya, Tsunade did not misread it. Chapter 50, Little Brat. Everything I do is for the village. Pain. Tsunade exclaimed, quickly striding to the entrance of the tent to confront Uchiha Pain. Old woman, what are you doing? Get your filthy hands off me. Uchiha Pain's forehead twitched with anger as he forcefully swatted Tsunade's hands away, glaring at her fiercely. I have important things to say. Get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Tsunade crossed her arms, raising her eyebrows slightly, giving Uchiha Pain a disdainful look. You just arrived at the camp. What important thing could you possibly have? That said, she still obediently moved aside to make room for Uchiha Pain. Earlier, Tsunade was still worried about her foolish brother's safety. But now that she saw Uchiha Pain safely arrive at the camp, her worries completely dissipated, because she knew he would never stand by and watch Shinosuke fall into danger. After all, Pain, Minato, and Shinosuke were jokingly referred to as Konoha's Golden Triangle by Kikina. Uchiha Pain had no intention of paying attention to Tsunade's little thoughts. He directly approached Kakashi SHMO and took out a scroll from his pocket. Pain, what are you doing? Kakashi SHMO was a bit confused by his actions. However, his curiosity was quickly resolved. Uchiha Pain solemnly took out a corpse of a rain ninja from the scroll. Senior SHMO, we were ambushed by rain ninjas on our way here. Two of the team leaders were elite Genin. I killed one and captured the other. Good heavens! Elite Genin. Kakashi SHMO's eyebrows shot up and disbelief showed on his face. Elite Genin are an extremely powerful force wherever they are. They even have the capability to easily wipe out small countries. Even in Konoha, there are only a little over 100 elite Genin. Yet such a powerful opponent was killed and captured by Uchiha Pain, truly worthy of being the strongest of Konoha's younger generation. Shimura Dan's eyes darkened, veins bulging on his hands, and he roared in his heart. This naturally evil Uchiha brat has become this terrifying? Hisashi, I told you, you will definitely regret it. This is simply too frightening. Uchiha Pain is only 13 years old and has not yet reached the peak of a ninja strength. Given time, this brat will surely become a powerhouse like Uchiha Madara. At that time, his position as Hokage will probably become an empty dream, a mirage. Thinking of this, a terrifying plan was born in Dan's heart. If this brat could die on the battlefield of the land of Rainham, everything I do is for the village. Uchiha Pain's expression showed no change. His goal is the Sage of Six Paths. Senior SHMO, I interrogated some information about the Hidden Rain Village using my Sharingan. Oh, what information? Hearing that it was related to the Hidden Rain Village, Kakashi SHMO immediately became interested. Even Shimura Dans, who was still thinking of ways to kill Uchiha Pain, couldn't help but stop and quietly perk up his ears, afraid of missing important information. Everyone held their breath and looked at Uchiha Pain, their eyes filled with anticipation. A few days ago, Chio from the Sand Village went to the Hidden Rain Village and had secret negotiations with Hanzo the Salamander. What? As soon as this was said, everyone's backs were immediately drenched in cold sweat, and their expressions could no longer maintain their calm. Pain, Are you saying that the Hidden Rain Village has already reached a cooperation with the Sand Village? Jiraiya asked with rapid breath and a tense expression. There was no way he couldn't be nervous. At first, in Konoha's eyes, the Hidden Rain Village was just a small ninja village, and they did not take it seriously. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen only dispatched 500 ninjas and 300 support troops, until both sides engaged in battle. Konoha could never gain an advantage, and was even pushed back by Hanzo the Salamander. The course of this war completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Rain Village could actually withstand Konoha's frontal assault, dragging Konoha into the quagmire of war. Now, Chio from the Sand Village suddenly appears in the Hidden Rain Village. If both sides reach a cooperation and attack Konoha simultaneously, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uchiha Pain's gaze swept over everyone, a hint of mockery on his face. Everyone, the situation may not be as bad as you think. Hanzo the Salamander is notoriously proud, comparing himself to the new god of ninjas. Faced with the arrogant Sand Village, he refused the cooperation without hesitation. Phew! Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their tense expressions finally easing. Ha ha ha! Pain, you speak so dramatically. You made us worry for nothing. Jiraiya scratched his head, his eyebrows twitching as he said with a laugh. Uchiha Pain's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, Jiraiya, do you think there is a possibility that even if the Hidden Rain Village and the Sand Village have not reached a cooperation, the Sand Village would still attack us? Jiraiya's movements froze, and he stood still, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. It can't be. Orochimaru's expression was grave, his pale face showing an unresolved worry. Jiraiya, you are still too naive. The Land of Wind is remote and has a harsh living environment, which contrasts sharply with our Land of Fire. Therefore, Sunagakure will definitely not miss this opportunity to attack Konoha. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment, a figure stumbled into the camp. Kakashi's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support the person, frowning. Why, Kai? Weren't you on guard outside the camp? How did you end up here? Ikai Klaj Kakashi sleep tightly, breathing heavily. Cough. Kakashi. Sunagakure. Sunagakure has launched a surprise attack on our camp. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly grabbed his white fang and rushed out of the tent. Tsunade and the others didn't dare to delay either and hurriedly followed. Uchiha Ten's gaze fell on Shimura Danzo in the corner, his face showing undisguised contempt. Elder Danzo, the enemy is already attacking the camp. Why are you still motionless? Even a kid like me is going to the battlefield. You don't want to be a turtle, do you? Danzo's face twitched. Damn turtle. I just don't want to do anything meaningless. Absolutely not out of fear for my life. Forcing down his anger, Danzo said with righteous indignation, Kid, everything I do is for the village. Chapter 51. Three-Way Battle, the Beginning of Chaos. Damn, these Sanban are poisoned. How outrageous. Do these Sunagakure ninjas want to go to war with us, Konoha? Kill these Sunagakure scum. When Kakashi and the others arrived at the camp's outskirts, the place was already filled with the sounds of battle, blood flowing like rivers. Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas were entangled together, blades clashing, ninjutsu flying. Jiraiya, be careful. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils suddenly widened as he pulled Jiraiya away quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless silver needles suddenly arrived, piercing the spot where they had just stood. Hee. The little guys from Konoha are really quick to react. A woman in her 40s appeared with a strange laugh, and behind her were a large number of Sunagakure ninjas. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, one hand silently resting on his white fanged short blade. Chio, why did you Sunagakure attack our Konoha camp? In response to Kakashi's stern questioning, a slight smile appeared on Chio's face. Why did we Sunagakure attack your Konoha camp? Of course, it's to acquire more resources. Then, she shook her head with disappointment, her face filled with disdain. Kakashi, I thought you were a very excellent ninja, but turns out you're nothing special. Just being ambushed by a Sunagakure has already made you lose your cool. I overestimated you and Konoha. After saying this, Chio waved her right hand fiercely, and groups of Sunagakure ninjas instantly surrounded the three on the field. Three. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Chio's forehead, and the hair on her body stood on end. Whoosh! Kakashi's figure appeared in front of her like a ghost, lightning crackling on his white fan short blade. Thunder body technique. At the steep slope in the west of the Konoha camp, Hanzo the Salamander was watching the Konoha camp below with a group of rain ninjas. A murderous intent filling his eyes. The 5 great ninja villages, What a group of arrogant guys. I will make you all pay. One of the rain ninjas suddenly noticed something, pointing at the Konoha camp in disbelief, exclaiming, "Lord Hanzo, that person down there seems to be Yufeng." Hanzo frowned, his expression displeased. "Yuyo, what nonsense are you talking? How could Yufeng possibly be here? This idiot must have lost his mind. Didn't I send Yufeng and the others to the Land of Fire to intercept Konoha's logistics team? How could they appear in the Konoha camp?" Yuyo gritted his teeth, pointing at a spot, and said stubbornly, "Lord Hanzo, I'm not lying to you. Isn't that Yufeng?" Hanzo's face twitched. This Yuyo was so clueless. Daring to contradict him, he felt a surge of anger and decided he would teach this guy a lesson later, making him understand why the flowers are so red. However, Hanzo quickly froze in place. What did he see? The elite jonin of the Rain Village, Yufeng, was tied up and thrown on the ground, with 2 youths standing guard around him. Even Hanzo, no matter how foolish, realized at this moment. The rain ninjas he sent to attack Konoha's logistics team had all been captured. "My lord." Yuyo opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Hanzo's face darkened as he waved his hand to interrupt him, growling in a low voice. "Yuyo, pass my orders. Immediately attack the Konoha camp." An elite jonin was actually captured alive. He hated to cut Yufeng, this fool, into 1,000 pieces. Both the Rain Village and his own face had been completely lost. Although he was extremely furious, he couldn't just ignore it. After all, the Rain Village was still a small ninja village with a weak foundation, and there were only about a dozen elite jonin in total. Each elite jonin was a force not to be ignored. After humiliating Danzo, Uchiha Tiandao didn't linger in the tent, but quickly turned to rush towards the location of Minato and SH Tree. He was not worried about Tsunagekyu's surprise attack. After all, Kakashi, Orochimaru, and the others had already rushed to the most intense area of the battlefield, and they would naturally stabilize the situation. Moreover, Tsunade was skilled in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, which could effectively counter Chiyo. Tsunagekyu's surprise attack would likely be resolved quickly. Therefore, he only needed to keep an eye on Minato and SH Tree while clearing out the Tsunagekyu ninjas that had invaded the camp. "Minato, it seems Tsunagekyu is launching a surprise attack on the camp. Let's hurry and help." SH Tree noticed the battle outside the camp. His face filled with anger as he said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Minato showed a troubled expression, pointing at the bound Yufeng. "But Ten asked us to keep an eye on this guy." SH Tree waved his hand, looking serious. "Hey, it's fine. This guy won't escape. The ninjas in the village are fighting to the death. As the future Hokage, I must contribute to the village." Minato scratched his head, feeling a bit tempted. He didn't want to hide in the camp either. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end. There's killing intent. Without thinking further, Minato lunged forward, pushing SH Tree down to the ground. Whoosh! A sickle flew over their heads at high speed, embedding itself in the ground behind them. Another interesting little kid. Hanzo appeared before them with several rain ninjas, a hint of surprise in his voice. Then, his gaze fell on Minato, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Konoha is truly a cradle of geniuses. First, there was the Uchiha kid, and now there's this little blondie. These two will surely become shadow-level powerhouses in the future. Thinking of this, Hanzo's killing intent intensified. He absolutely could not allow such geniuses to continue living. However, before that, he needed to find out who had captured Yufeng alive. "Kid, you dare to capture a ninja from the Rain Village? Don't you fear our revenge?" Hanzo said in a low tone, his expression flat. Old dog Hanzo. Just you Rain Village?" SH Tree spat disdainfully, a look of contempt on his face. The face of Hanzo of the salamander behind the mask suddenly turned gloomy. His eyes filled with killing intent, and that high and mighty attitude again. These people from the great ninja villages deserve to die. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Make those who look down on the Rain Village pay the price. Hanzo of the Salamander's expression twisted into a grimace as he gathered chakra in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. You little brats. Godi. Fire style. Exploding flame array. The ground beneath Minato Namikaze and SH Ju quickly sank, revealing multiple exploding tags. Boom. The explosion's flames instantly engulfed the two. Chapter 52. Fire-breathing dragon? No, it's a fire-breathing dragon. Seeing that the two little brats were completely swallowed by the explosion of the tags. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Hanzo's mouth beneath the mask. This was just the beginning. He was determined to make the 5 great ninja villages feel pain. Lead the Rain Village to dominate the ninja world. Hanzo, what are you grinning about? A calm voice suddenly came from behind everyone, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Hanzo of the Salamander's once proud expression suddenly stiffened, his face instantly turning extremely ugly, breathing heavily, with poisonous mist seeping out from beneath his mask. The bodies of several Rain ninjas began to tremble uncontrollably. They knew their leader was angry. Hanzo took a few deep breaths to forcibly suppress the rage in his heart, his cold gaze turning to look behind him. He wanted to see who had the guts to mock him. Oh, it's you, that Uchiha brat, Nanny. Hanzo recognized the speaker as the Uchiha brat who had fled in embarrassment a few months ago. Just as he was about to mock him, he noticed the two boys behind Uchiha Tiandao. He froze in place, instinctively exclaiming, "How are that blonde kid and the short one still alive?" Weren't they completely swallowed by the explosion? Uchiha Tiandao crossed his arms, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes gradually transformed into 3 black tomo. If it weren't for him activating the Transcendence to pull SH Ju and Minato out of the explosion's range in time, those two would likely have been done for. His gaze lingered for a moment on the tightly bound Rain ninjas, and after a brief thought, Uchiha Tiandao understood the events that had transpired. You two step back. This is not a place for you to participate. SH Ju gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Never had he hated his own incompetence more. Every time they encountered danger, it was Uchiha Tiandao protecting them. He had just saved them, and now had to stay behind to hold off the enemy. If only I had powerful strength. Seemingly sensing SH Ju's change in mindset, Uchiha Tiandao furrowed his brows and softly urged, Minato. Minato Namikaze snapped back to reality and quickly pulled SH Ju to run back toward the camp. Hanzo did not pursue the fleeing two. Instead, he was more curious about Uchiha Tiandao in front of him. At the moment of the exploding flame array's explosion, Hanzo was sure he hadn't seen any figures. But those two brats were actually saved by this Uchiha brat. Thus, he concluded that this Uchiha must possess some powerful ninjutsu. Uchiha brat, how did you do it? Facing Hanzo's inquiry, Uchiha Tiandao wore a faint smile and pointed one hand to the sky. My grandmother once said, as long as I wish for it, fate will surely stand by my side. Hanzo, the other Rain ninjas? Uchiha Tiandao quickly scanned the 7 people in front of him. 1 shadow-level ninja, 1 elite J-nin, and 5 special J-nin. This was quite daunting. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's face twitched. Brat, you don't mean to take on all 7 by yourself, do you? Uchiha Tiandao paused. 1 against 7? Hell no. Hey, Hanzo, you really are a genius. However, Uchiha Tiandao did not intend to take on 7 by himself. He aimed for 2 against 7. Old buddy, let's go all out. Summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, the robust body of the fire-breathing dragon appeared in front of everyone, its thick tail constantly smashing into the ground, looking extremely irritable. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He had never seen such a red lizard before, but just from its size, its strength wouldn't be weak. Uchiha Tiandao chuckled. Fire-breathing dragon, you've been training hard lately. It's time to show your strength. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out an excited roar. Ever since it was taken down by Uchiha and Zai using Jinjutsu last time, it had changed from its usual laziness to continuous training. Today was the day to showcase its training results. Fire Blast. Without any warning, a massive amount of chakra quickly gathered in the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, and a fierce line of fire swept towards Hanzo and the others. Uchiha Tiandao quickly formed hand seals, his chest slightly inflating. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Perhaps feeling that the power was not enough, the 3 tomo in his eyes rapidly formed a kaleidoscope pattern, and a stream of blood tears flowed from his right eye. Amaterasu. A crimson sea of flames intertwined with black flames surged forth, burning everything in its path to ashes. Damn, how could this brat's fire style be so terrifying? Hanzo cursed inwardly and quickly dodged to the side. His strength was indeed formidable, but ninjas had to consider attack and defense. As for using water style against fire, think about it. Didn't you see the rain falling from the sky, evaporating? Hanzo and the rain ninjas dodged quickly. But the remaining 5 special J-nin were not so lucky. They never expected Uchiha Ten would act so decisively. They were completely engulfed by the sea of flames. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon panted heavily, letting out an excited roar. Immediately afterward, its entire body was enveloped in a white light, its size rapidly increasing, and a pair of large wings sprouted from its back. Uchiha Ten's eyes lit up, and he took out a permanent super evolution stone from the system space, throwing it at the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, become stronger. Without hesitation, the fire-breathing dragon swallowed the super evolution stone whole. The previously fading white light became dazzling again. Moments later, a fire-breathing dragon over 20 meters long, predominantly gray-black with a sky-blue underside from the jaw to the tail tip, for horns on its head, red eyes, and corners of its mouth burning with azure flames appeared. The insides of its wings turned deep blue, and the protrusions on its wings transformed into claw shapes. Even Uchiha Ten's strong mental fortitude couldn't help but make his heart race at this moment. Good heavens! This size must have reached the level of a super gigantic fire-breathing dragon. Not to mention the azure flame's high temperature and the fire-breathing dragon's hard claw characteristics. Just this size and flying capability would easily crush 99% of ninjas in the ninja world. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon let out a majestic roar. Announcing its arrival to the ninja world, Uchiha Ten helplessly rubbed his forehead and irritably commented, "Fire-breathing dragon, you're so big now, yet still so childish." Gulp! Hanzo and the Rain Ninjas simultaneously swallowed hard, completely stunned. What kind of summoning beast is this? How did it go from over 3 meters to over 20 meters in an instant? How are we supposed to fight now? Uchiha Ten looked at the two with a teasing gaze, his tone laced with mockery. Lord Hanzo, let's begin the second round. Chapter 53. Fire-breathing dragon displays power. Sand Village retreats. Hanzo of the Salamander retrieved his scythe, his cold gaze fixed on Uchiha Ten, his voice hoarse. Brat, as you wish. Water body technique. Hanzo formed a hand seal with one hand, his figure vanishing from the spot like a ghost. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes narrowed, and alarm bells rang in his heart, making him dare not slack off for a moment. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, and his insight was instantly greatly enhanced. Soon, he captured the residual chakra in the air. With a thought, the fire dragon immediately understood. Its 2 sharp claws were instantly covered in a green glow, shimmering with a chilling light. Dragon claw. Clang. The claws collided fiercely with the scythe, producing a sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. Damn! How could this summoning beast's strength have surged so much? Hanzo the Salamander flipped back to his original position, his expression serious, and the hand gripping the scythe trembled slightly. Earlier, he could clearly sense that the summoning beast was only at the level of an elite jounin. But now, with its size increasing, its strength had skyrocketed to that of a Kage. Boom! Boom! The fire dragon's wings flapped wildly, soaring through the sky with Uchiha Tiandao. Oh my god! Look at that big guy. What the hell? Could it be a Sand Village summoning beast? This is bad. That position is the rear camp. Damn Sand Village. Actually doing a 2-pronged attack. The Leaf Ninjas outside the camp quickly noticed the fire dragon in the sky and couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. There was no way around it. The fire dragon's wingspan had reached more than 40 meters. It was too conspicuous flying in the sky. Kakashi's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp, the white Fong short blade in his hand completely covered in lightning, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Chiyo, you Sand Village really have a good plan. Chiyo's mouth twitched. She didn't know what was going on either. However, this was not the time to think about that. The strange summoning beast clearly possessed powerful strength. The Sand Village's foundation could not compare to the Leaf Village, so to minimize losses, Chiyo had already developed a retreating intention. Hee Kakashi. Our Sand Village's plan has already been achieved. You could just enjoy it. After dropping this line, she led the Sand Ninjas to retreat like a tide. In this surprise attack, the Sand Village successfully killed many elite Leaf Ninjas, achieving their war goals. Continuing to fight with the Leaf Village would be meaningless. Rather than increasing unnecessary casualties, it was better to withdraw while ahead. Moreover, Chiyo deliberately said a few words before leaving to lure the Leaf Village to confront that powerful summoning beast. This would further weaken the Leaf Village's military strength. Kakashi's expression was grim. Although he was reluctant to see the Sand Village retreat so brazenly, he did not order the Leaf Ninjas to pursue. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation in the camp, report the situation to the village, request reinforcements from the ninja army, and remain vigilant against the Sand Village suddenly attacking the Land of Fire. Tsunade, you stay here to take care of the wounded. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two come with me to check the situation at the rear camp. Kakashi quickly made a decision in his heart and issued orders swiftly. Time was of the essence. Hanzo the Salamander quickly ordered Yuyo. Yuyo, the opponent has a huge advantage in the air. We must quickly join forces and use ninjutsu to bring them down. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Two more than 10-meter-long azure water dragons shot up from the ground, rushing toward the fire dragon in the air. Uchiha Tiandao's mouth curled up. He was now a champion-level trainer. Fire Dragon used Dragon Dance to quickly evade the water dragon bullets. Then quickly close in on that elite Jounin. Roar. The fire dragon let out a thunderous roar, its body plummeting like a meteor, during which it began to perform a mysterious dance, effortlessly avoiding the two water dragons. Hanzo the Salamander's pupils. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Can fly this fast? Dragon Dance greatly enhanced the fire dragon's attack and speed. Now's the time. Use Dragon Dive. As Uchiha Tiandao's passionate voice fell, the fire dragon instantly erupted with a terrifying killing intent, its body completely covered in blue chakra, forming a giant chakra dragon. Facing the rapidly approaching chakra dragon, Yuyo's pupils dilated. Fear that almost turned into substance filled his eyes. He knew he was finished. Rip! The chakra dragon easily tore Yuyo to shreds, blood splattering everywhere. Hanzo the Salamander looked at the round object beneath him, his complexion changing between green and white, the killing intent in his eyes no longer concealed. You little brat. I must make you die today. After saying this, Hanzo quickly formed seals in his hands and slammed down on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! The ground began to shake violently, cracking open. Immediately afterwards, a massive creature nearly 50 meters long suddenly burst out from the ground, covered in dark green rough scales. Its eyes bulging with a cold murderous light, dark green venom dripping from its mouth, hissing as it hit the ground. Uchiha Tiandao's expression was grave. Hanzo the Salamander was known as a demigod in the ninja world, and this salamander accounted for at least 30% of that reputation. Fire Dragon, gain altitude. Be careful of that guy's venom. Hanzo the Salamander sneered, his face twisted with malice. Hee hee, what a cunning little brat. Salamander, spray venom at that little brat. Wow. The salamander let out a low growl, dark green venom shooting out like arrows. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow. The fire dragon beneath him immediately understood, spreading its wings and easily dodging all the incoming venom, gathering chakra in its mouth. Fire release. The eerie blue flames instantly swept toward the salamander on the ground, the intense heat causing the misty drizzle in the sky to evaporate instantly. The salamander quickly twisted its body, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye, completely avoiding the damage from the fire. Damn it, that damn Uchiha brat. Hanzo the Salamander looked at the giant dragon circling in the sky, unable to help but mutter a curse. He originally thought that the young man would be impulsive and, with such a powerful summoning beast, would definitely confront him head-on. As a result, the young man completely avoided a direct fight, just kite-flying, playing a trade. Hanzo the Salamander frowned, his expression fluctuating between grim and uncertain. He was considering whether to use the salamander's venom to completely flood the leaf camp, forcing Uchiha Tiandao to come down from the sky. But upon further thought, he felt it was unrealistic. Given this brat's cunning, it would only waste energy. If he continued to delay, it would not be beneficial to him either. The battle outside the Leaf Camp had already ceased. By the time Kakashi and the others arrived, "Kid, today you are lucky. We have plenty of time." After saying this, Hanzo quickly burrowed into the ground, heading to meet up with other rain ninjas who had ambushed the Leaf. Chapter 54. The Sand Village officially declares war. Uchiha Tiandao's gaze was deep as he muttered softly, "Next time, I will kill you." At this moment, Uchiha Tiandao's killing intent toward Hanzo the Salamander reached its peak, having attacked his friend time and again. The other party had already paved the way for death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield using body flicker technique, looking up at the sky with grave expressions, rapidly forming seals in their hands. However, Orochimaru was the first to notice the figure on the back of the fire dragon and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Jiraiya and Kakashi from acting. Tiandao-kun is on that big guy's back. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Jiraiya both froze in place. What the hell? Uchiha Tiandao. The two quickly looked up and took a closer look. The boy on the back of the fire dragon was wearing Uchiha clan attire, his black spiky hair hanging down to his waist. Good heavens, it really is Uchiha Tiandao. Boom, boom. The fire dragon flapped its large wings, slowly descending. Uchiha Tiandao's gaze quickly swept over the three people, his face bearing a warm smile. "Well, what brings you three seniors here? Has Tsunagakure been repelled?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others finally snapped out of their daze. "Tiandao, what exactly is going on? Why are you here?" Facing Kakashi's inquiry, Uchiha Tiandao did not hold back and briefly recounted the events. In fact, he didn't quite understand some of the actions of those who were cautious and reserved. It was fine to keep some trump cards and hide one's strength, but being too low-key would inevitably attract some self-important individuals looking for trouble, which would ultimately expose one's strength. Instead of that, why not reveal some strength from the beginning and instill fear in others? This way, most troubles could be avoided. Uchiha Tiandao did just that. His Manjiki Sharingan and the fire-breathing dragon with shadow-level power were not hidden at all, as these were not even as strong as cards. Appropriately showing his fangs would make those who had designs on the Uchiha think twice. After listening to Uchiha Tiandao's account, Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed at the fire-breathing dragon beside him, stammering, "Why, you're saying this guy is a fire dinosaur?" Jiraiya had seen fire dinosaurs before, that 3-meter giant. While its strength was quite impressive, it still fell short compared to the toads of Mayaboka Mountain. Initially, he even used Mayaboka Mountain summoning beasts as bait, trying to entice Uchiha Tiandao to abandon Tsunade and take him as a teacher. But now, looking at the powerful, domineering, and massive summoning beast before him, Jiraiya felt completely envious. Wanta's strength might not necessarily be weaker, but the fire-breathing dragon was so cool. Uchiha Tiandao naturally understood his thoughts and chuckled. "Jiraiya, I actually think the toads of Mayaboka Mountain are quite cool, mainly because they suit you well. Get lost." Jiraiya rolled his eyes and gave him the middle finger. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He was becoming more and more curious about Uchiha Tiandao. Top-tier talent, a massive amount of chakra, eyes that surpassed the 3 Tomo, a powerful and strange summoning beast. Kakashi showed a gentle smile. "Tiandao, with the help of the fire-breathing dragon, our strength in Konoha will surely increase. After all, just the flying ability was already a very practical skill, since they had clarified the situation at the rear camp." Kakashi no longer hesitated. "Tiandao, hurry to the medical team at the camp to help Tsunade relieve some pressure. They should be very short-handed right now." Uchiha Tiandao nodded, releasing the summoning technique and quickly heading towards the medical team at the camp. After all, he was now Konoha's second medical ninja. Kakashi's gaze fell on Jiraiya and Orochimaru, his expression serious. "The strength of Amigakure is somewhat too strong. We need to immediately request support from Lord Hokage and also remind the village to guard against Tsunagakure's invasion. During this time, to prevent Amigakure and Tsunagakure from attacking the camp again, you must strengthen your vigilance." Jiraiya and Orochimaru naturally understood how severe the current situation was and nodded without hesitation. After the three left, Shimura Danzo slowly stepped out from the shadows, his eyes sinister. "Damn it, that Uchiha brat's strength has increased again. That fool Hanzo of the salamander can't kill him at all. This won't do. After pondering for a moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. If Amigakure can't take you down, then what about Sunagakure? Danzo's opinion of the small ninja village had not changed. He believed that it was Hanzo of the salamander's weakness that made it impossible for him to deal with Uchiha Tiandao. If it were Sunagakure taking action, the result would be completely different. Amigakure, in the leader's office. Hanzo of the salamander sat in his seat with a dark face. His eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. As the leader of Amigakure, at the peak of shadow-level strength, he had suffered 2 losses at the hands of a Uchiha brat. Unsurprisingly, it should also be that the Rainfall and others were captured by that brat. This meant that Amigakure had suffered 3 major losses just from that brat. Remembering the Rainfall and others who were burned to death by fire ninjutsu, he felt another wave of anger rising in him and immediately made a decision. Release the news about that Uchiha brat, luring the other 4 major ninja villages to ambush him. Yes, the hidden Amigakure ninja bowed respectfully before quickly leaving. Hanzo of the salamander leaned back in his chair, a sinister smile on his face. Brat, you won't get far relying on your summoning beast. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a leisurely puff of his pipe, his face filled with relaxation. If nothing unexpected happened, Kakashi must be leading Konoha's ninjas into the land of rain by now. In a few days, he would receive a letter of surrender from Amigakure. It's just a small ninja village. How dare they show off in front of Konoha? They truly have the audacity. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared abruptly in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, a smile instantly filling his face. And he couldn't help but put down his pipe. Good news, right? Snow Fox. Is it good news from the front line? The Umbu ninja, codenamed Snow Fox, stiffened. Speaking in an odd tone, Lord Hokage, the forward camp has been simultaneously attacked by Sunagakure and Amigakure. The casualties are heavy. Commander Kakashi urgently needs reinforcements. At the same time, Sunagakure has officially declared war on us, Konoha. The 3rd Kazekage has gathered 5,000 sand shinobi in the land of rivers. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang up from his seat like a spring, his eyes fixed on Snow Fox. Is the intelligence accurate? Lord Hokage, the information is true. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this answer he dreaded most, fell into a deep silence. Chapter 55. Hanzo of the Salamander? In control. After a moment, the hesitation in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes completely dissipated, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Konoha didn't want to start a war, but that didn't mean Konoha would fear war. Snow Fox, convey my orders. Notify all clans to prepare for war, and mobilize 3,000 ninjas to rush to the land of rivers. In response to Sunagakure's repeated provocations, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give them a painful lesson. He wanted to show the world that Konoha was not to be trifled with. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared very weak to the outside world in his old age, in his prime, he truly deserved to be called a ninja hero. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja, codenamed Snow Fox, bowed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a few deep puffs, feeling some of the frustration in his hard ease. There was a hint of sorrow on his face. He wondered how many people would die in this war. Truly a time of troubles. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell on the intelligence scroll that the Umbu had brought, picking it up casually to examine it closely. Earlier, the intelligence was urgent, and Snow Fox had only briefly described the situation. He needed to understand the specific events through the intelligence scroll. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoking action paused, his eyes fixed on the scroll. To be precise, it was a piece of intelligence. Uchiha Tiandao possesses a fire-type summoning beast with shadow-level strength that can fly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's originally serious expression relaxed, and a joyful smile bloomed on his face. Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of the person I have my eyes on. The heavy stone pressing down on Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart quietly fell away at that moment. Previously, he was quite worried about the situation on the battlefield in the land of rivers. After all, the 3rd Kazekage's strength was not weak, and combined with the magnetic release's flying ability, it would inevitably cause huge casualties among Konoha's ninjas. So far, Konoha's new generation had not fully grown up yet. Tsunade and the others are only elite J-nin. Although Uchiha Tiandao has the strength of a Kage, he is still too young, and the Manjiki Sharingan has its drawbacks. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself cannot move, as he needs to stay in the village to guard against the other 3 great ninja villages. As for why the 3rd Kazekage can act so recklessly, other ninja villages are not foolish enough to go into the desert to steal things. Are they crazy? Now that he has learned that Uchiha Tiandao possesses a powerful summoning beast that can fly, his mood instantly improves. This means that Konoha has gained another Kage-level powerhouse. A flying one at that. Hokage-sama. Hear S intelligence from Danzo-sama. A ninja with a dog-faced mask appeared in the Hokage's office. Kneeling on one knee and presenting an intelligence scroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and took it. He wanted to see what intelligence the root ninja sent back under Shimura Danzo's orders. To have Hitaki Tsukumo and Uchiha Tiandao head to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the contents of the report, stroking his chin. Danzo's thoughts are similar to his. The small rain village really doesn't need to be taken too seriously, even though they have caused some losses for Konoha. However, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the reason Rain Village can directly counter Konoha's attack is mainly because he hasn't sent the elite members of Konoha's clans to the battlefield. The small Rain Village is not a concern. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen has great faith in his old team members. Although Danzo seems unreliable, he is still a Kage-level powerhouse. When a village sends reinforcements of elite clan members to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, with Danzo's strength plus the assistance of Tsunade and the others. Hanzo of the Salamander? No problem. One day later, in the Land of Rain, Konoha's camp, Uchiha Tiandao is focused on using the power of J-Ban to heal the injured. Since yesterday, he has been busy treating the wounded, perhaps due to the amount of chakra and the power of J-Ban. Uchiha Tiandao's healing is both fast and effective. Even Tsunade can only look up to him. TSK. Little brat, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so formidable. You're about to surpass me soon. Tsunade wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at Uchiha Tiandao and teasing him. She truly admires this little brat. He has a younger sister at home to take care of, yet his strength and medical ninjutsu have not fallen behind at all, but rather he is galloping ahead. He looks down on his peers and has now directly become one of Konoha's top 2 powerhouses. And now, he even wants to take away her title as Konoha's #1 medical ninja. Tsunade is a very strong-willed woman, so she looks down on soft and weak boys. Like Uchiha Tiandao. With this thought, Tsunade's gaze unconsciously fell on Uchiha Tiandao. Black hair, black eyes, a sharp gaze, radiating a sense of strength. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. Tsunade gazed at Uchiha Tiandao's profile, her pretty face turning slightly red, and she began to daydream. Tsunade. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the woman in front of him who was starting to daze, and his eyelids twitched. Old woman, flat as an airport. Little brat, do you want to die? Tsunade felt someone calling her name, and just as she regained her thoughts, she heard that damn Uchiha brat calling her an old woman and flat as an airport. Anger surged in her heart, and she roared. Isn't it just over 10 years older than you? What are you being so arrogant about? And what's with the term airport? Ever since Tsunade found out what it meant, it instantly became her most hated term. What's wrong with being flat? Am I eating your rice? Tsunade vowed to find a way to increase her size in the future, then use it to crush this annoying Uchiha brat. Uchiha Tiandao subconsciously shivered, looking at Tsunade with a wary gaze. He always felt that this woman was thinking of something unfriendly towards him, while Uchiha Tiandao was wary of Tsunade. She was thinking about how to teach him a lesson later. Just like that, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Tsunade, Tiandao, Tsukumo-senpai is calling us to a meeting. Jiraiya's loud voice came from outside the tent, breaking the strange atmosphere. Uchiha Tiandao was the first to snap back to reality, giving Tsunade the middle finger before quickly running out. Tsunade was taken aback, her pretty face instantly flushing. Little brat, I'll make sure you regret it. After she left, the medical ninjas and injured behind her all breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade-sama is truly terrifying. The 3 sped along and quickly arrived at the command tent. Uchiha Ten's gaze quickly scanned the crowd, briefly stopping on Shimura Danzo. For some reason, he always felt that this old man was trying to make him do something. Danzo felt Uchiha Ten's gaze and subconsciously tensed up. Could it be that this little brat discovered something? Thinking of this, Danzo quickly stood up from his seat, his tone serious. Since everyone is here, I'll report on Hokage-sama's arrangements. The crowd looked at Danzo in surprise, although this was his job as the deputy commander. Why was he so eager today? Chapter 56, Depart. Battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Ten raised his eyebrows slightly. If he was only 50 sure before, now he is 90 sure. This Konoha darkness, the ninja world's deputy commander, is plotting against him. Uchiha Ten's eyes lowered as he pondered how to deal with Shimura Danzo without bloodshed. After all, he is now the head of the Uchiha clan, and some things cannot be too obvious. Danzo looked at the crowd with a cold expression and spoke. According to Hokage-sama's orders, Hatake Sakumo and Uchiha Ten will select a few ninjas to accompany them to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, with Shimura Danzo serving as the overall commander of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Ten's mouth twitched. How much power does this guy crave? Shouldn't he first report on the strategic arrangements? Bang! Tsunade slapped the table, her eyebrows raised. Danzo, is now the time to talk about you becoming the overall commander? We want to hear about the strategic arrangements. The crowd silently nodded. Who doesn't know that once Hatake Sakumo leaves, Danzo will undoubtedly become the overall commander? Is there a need to emphasize this here? Danzo's face darkened, but he couldn't make a fuss over such a small matter. Damn Tsunade, just wait. While cursing in his heart, Danzo discreetly changed the topic. Young people shouldn't be so impatient. Below are the strategic arrangements for this operation. The village has dispatched a large number of elite clan ninjas to reinforce the battlefields in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. The battlefield in the Land of Rivers requires a steady approach, while the battlefield in the Land of Rain needs to accelerate the offensive, aiming to end the war between the village and the Rain village as soon as possible, and then quickly support the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Ten's eyes flashed with a strange light. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen daydreaming? He asked, sending both him and Hatake Sakumo, two Kage-level ninjas, to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The main battlefield is in the Land of Rain. Does he expect Danzo to win against Hanzo of the Salamander? An inexplicable image of Danzo being chased by Hanzo of the Salamander appeared in Uchiha Ten's mind, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The crowd? Danzo's forehead twitched, his face darkening. He felt that this inherently evil Uchiha brat was mocking him. Uchiha Ten put on an innocent expression, shrugged his shoulders, and spoke casually. Well, I just suddenly remembered something happy. I definitely didn't mean to mock Deputy Commander Danzo. The crowd's mouths twitched. This is so ridiculous, you might as well not explain. Cough, cough. Hatake Sakumo cleared his throat twice, interrupting this farce. Everyone, the situation is urgent, and we must act quickly. Soon, the meeting is over. Outside the tent, Uchiha Tiandao crossed his arms and looked at Tsunade with great interest. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Why did you suddenly call me? Tsunade rolled her eyes in annoyance, completely ignoring his teasing. Kid, I want S.H. Ju to stay by your side. Uchiha Tiandao pondered for a moment and asked curiously why. Although he already had a vague guess in his heart, he still wanted to ask, perhaps just to tease her. Tsunade could naturally see his thoughts. But now is not the time to care about these little details. Tiandao, your strength is greater than mine. With S.H. Ju following you, his safety will be guaranteed. Moreover, the battlefield in the Land of Rain is actually more dangerous. Hanzo the Salamander is not weaker than the third Kazekage. When Tsunade mentioned Hanzo, a deep apprehension flashed in her eyes. She had almost died at his hands and was well aware of how terrifying his strength was. Seeing her serious tone and gradually serious expression, Uchiha Tiandao immediately made a promise. S.H. Ju is my good brother. I will protect him well. Tsunade looked at the boy in front of her, stunned, her nose tinged with sadness, and her eyes were about to tear up. Uchiha Tiandao's mischievous voice immediately reached her ears. Hey, airport, I'm leaving first. After saying this, without waiting for Tsunade to react, he used the body flicker technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You brat, don't run if you have the guts. Tsunade gritted her teeth and cursed, then whispered, "You little brat, you need to pay attention to your safety too. Jiraiya, I told you, you should take the initiative." Orochimaru leaned against one side of the tent and spoke to Jiraiya in a low voice. "TCH, Orochimaru, what do you know? This is love." Jiraiya waved his hand, pretending to be relaxed. "That kid Tiandao already has two, right? I don't think this will work out. After all, we know Tsunade's personality." Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who was chattering, and said non-committally, "Do as you wish." "Tiandao, is what you said true? We can go to the battlefield in the land of river with you." Uchiha Tiandao looked at the excited SH Jew and nodded with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, and you are not mistaken, then that is how it is." With Uchiha Tiandao's confirmation, not only SH Jew, but also Minato Namikaze showed an uncontrollable joy on his face. They really couldn't like the perpetually rainy land of rain. Now that they could go to the land of river with Uchiha Tiandao, they naturally felt very excited. Soon, the two followed Uchiha Tiandao to an open area, where Kakashi Ataki had been waiting for a long time. SH Jew and Minato greeted Kakashi curiously. "Lord Kakashi, how should we head to the battlefield in the land of river next?" Kakashi Hatake smiled gently. "Thanks to Tiandao this time, we can enjoy ourselves." SH Jew and Minato were a bit puzzled by this remark, but they quickly understood. Uchiha Tiandao bit his thumb and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Roar. As the white smoke dissipated, the fire-breathing dragon let out a loud roar. "What is this?" SH Jew looked at the giant creature over 20 meters in front of him, excited and incoherent. Minato Namikaze also widened his eyes, shocked. "Tiandao, when did you tame such a powerful summoning beast?" Uchiha Tiandao shrugged, a hint of pride in his tone. "Well, Minato, this guy's a fire dragon." "Nanny!" Both Minato Namikaze and SH Jew exclaimed simultaneously, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. "Fire dragon? You must be joking." Uchiha Tiandao raised his hands and smiled slightly. "Don't mind the details. Let's set off first." Boom! Boom! Moments later, the fire-breathing dragon flapped its massive wings and soared towards the battlefield in the land of river. Chapter 57. Arrival at the battlefield in the land of river. In the land of earth, at the graveyard of mountains, an old man sat on a stone chair. Despite his frail appearance, he could not hide the imposing aura around him. "Madara, this is what happened. That kid has a very strange spear. And Uchiha Ends was easily killed. I only brought back his Manjiki Sharingan," Kurizetsu said respectfully as he handed over a glass container. Inside was Uchiha Ends' Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara silently took the glass container, a strange expression on his face. "Kurizetsu, go check on that kid named Uchiha Fugaku." During the battle between Uchiha Tiandao and Uchiha Ends, Kurizetsu first sent Vortex White Zetsu to rescue the dying Uchiha Fugaku, and then attempted to rescue Uchiha Ends, but ultimately failed. Hearing this slightly hoarse voice, Kurizetsu paused. He had been thinking about how to persuade Uchiha Madara to eliminate Uchiha Tiandao, but upon receiving this sudden order, he could only carry it out first. There was no way around it. Kurizetsu claimed to be the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will and naturally did not dare to disobey his orders, especially since this was related to his plan to save his mother. After Kurizetsu left, a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's aged face. "Uchiha Tiandao, so you're a person of this era. In that case, our plan of the four of us should begin." Then, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, his gaze fell back on a glass container, and he coldly said, "Uchiha Tiandao, you like to watch fun? Humph, I will find you some fun." On the battlefield in the land of river, a middle-aged man with sand iron wings flapping behind him hovered high in the sky. The third Kazekage looked at the Konoha ninja forces on the ground, his expression cold, and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release, sand iron rain. As he continuously mobilized chakra within him, a large amount of sand iron instantly formed countless fine needles, falling like raindrops. "Damn it, there are too many of these sand iron. We can't let this continue. If we allow these attacks to fall, we will surely suffer massive casualties." Such a dense sand iron attack caught the Konoha ninjas off guard. Fortunately, the Konoha ninjas were not pushovers. The temporary commander of the 3,000 ninja army, Nara Shikaku, quickly issued orders. "Ninjas who can use Earth Release, immediately use Earth Release for defense. The Hyuga clan used Kaiten to block the remaining Sand Iron. The rest all worked together to block the Sand Hidden Ninja's attack. Soon, under his command, the Konoha ninja forces effectively defended themselves, completely blocking the 5,000 Sand Hidden offensive with 3,000 Konoha ninjas. The third Kazekage's face darkened, a wave of bitterness surging in his heart. Konoha's foundation was just too strong. In contrast, Sunagakure was just a few weak ninjas, basically having no significant forces. Magnet Release. Sand Iron Cubes. Magnet Release. Sand Iron Cylinders. The third Kazekage, adhering to the idea of destroying what he could not obtain, quickly formed hand seals again. A large amount of sand iron gathered into massive cubes and cylinders, crashing down with terrifying momentum. Narashikaku's pupils contracted, his tone urgent. Western flank, quickly dodge. The ninjas on the western side of the ninja forces instinctively looked up at the rapidly falling sand iron cylinders and cubes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They knew they could not escape. The only thing they could do was wait for death. However, at that moment, boom, boom, the sound of wings beating the air instantly resonated across the sky. A shadow shot down like a missile. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the rapidly descending sand iron cubes and cylinders ahead, his tone calm. Charizard, with all its might, executed Dragon Dive, shattering the two clumps of sand iron. Roar. Following the command, Charizard let out a roar, releasing a terrifying dragon's killing intent that formed a giant dragon illusion around it, charging towards the sand iron at full speed. Bang, bang. After two muffled sounds, the sand iron cylinder and rectangular block instantly collapsed, with the remaining attacks easily neutralized by the Konoha ninja army. Charizard quickly flew close to the ground, then ascended. Kakashi Shikamaru seized the opportunity to leap directly off its back. Uchiha Tiandao glanced at the trembling Shoju and teased. Shoju, you're not scared to the point of peeing yourself, are you? Shoju rolled his eyes in annoyance while raising a middle finger. Damn it, I'm just too excited. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the third Kazekage hovering in front of him, adjusting his expression. My task is to hold him off. You two stand firm. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement, knowing his current strength was still insufficient and that he was just here to learn some combat experience. Shoji was excited, fists clenched. OSS. Let him see the power of our trio. Ouch. Shoji rubbed his butt, which had been burned by flames, looking aggrieved at Charizard, loudly questioning, hey, what was that for? Charizard snorted in dissatisfaction, blowing a few sparks from its nose and turning its head aside. Namikaze Minato wore a warm smile and reminded Shoju, we're actually a four-man team now. The third Kazekage's expression was gloomy as he looked at the enormous creature before him, with deep apprehension on his face. Is this Konoha's hidden trump card? And flying summoning beast? What a grand move. Immediately, his murderous intent surged. If this summoning beast was allowed to enter the battlefield, the Sand Village ninja forces would suffer a heavy blow. Magnet Release. Sand Iron Wings. Without hesitation, the third Kazekage quickly launched an attack, compressing the sand iron into a pair of giant bird wings. The center of the wings fired countless sand iron feathers in a probing attack. Uchiha Tendu's expression tightened as he quickly formed hand seals. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. A crimson fireball shot out, swallowing the incoming iron sand feathers, continuing its momentum towards the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage's face froze, quickly flapping the sand iron wings to evade. He looked nervously at the great fireball whizzing past from the sky, internally shouting in panic. Is this a normal great fireball? Are you using this much chakra for a jutsu of that level? Are you out of chakra? Hundreds of cards. Kid, your strength is quite good. The third Kazekage stared intently at Uchiha Tiandao, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He truly envied Konoha. Not only did they have such a powerful summoning beast, but they also had such a young shadow-level powerhouse. Although this kid's physical condition might not reach shadow level, the amount of chakra he possessed surely did. Uchiha Tiandao shrugged. Teasing, old dog, your strength is quite average. The third Kazekage's forehead veins throbbed, his tone low. Kid, I want to see how strong you really are. Acting so arrogantly. After saying that, he finally stopped concealing his aura, revealing his peak shadow-level presence. Chapter 58. Fierce Battle with the Third Kazekage. The chakra within the third Kazekage erupted like a tide, and countless black sand iron spears suddenly surged towards Charizard. His plan was simple: to injure this summoning beast and gain air superiority. Uchiha Tiandao frowned slightly. After all, Charizard only had the strength of a mid-level shadow, which was already weaker than the opponent. Plus, after such a long journey, its stamina was not sufficient. Therefore, he did not plan to confront the third Kazekage head-on. With a thought from Uchiha Tiandao, Charizard immediately understood, climbing vertically at a 90-degree angle and flipping. Flame Jet. While dodging the sand iron spears, Charizard did not hesitate to counterattack. The deep blue flame shot out with intense heat. The third Kazekage's expression changed, and the sand iron wings behind him flapped rapidly, flying to the left at high speed, narrowly avoiding the incoming flames. Then, he quickly formed hand seals, preparing to release the magnet release jutsu again. However, he overestimated his speed. Under Uchiha Tiandao's guidance, Charizard had long mastered the essence of fighting taught by a certain green caterpillar. Dragon Dance! Dragon Dance! In an instant, Charizard appeared in front of the third Kazekage, its claws covered in a vibrant green light, lunging at him ferociously. The third Kazekage's hair stood on end, realizing he had underestimated the information. With no time to think, he quickly changed the seal he was forming. Magnet Release. Sand Iron Wall. A large amount of black sand iron quickly gathered in front of the third Kazekage, forming a sand iron barrier. The sharp dragon claws struck the sand iron barrier, producing a harsh grinding sound and scattering sparks. However, Uchiha Tiandao would not remain idle. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. He was not just the Uchiha clan leader for nothing. He had learned most of the clan's techniques. For fire dragons roared towards the third Kazekage. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated throughout the sky, attracting the attention of many ninjas on both sides below. However, Kakashi Shikamaru was completely unfazed, wielding his white-toothed short blade with lightning swirling around it, striking with impenetrable speed. The couple he was fighting against was already on the back foot, and at this moment, they were distracted by the explosion in the sky, exposing a flaw in an instant. Kakashi Shikamaru's eyes lit up. It was a great opportunity. As long as he could defeat these two leading figures of the Sand Village, the Sand Ninjas would surely retreat temporarily, giving Konoha a precious breather. Konoha Sword Technique. With all his might, Kakashi Shikamaru struck, his white-toothed short blade transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantly cleaving the puppet in front of the black-haired woman in half, piercing through her chest. In the sky, Uchiha Tiandao's three Tomo spun continuously, fixating on the center of the sand iron clump. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two giant hands made of sand iron swiftly emerged from the clump, reaching for Charizard. Uchiha Tiandao's expression changed slightly as he silently marveled. As expected of the man known as the strongest Kazekage, he indeed has some skills. Before Uchiha Tiandao could give an order, Charizard quickly reacted, unleashing a large character-shaped flame from its mouth. Large character explosive flame. Boom! The clash between the deep blue flames and the sand iron hands erupted in a tremendous explosion. Kid, your fire techniques are indeed strong. The third Kazekage's appreciative voice emerged from the smoke, as the surging flames seemed to have no effect on him. Uchiha Tiandao narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing something was off. Some of the sand iron had started to show signs of melting after being bombarded by the fire release. This was the power of his and Charizard's fire release. The temperature was far beyond what an ordinary ninja's fire release could compare to. Uchiha Tiandao pondered internally. It seemed that to break through the third Kazekage's defenses, he would need to use even more violent jutsu. At that moment, a dull sound echoed from the high sky. Boom! Uchiha Tiandao involuntarily shifted his gaze upward, where a dark cloud was hanging, occasionally rumbling with thunder. Is that a cumulonimbus cloud? Uchiha Tiandao's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to deal with the third Kazekage. Back in ninja school, due to his terrifying talent, Uchiha Tiandao had already mastered the Rasengan and Chidori. Tiandao, where are you dawdling for a time like this? That guy's about to attack us again. Shoju's anxious voice pulled him back to reality. Uchiha Tiandao smiled confidently and calmly. Shoju, I have a strategy to break the enemy. Bluffing Watergate blinked his eyes and curiously asked, Tind, is the grasp great? Their task was actually just to hold off the third Kazekage, but if they could defeat him, that would naturally be excellent. Uchiha Tind did not answer, and chakra quickly gathered in his right hand. Chidori, the violent blue lightning, constantly leaped in his hand, emitting a piercing screech. Under the astonished gazes of Bluffing Watergate and the others, Uchiha Tind slowly raised his right hand. The third Kazekage's heart skipped a beat. Years of ninja experience had made him extremely sensitive to danger. Damn it, what does this kid want to do? Why does such a simple action make me feel so terrified? No, I absolutely cannot let him continue. The third Kazekage dared not hesitate any longer. Chakra poured out of him like it was free, and his hands turned into a blur. Magnet release. Sand iron world technique. The sky was filled with iron sand that transformed into conical shapes, instantly covering the entire sky as it pierced toward Uchiha Tind and the others. Bluffing Watergate's expression changed. According to the intelligence he had received, this was the third Kazekage's strongest ninjutsu. The countless conical iron sands were also laced with deadly poison. A smile appeared on Uchiha Tind's face. Watergate, Ju, this move will be very cool. As the words fell, the thunder in the cumulonimbus clouds was guided by Chidori, forming a massive blue beast. Roar. The beast let out a deafening roar, its body radiating lightning. Uchiha Tind's expression remained calm as his right hand suddenly fell, and he softly uttered a few words. Lightning release. Kirin. The thunderous Kirin, carrying a terrifying pressure, charged straight towards the third Kazekage like a heavenly punishment. Are you kidding me with this power? Is that Uchiha boy a god? How can he control natural lightning? The third Kazekage won't be killed directly, will he? The sand-hidden village ninjas looked up at the sky in fear. This natural power made their souls tremble. The Konoha ninja squad, Uchiha clan. Wow, is this the clan leader? This wave is simply like a little cow flying a plane. Takuya, where did you learn so much nonsense? Nonsense, of course. I learned it from the clan leader. The clan leader is so strong. I, Uchiha, admire him and call him the strongest in the ninja world. Chapter 59. The sand hidden retreats, and Shinya appears. Cough, cough. The third Kazekage covered his right shoulder, his face pale. It was already empty there. If he hadn't abandoned his vehicle to protect his life at the critical moment, he would have lost more than just an arm. Uchiha Tind looked surprised, and a sense of genuine admiration rose in his heart. It can only be said that he truly is the third Kazekage. His strength and combat awareness belong to the top tier in the ninja world. Perhaps his greatest stain in this life is being killed by the red sand scorpion. Uchiha Tind, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of your illness to take your life, launched another attack on the third Kazekage, showing no mercy. With the enhancement of the fire-breathing dragon, Uchiha Tind completely transformed into a mobile cannon of dual cultivation. Various fire-release ninjutsu and lava-release ninjutsu poured out, and there wasn't a single duplicate. This led to the third Kazekage's situation becoming increasingly dangerous. He could only helplessly flee in the air. He didn't understand. Why was this Uchiha kid's ninjutsu power far greater than normal levels? Even if he infused a large amount of chakra, it shouldn't be this outrageous. No matter how hard the third Kazekage thought, he wouldn't know that as Uchiha Tind grew older, his physical quality was increasing at a visibly rapid pace, almost changing by the day. The consequence of this was that the fusion with the power of Groudon was rapidly increasing. The quality of chakra within Uchiha Tind was gradually changing, even showing signs of evolving into natural energy. Naturally, the power of his ninjutsu became increasingly formidable. Based on Uchiha Tind's speculation, achieving around 50% fusion with Groudon's power would allow him to unlock Tailed Beast transformation. Around 80% would directly revert to primal form along with chakra at the level of natural energy. 100% should allow him to unlock a form similar to the Rinnegan chakra mode. At that time, the Earth God Groudon would truly descend upon the ninja world. As for the red jewel, that thing is merely a ceremonial key. The truly important reason is that it contains a large amount of natural energy. Marla, the leader couple, has been killed by that white-haired ninja from Konoha. How can this be? Is it destined that we in the sand-hidden village will lose this war? Naruto looked at the chaotic sand-hidden ninjas ahead, his eyes shining brightly as he urgently shouted, "Konoha ninjas! The leader of the sand-hidden has already been slain by Commander Hatake Kakashi. Now is the time to strike and defeat them. Kill those sand-hidden ninjas. Brothers, charge! Leave them with nothing." Whoosh, whoosh. Uchiha Shana swung out a few blades, and several sand-hidden ninjas' heads fell in response, exuding a heroic spirit. Quite a sense of vigor for the old clansman. Even though the clan leader is still young, he can make the third Kazekage flee in panic, showcasing the unmatched reputation of the Uchiha clan. We absolutely cannot lose face. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen, hearing this impassioned speech, felt their blood boil. "Elder, you can rest assured. We will never tarnish the family's reputation." That's right. "Elder, those who offend the Uchiha will be punished, no matter how far." Uchiha Shana kicked Uchiha Takuya with annoyance. "Takuya, you haven't learned the clan leader's excellence, but you've certainly learned the nonsense well." Boom! A massive fireball smashed down on the third Kazekage sandiron, producing a huge explosion. Uchiha Tiandao raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of mockery, and his tone teasing. "Third Kazekage, your situation in the sand-hidden village may not be very good." Huh? The third Kazekage's face turned pale, and his expression looked extremely grim. Although he was very displeased by this little brat's taunts, he had no way to refute him, as what the other party said was the truth. The third Kazekage knew that the situation was dire. If they continued to fight, the sand-hidden village would be completely defeated. If he retreated now, relying on the river channels within the land of rivers, he could still form a standoff with Konoha on the east and west banks. At that time, he could still wait for an opportunity to wage war against Konoha again. Having thought this through, the third Kazekage quickly dove downward and loudly issued orders. "Sand-hidden ninjas, retreat quickly." The sand-hidden ninjas had already been beaten back and were already harboring thoughts of retreat. Hearing their Kazekage's command at this moment, they began to withdraw without hesitation. Naruto's expression changed. This was a great opportunity to expand their victory, and they absolutely could not let the sand-hidden retreat easily. Otherwise, once they regroup, Konoha and the sand-hidden would have to fight again. Konoha ninjas, pursue quickly. Do not give them a chance to catch their breath. Therefore, Naruto decisively ordered a pursuit, attempting to eliminate the sand-hidden ninjas as much as possible. The third Kazekage on the ground had a dark expression. If this continued, even if the sand-hidden ninjas could complete their retreat, the casualties would reach an extremely terrifying number. This was not what he wanted. He had to stop Konoha's pursuit. The third Kazekage quickly bit his thumb and slapped it on the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Hiss, hiss. A huge crimson snake head slowly emerged from the smoke, its forked tongue constantly flicking out, and its golden vertical pupils flashed with a cold light that instilled fear in those who gazed upon it. Hiss. Third Kazekage, why have you summoned me? Shinya, I need you to briefly stop the Konoha ninja forces. The third Kazekage did not hesitate and succinctly explained the situation. A trace of disdain flashed in Shinya's eyes. He never expected his contractor would be injured by a little brat. Third Kazekage, you really are getting worse. Hurry up and leave. I'll take care of things here. The third Kazekage did not speak and quickly chased after the sand-hidden ninja troops, knowing that Shinya couldn't hold them off for long. Shinya's massive body, over 50 meters long, moved rapidly, directly colliding with the Leaf Village ninja troops. Marula, what a stroke of luck. Uchiha Takuya, standing at the front, was currently at the forefront of the ninja troops. Just as he thought this, a ghostly blue flame descended from the sky, successfully forcing the incoming Shinya back. Hiss, hiss, what guts? How dare you sneak attack me? Shinya's body coiled up, its snake head raised high, staring directly at the fire-breathing dragon in the air, coldly saying. After finishing, the natural energy within it quickly circulated. In the next moment, a mouthful of ancient phlegm was suddenly spewed out, directly attacking the fire-breathing dragon. Uchiha Tiandao raised his brow, If he wasn't mistaken, this red serpent should be Shinya. And that phlegm was actually its signature sage technique, possessing petrifying venom. The fire-breathing dragon quickly flipped its body, easily dodging the incoming venom. However, although Shinya was powerful, it was somewhat arrogant, even conceited. Uchiha Tiandao watched as Shinya glared at him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. And the kaleidoscope Sharingan quickly appeared in his eyes, casting an illusion on it. "You brat, look at me." Shinya scratched its head with its tail, looking at the three divine maidens of the dragon cave in front of it, feeling as if its brain wasn't enough. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't I fighting? Chapter 60. Renowned in the ninja world. However, Shinya was just a bit dazed, not foolish. It remembered the last thing it saw was the scarlet double eyes, quickly realizing that it should have been affected by the illusion. "Damn it, you little brat. Born evil Uchiha." As Shinya cursed, it manipulated the natural energy within to charge forward, trying to break free from the illusion's control. Surprisingly, it hadn't even truly exerted itself when the scene in front of it dissipated like a bubble, returning to its original state. In fact, this was all intentional by Uchiha Tiandao. After all, his Sharingan was not yet the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, so he had to cherish his eye power. Thus, the purpose of that illusion just now was merely to buy some time. Shinya proudly raised its head, its gaze disdainful. "Hiss, you little brats are nothing but this." Before Shinya could finish its mocking words, a claw covered in emerald green light rapidly enlarged in its eyes. The fire-breathing dragon clawed out its right eye. "Hiss, you little brat, I will make your leaf ninjas pay the price." Shinya let out an angry roar, its massive body recklessly charging towards the leaf ninja troops. It knew it couldn't do anything to Uchiha Tiandao and the others in the sky, so it could only vent its pent-up anger on the leaf ninjas. After all, the attacks of these ordinary ninjas were soft and powerless, unable to even penetrate its scales. "Tiandao, we must stop it quickly. Otherwise, the ninjas in the village will surely suffer heavy losses." Wave Wind Minato said with a serious expression and an urgent tone. As a warm little son, he didn't want too many companions in the village to die. Uchiha Tiandao nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. "In that case, let's try this technique." With that, the chakra within him quickly gathered, and his hands came together. "Earth Release, Cliff Sword." What's going on?" Shinya instinctively slowed its advance, feeling a bit of palpitations. The earth suddenly let out a dull roar, and before Shinya could react, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless massive rock blades burst forth from the soil. "Hiss!" Shinya let out a painful wail as the rock blades effortlessly pierced through its lower jaw and abdominal scales, lifting it into the sky. Gulp, gulp. The leaf ninjas present all swallowed hard, looking at this scene in terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. The over 50-meter-long red serpent was easily pierced by the 7 or 8-meter-long rock blades, suspended 4 to 5 meters above the ground, its crimson blood continuously dripping down the rock blades. Uchiha Tiandao withdrew his hands, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. This power is a bit concerning. Wave Wind Minato and Rope Tree were stunned upon hearing this. This thing's power is still weak? This attack has a wider range than the third Kazekage Sand Iron and an absurdly high damage. And you're still not satisfied? What more do you want? In fact, in Uchiha Tiandao's conception, the rock blades should have been imbued with magma and should have reached hundreds of meters in height. But perhaps because he didn't exert himself fully, this time's Cliff Sword didn't have the fire attribute and was relatively small. Hatake Sakumo looked at the figure in the sky, filled with admiration. He knew Uchiha Tiandao was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong, not to mention directly defeating the third Kazekage. After all, he had the assistance of a shadow-level summoning beast and natural lightning. However, this red serpent was at least of shadow-level caliber, and it was directly taken down in one move. Narashikaku's eyes were deep, and he couldn't help but calculate in his heart. One move is enough to change the entire battlefield situation. This child's future achievements will be extraordinary. It seems that when I return to the village, I really need to have a talk with Akimichi Kurai about how the Ino Shikicho should treat the current Uchiha clan. Border of the Land of Rivers, Sand Hidden Camp. The third Kazekage lay weakly on a sickbed, A large amount of chakra consumed and serious injuries, making him appear extremely lethargic. Lord Third, what should we do next? A Sand-Hidden ninja asked respectfully. Although Sand-Hidden had suffered defeat this time, they still believed in their Kazekage. The third Kazekage squinted slightly, pondering for a moment, and said, use the power of Sand-Hidden Village to make that Uchiha brat famous and create a momentum. He wanted to lure the Cloud-Hidden Village, Mist-Hidden Village, and Rock-Hidden Village to join the fray. Immediately, the third Kazekage's tone shifted, becoming somber. You go notify Elder Chiyo at the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Tell her to hurry over. Just say that her son and daughter-in-law died at the hands of Hitaki Sakumo from the Leaf. The Sand-Hidden ninja bowed and quickly left the tent. 3 days later, in the Cloud-Hidden Village, Raikage's office. The third Raikage looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Konoha White Fang? I've heard of Hitaki Sakumo. He is indeed worthy of this title. But who is this Konoha Dragon Lord? The nearby Tsuchikage, suppressing his laughter, spoke up. Lord Raikage. This title refers to the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tiandao, because he possesses a powerful summoning beast resembling a dragon. He is referred to as the Konoha Dragon Lord in the ninja world. In the Rock-Hidden Village, Tsuchikage's office, Onoki stared solemnly at the intelligence in his hand. His hands tightly clenched. Damn it. How can Konoha have so many talented individuals? And this Konoha Dragon Lord, yet another damn Uchiha. Thinking of Uchiha, his mind recalled the night he was toyed with by that man. Damn it. All Uchiha should die. In the Land of Rain, Konoha camp. Shimura Danzo was sitting in a chair, holding a bowl of steaming rice. Without Hitaki Sakumo and that naturally evil Uchiha brat around, his mood was quite pleasant. Thinking this way, Shimura Danzo prepared to eat. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared abruptly in the tent, speaking urgently. Lord Danzo, something bad has happened. Shimura Danzo glanced at him indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. What mess? How can you act so flustered? After scolding a few words, Shimura Danzo then leisurely asked, what happened? The root ninja didn't dare to delay, pouring out all the information he had received like a bamboo tube pouring beans. After listening, Shimura Danzo was stunned in place. Then, he suddenly reacted, roaring ah. Bang! The rice in his hand was heavily overturned on the table, and he jumped up like a spring, waving his hands repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sunagakure has at least 5,000 elite ninjas. 5,000 elites. Even if there were 5,000 pigs, Uchiha Tendo and Kakashi could not capture them all in one day. How could they possibly defeat Sunagakure on the first day of arriving at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers? Chapter 61. Check in the White Dragon God. Land of Rivers battlefield, Konoha camp. Uchiha Tendo was sitting cross-legged in his tent. A pale blue holographic screen quietly floated in front of him. Host, Uchiha Tendo, mental power, 7108, physique, 5,620, bloodline limit. Manjiki Sharingan, power of evergreen, lava release, tailed beast, Groudon, fusion degree, 3876, skills, Uchiha style sword dance. Sword of the Cliff, lightning release, Kirin, Rasengan, special skills, Pokémon Haiku, cooking skills like Brock, items, points, 68 special effects, Groudon fusion degree exceeds 20, earth release, fire release, lava release power increased to 4 times. Note, mental power reaching may first produce wonderful changes. Uchiha Tendo had been at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers for over a year. During this time, the Pokémon check-in system was upgraded again. Officially entering the 30 era, the system became more user-friendly and provided ways to enhance strength at the current stage below the character panel. Perhaps due to being on the battlefield, Uchiha Tendo quickly gathered over 20 points and conducted 2 lottery draws. The results were very disappointing. The so-called special skills provided no help in enhancing his strength. Thus, Uchiha Tendo understood why this broken system referred to the points-based lottery as an extended feature. It turned out to be a tasteless, yet regrettable chicken rib. Fortunately, life is full of surprises. During this time, Uchiha Tendo obtained items like the Happy Egg Stamina and Shinedo's mental power through check-ins, significantly improving his physical fitness and mental power. Combined with the hints provided by the system, Uchiha Tiandao had a faint guess in his heart. Perhaps when his mental power reached one, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan would be fully born. Uchiha Tiandao concentrated his thoughts. System performed the annual check-in. Today just happened to be the first day of the 39th year of Konoha, performing annual check-in for the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Summoning Beast, Reshiram. Reshiram, a legendary Pokémon that can burn the world to ashes with flames, will help build the real world. Uchiha Tiandao's pupils instantly dilated and his breath quickened. This is the legendary True Dragon. Crack! A pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared, bursting forth with a strong suction. After a few breaths, Uchiha Tiandao found himself in a strange cave, surrounded by wisps of flames. Following the call from deep within his heart, he quickly arrived at the depths of the cave. Uchiha Tiandao's gaze fell upon a massive white stone, and he had a sudden realization. What is your truth? A dignified, calm voice emanated from the white stone, and the surrounding crystalline energy stones flickered with brilliant firelight. At the same time, the white stone gradually transformed into a red sphere of light, hovering in midair. Uchiha Tiandao's eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "I want to become the strongest, to protect my beloved family and brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, the red sphere of light hovering in midair underwent a change, with scarlet flames swirling and spreading outward. A white giant dragon, about 50 meters long, emerged from the flames. Its appearance resembled a combination of a white bird and a western dragon, covered in feather-like white fur, with cloud-like hair on its head, looking extremely sacred and solemn. Roar! Reshiram spread its wings in front of it, its closed eyes suddenly opening, emitting a deep and penetrating roar, with bright blue eyes reflecting the scarlet flames. The way you protect is for the truth. After saying this, it slowly lowered its proud head. Uchiha Tiandao leaped up effortlessly and landed on top of Reshiram's head. Boom! Boom! Reshiram's wings suddenly flapped, lifting a large amount of dust, and its form quickly disappeared from the spot, flying towards the cave entrance. Konoha Camp, Commander's tent. Narashikaku's expression was serious, and his tone was anxious. "Commander, Sunagakure must be well prepared this time. Their poison has been greatly enhanced. It acts quickly. It only takes a few seconds to take down a lower ninja." Kakashi sat in the main seat, frowning, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Over the past year, Konoha had suffered a lot from Sunagakure's various strange poisons. However, Konoha was not to be underestimated. Under Uchiha Tiandao's leadership, the medical team quickly developed corresponding antidotes. This made Chiyo feel extremely frustrated. She felt like she was facing Tsunade on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Whenever she used poison, Uchiha Tiandao would immediately counter it. When she used puppets, Uchiha Tiandao would come with Charizard and ruthlessly tear them apart. Later, after inquiring, Chiyo found out that the opponent was Tsunade's prized disciple, whose strength and medical ninjutsu were far superior to hers. Therefore, apart from the first month after arriving, she hadn't conducted large-scale raids for a long time. "Shikaku, hurry and notify Uchiha Tiandao. I'll hold off the third Kazekage and let him stop Chiyo. The other ninjas should organize defense by family." Upon hearing this, Narashikaku nodded helplessly and quickly left. It wasn't that he didn't want to come up with a plan, but Chiyo's strategy was just too brilliant. While choosing a night raid, Sunagakure also prepared a large amount of new poisons. Under such circumstances, even Narashikaku had no good ideas. Therefore, Konoha could only brace itself to block Sunagakure's raid. Otherwise, if the opponent broke into the Land of Fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. As long as Konoha, this fierce tiger, showed any signs of fatigue, the other 4 great ninja villages would surely pounce on it like hungry wolves, leaving no bones behind. With the task of mobilizing the ninja troops handed over to Narashikaku, Kakashi quickly headed to the battlefield with a short blade. Chiyo's poison-making techniques are truly remarkable. The third Kazekage looked at the fallen Konoha ninjas, reminiscent of wheat bowing down, and couldn't help but exclaim. Chiyo was not impressed by his praise and chuckled. Hee hee. Lord Third, it would be better to quickly lead Sunagakure ninjas to attack. These poisons act quickly, but their effects won't last long. Those Konoha ninjas will soon react. The third Kazekage nodded. The opportunity for battle was fleeting, and he indeed should not delay too long. However, just as he was about to take action, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Huh? What is that? Oh my gosh. It looks like a giant summoning beast. Could be Lord Tendo? Fool. Lord Tendo's summoning beast isn't this big. Both sides of ninjas quickly noticed the movement in the sky, instinctively stopping their fight, their gazes all turning towards the sky. The third Kazekage squinted his eyes, and as he saw clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, exclaiming in shock, "Damn, it's that Uchiha brat." Chapter 62, Blue Flame. One-shot kill of the third Kazekage. Uchiha Tendo crossed his arms, looking down at the Sunagakure ninjas below with an indifferent expression. Res Hiram, let's put an end to this war. Actually, if Uchiha Tendo were to unleash his full power, he could also accelerate the progress of the war. However, understanding human nature, he didn't want to be too conspicuous without absolute strength. Therefore, for more than a year, Uchiha Tendo mainly served as the head of the medical team in the camp, leading medical ninjas to counter Chiyo's deadly poison. Now, with the arrival of Res Hiram, a mid-stage divine beast of the Six Paths, his style of action could naturally be more free-spirited. "My lord, I will obey your command," Res Hiram replied in a calm tone. To it, Uchiha Tendo was the true embodiment of reality, and it only needed to obey his orders. The third Kazekage's sand-iron wings quickly flapped, reaching not far from Uchiha Tendo in just a few breaths. Looking at the enormous and imposing summoning beast before him, he inexplicably felt a surge of fear. However, this was quite normal. After all, the power gap between Res Hiram and Charizard was akin to that between Uchiha Madara and Shikaku. Moreover, as a divine beast, what Res Hiram possessed was not chakra, but pure natural energy. Uchiha Tendo gazed at the third Kazekage in the distance, his eyes deep. Uzumaki Kushina was the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, personally chosen by the third Hokage and others, even though he was a member of the Hokage lineage. If he rashly proposed the idea of replacing the Jinchuriki, he would undoubtedly be ruthlessly rejected. Therefore, it was very important to enhance his voice in this matter. Res Hiram, use blue flames. As Uchiha Tendo's calm voice fell, Res Hiram suddenly unleashed a torrent of blue flames towards the third Kazekage. The blue flames scorched and twisted the space along their path. The third Kazekage's body hair stood on end as he sensed the breath of death. "Damn it! Stop underestimating me. I am a Kazekage." Unwilling to die just like that, the third Kazekage let out a furious roar, quickly forming hand seals with his remaining left hand, exerting all his strength to channel chakra. Magnet release, sand iron defense. A sky full of black sand iron quickly gathered, completely enveloping the third Kazekage, forming a massive protective sand sphere. Boom! The massive impact of the blue flames instantly knocked the protective sand sphere from the sky. The third Kazekage breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The momentum was indeed frightening, but the actual power was nothing more than this. However, the third Kazekage quickly stopped smiling as he sensed something was off. The black sand iron in front of him was instantly stained red, and it was visibly turning yellow and white. Sizzle! A drop of red-orange liquid fell onto the third Kazekage, causing his skin to instantly carbonize. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Uchiha Tendo looked at the protective sand sphere being continuously scorched by the blue flames, smacking his lips, and muttered quietly while stroking his chin, "This might hurt a bit." Chiyo's face turned extremely ugly. She knew the third Kazekage was done for. No one could survive in such a situation. Sand-hidden ninja, retreat immediately. Chiyo decisively issued the command. If they didn't retreat immediately, they might not be able to escape later. The surrounding sand-hidden ninjas were first stunned, then suddenly came to their senses, running away without looking back. Their strongest combat power had been instantly taken out by the opponent. If they didn't run now, when would they? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Uchiha Tendo's eyes as he quickly joined his hands together. "Sorry, but I don't plan to let you leave just like that." Lava release, cliff sword. The third Kazekage alone was not enough to showcase his power. This time, Uchiha Tendo did not choose to hold back. The earth let out a low rumble, and countless giant rock blades erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots, covered in a layer of crimson magma. Boom! Boom! A large number of sand-hidden ninjas were hit by the cliff sword, instantly blown to smithereens by the abundant energy within. This is definitely not a power a human can possess. This is the power of a god. Lord Tendu is simply too strong. This is the power of the Konoha Dragon Lord. Huh, you little brat, what are you barking about? Lord Tendu should be called the Konoha Dragon God. Agreed. I, Uchiha Takuya, wholeheartedly agree. Konoha Dragon God. Konoha Dragon God. Uchiha Tendu in the sky twitched at the corner of his mouth, wondering what was going on with this inexplicable social death. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, in the original work, there indeed seemed to be a taijutsu master called Konoha Dragon God, looking at the scattered limbs and corpses on the ground, which even emitted a charred aroma. Even the battle-hardened Kakashi felt a wave of nausea. If there were only 2 or 3 such corpses, it would be fine, but just for what he saw, there were over 100 charred right hands. Boom, boom. Res Hiram flapped its wings and slowly descended. Uchiha Tendu looked at Kakashi's unnatural expression and grinned. Kakashi-senpai, the 3rd Kazekage has been killed by me, and the Sand Hidden is severely weakened, so I won't stay here any longer. Please help me keep an eye on those 2 brats, Minato and SHG. Having achieved his goal of flexing his muscles, Uchiha Tendu naturally had no intention of staying here. He was going to find a member of the Uzumaki clan to replace Kushina as the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed, and the feeling of nausea in his heart instantly dissipated. Tendu, what are you going to do? Although the Sand Hidden has indeed suffered heavy losses and is temporarily unable to launch an attack without the Hokage's orders, leaving the battlefield on your own will result in punishment. Uchiha Tendu shrugged and replied casually, well, just have Kakashi-senpai report to the Hokage. I'm not concerned about what you said. These rules only limit others. With my strength, and being Tsunade's disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen would only come to trouble me because he's bored. Don't you see? Jiraiya has done this before, and he didn't have any issues. After speaking, Res Hiram beneath Uchiha Tendu instantly understood. Its massive wings flapped violently, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the vast night sky. Kakashi watched the figure of the person and dragon gradually recede, opened his mouth, and finally sighed helplessly. What a troublesome little guy. After muttering a complaint, Kakashi quickly headed towards the command tent. He needed to quickly compile an intelligence report to send back to Konoha and find a way to phrase Uchiha Tendu's departure more tactfully. Chapter 63. The 3rd Hokage feels uneasy. The roots grow stronger. Konoha Hidden Village, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the intelligence scroll in his hand, momentarily forgetting the pipe in his mouth. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door suddenly broke the tranquility in the Hokage's office. Coming back to his senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the intelligence scroll on the desk and tidied up his appearance slightly. Kumin, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was roughly pushed open from the outside. Hiruzen, there's a serious problem. Before Tsunai Kamaru could enter, her anxious voice echoed throughout the Hokage's office. Mito Kazan followed closely behind, his face also filled with concern. Seeing his 2 old friends rushing in, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately guessed what they were about to say. Sure enough, Tsunai Kamaru got straight to the point. Hiruzen, that Uchiha kid actually left the front lines without orders. Isn't his behavior a betrayal of Konoha? Mito Kazan added, Hiruzen, I know you value that Uchiha kid, but you can't keep indulging him again and again. What will the other ninjas think? If other ninjas follow suit and no longer obey the higher-ups' orders, how will Konoha operate? Sarutobi Hizashi, hearing this, was puffing away on his cigarette, his face revealing no joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. Hataki Tsukumo had already informed me of the situation. It seems that Nagato might have developed some psychological issues after witnessing the brutality of war. Therefore, he was just wandering around the ninja world, trying to adjust his mindset, with no intention of disobeying orders. Uzumaki Koharu had a grim expression and spoke with a hint of displeasure. Hizashi, how can a ninja act recklessly because of personal issues? Besides, Don't you find Hatake Sakomo's words ridiculous? Uchiha Nagato killed hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Would he really develop psychological issues because of the brutality of war? Sarutobi Hizashi's face darkened, and he had a thought that he wasn't sure whether to voice. So you also know that Uchiha Nagato killed hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas in the Land of Rivers? Others have that kind of power, and you still want to push him to become a rogue ninja over such a trivial matter? Although he wanted to retort, Kuru, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately held back. After all, their bond in Konoha was as deep as the ocean. Koharu, have you considered the consequences of such actions? What consequences? If the village is to pass judgment, would that Uchiha brat dare to resist? Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, his face showing some helplessness. Koharu, not to mention that Uchiha Nagato has a very good relationship with Lord Mito. He is the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the owner of the Mangeki Sharingan, the contract holder of a shadow-level summoning beast. And this doesn't even account for Uchiha Nagato's terrifying strength and that summoning beast which can take out the third Kazekage in an instant. Upon hearing this, Koharu's expression faltered, but she was still forcing herself to argue. So what? We in Konoha have plenty of elite ninjas. As she spoke, Koharu's voice grew weaker. Clearly, she realized something was off. Originally, Uchiha Nagato's reputation in Konoha was very high, and now he had completely made a name for himself on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Whether they could defeat him was secondary. Konoha's ninjas might not even be willing to take action against Uchiha Nagato. Seeing Koharu grasp the key point, Sarutobi Hizashi finally showed a satisfied expression. Koharu, regarding Uchiha Nagato, we should focus on winning him over with some pressure as a supplement. Our attitude shouldn't be too aggressive. Hizashi, I actually have an idea. Mito Minyan, who was standing behind Koharu, suddenly spoke up. Oh, Minyan, feel free to share your thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Mito Minyan elaborated. Hizashi, perhaps we can strengthen the root's power. Use them to restrict. That's indeed a good suggestion. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. With Uchiha Nagato's power rapidly expanding, his conduct had become reckless. Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but feel a sense of wariness. But he really had no way to deal with him, so he could only choose to slightly back down. Now, Mito Minyan's words reminded him why not strengthen the root's power to restrict Uchiha Nagato? The leader of the root is Shimura Danzo, my good friend, closer than my own wife. Having worked with Danzo for many years, they knew each other's strengths and weaknesses well. With their tacit cooperation, they could definitely keep Uchiha Nagato firmly under control. This time, the advantage is mine. With the worries in his heart resolved, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately broke into a smile. In the Land of Rain, Uchiha Nagato was aimlessly walking down the street in the pouring rain. Strange, isn't Nagato in the Land of Rain? Why haven't I found any trace of him? Indeed, ever since Uchiha Nagato left the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, he had set his sights on Nagato. In Uchiha Nagato's view, rather than letting Nagato become a pitiful character like in the original story, it would be better to have him obediently go to Konoha as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This way, Nagato wouldn't be used by Uchiha Obito and would not lose the most important companions in his life. As for Uchiha Obito's revenge, bring it on. Reshiram is no pushover. However, the result was very unsatisfactory for Uchiha Nagato. He had searched for more than 10 days in the Land of Rain. He didn't see Nagato, nor did he encounter Konin or Yahiko. Uchiha Nagato shook his head. Today, he had gained nothing again. Just as he was about to return to the inn where he was staying, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a frail figure out of the corner of his eye. That's... A little girl was tiredly leaning against the alley, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, she finally managed to pull out a piece of black, hard bread from her bosom. Even though the bread emitted a pungent sour smell, the girl's eyes sparkled with dazzling light. She greedily stuffed the bread into her mouth, chewing it voraciously, looking like a starving ghost reincarnated. When she was choked and could hardly stand it, she drank the rainwater falling from the sky. Finally, after finishing the bread, the little girl licked her fingers with lingering satisfaction. That piece of sour bread was like a delicacy in her eyes. Uchiha Nagato, sitting on the eaves above, felt a bit of sourness in his nose. War represents the death of many civilians, wives losing their husbands. children losing their fathers. He understood all this, but it was merely through books. Uchiha Nagato had been active on the battlefield, and he had personally killed many people, experiencing the cruelty of war. However, the path of a ninja is bound to be filled with bloodshed, so he had not truly felt the harshness of war. Until he saw this little girl, the girl who was forced to wander because of war. Chapter 64. Changing the Ninja World's Thoughts. Mysterious person. You little brat. Did you steal my bread? A rough voice suddenly echoed throughout the alley. The little girl trembled. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the alley's entrance. However, it was too late. The bearded man grabbed her collar and lifted her into the air, looking at the little girl who was kicking her legs in front of him. The bearded man's eyes flashed with excitement. Don't get me wrong. He had no strange thoughts about the little girl in front of him. The bearded man had just heard that some daimyo had strange preferences, and if he could sell her. Just thinking about the shiny silver bills made the bearded man's mouth water uncontrollably. Hey, let go of that girl. I mean it, just let her go. The sudden shout pulled the bearded man back to reality. Following the direction of the voice, he quickly spotted Uchiha Nagato on the eaves. Seeing that the other party was just a teenager, the bearded man's previously anxious heart immediately calmed down. If it were an adult, he would still be somewhat afraid. But a mere boy. You little brat. You dare to meddle in my business? You don't want to live. Uchiha Nagato raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and vanished in an instant. Crack. As Uchiha Nagato slightly exerted his right hand, the bearded man instantly released the little girl, sweat beading on his forehead as he grimaced in pain, clutching his broken arm. Get lost. The bearded man, upon hearing this, felt as if he had heard heavenly music, hurriedly running toward the alley's exit, fearing that he would be killed by this terrifying boy. Uchiha Nagato carefully examined the little girl in front of him. She had light blue-purple hair and light orange-yellow eyes. Her identity was already apparent. You seem to be afraid of me? Then why not run? Conan looked at the black-haired, black-eyed boy in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and stammered. I'm just afraid of ninjas. They're not good people, but you are different. Uchiha Nagato couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. This little Conan is quite interesting. It's obvious that she felt intimidated after seeing the ninja headband on her arm. But I only helped her with a small favor, and she's so invested in this. It's unexpectedly kawaii. Hey kid, I just helped you. As a return, you have to help me too. Conan stood there, stunned. This plot development was off. However, she is a girl who knows how to be grateful, so she didn't refuse and said decisively, Big brother, whatever you need help with, just say it. But I won't have any ulterior motives. Uchiha Tiandao twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling like he had recruited a warrior. Not long after, in an inn. This is so delicious. Uchiha Tiandao watched as Conan slurped her instant noodles and shouted excitedly, his eyelids twitching constantly. Hey kid, words like that can easily lead to misunderstandings. Because Conan hadn't eaten for a long time, Uchiha Tiandao was worried that she would eat too much and upset her stomach. So he only prepared a bucket of Dr. Big Wood's instant noodles for her. Kid, what's your name? Although he already had a confirmed answer in his heart, Uchiha Tiandao still wanted to confirm. Gulp. Conan swallowed her last bite of noodles and crisply replied, My name is Conan, small as in size, south as in direction. She then blinked her big eyes, showing a curious expression. Uchiha Tiandao immediately saw through the little girl's thoughts. I'm Uchiha Tiandao. Tiandao as in heaven and Dao as in way. Conan. Uchiha Tiandao ignored the bewildered Conan and asked to himself, What about Yahiko and Nagato? Conan looked at Uchiha Tiandao in confusion and cautiously replied, I don't know these two people. Nanny. Uchiha Tiandao first exclaimed in surprise, then quickly realized. After all, this was a real world where characters and events could change at any time. How could everything be exactly like the anime? If anyone treated the real world like anime, Uchiha Tiandao could only say that they were simply foolish. Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin, lost in thought. The current situation was that Conan did not know Yahiko and Nagato, meaning that his plan to find Nagato through Conan was already dead in the water. Big brother, I'm sorry. It seems I can't help you anymore. Conan's dejected voice pulled Uchiha Tiandao's thoughts back. Looking at the small face of Conan in front of him, looking dejected, Uchiha Tiandao's mouth curved into a smile as he rubbed her head affectionately. Well, Conan, actually what I need your help with isn't this. Hearing this, Conan's originally disappointed expression faded a bit, her eyes shining with interest. What is it? I want to eat your food for free. Uchiha Tiandao crossed his arms, speaking proudly. I seem to have a bit too much cash, and need someone to help me spend it. Late at night, Uchiha Tiandao approached the bedside, gently covering Conan with a blanket, murmuring softly, "Really? Why do you like kicking off the blankets like a Mino? What if you catch a cold?" Uchiha Tiandao sat down on a chair by the table, his gaze deep. The scene of Conan eating bread today had given him a lot to think about. What has war brought? This question had lingered in Uchiha Tiandao's mind since then. After a day of pondering, he seemed to have gained some insight. The leader of the ninjas got the benefits he wanted, the ninjas got the corpses of their families, and the civilians. This ninja world shouldn't be like this. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Tiandao's eyes, and a seed quickly took root and grew in his heart. Since he had the power to change the world, why not completely change this twisted ninja world? Uchiha Tiandao suddenly sensed a cold chakra appearing around him, raising an eyebrow as he let out a soft body flicker technique. Uchiha Tiandao's figure quickly appeared on the roof, his gaze warily scanning the black-robed figure in front of him. Who are you? What is your purpose? If he hadn't sensed any malice from the other party, Uchiha Tiandao would have already attacked instead of wasting time talking. Uchiha Tiandao, long time no see. The black-robed figure slowly removed his black hood, revealing an old face. I am Uchiha Izuna. Izuna. Uchiha Tiandao's pupils suddenly constricted, and a storm surged in his heart. This old man actually claimed to be Uchiha Izuna, but was he killed by Senju Tobarama a long time ago? Uchiha Tiandao had once read the family records, and the contents were not much different from what he knew. Uchiha Izuna was killed by Senju Tobarama using the Flying Thunder God Slash in a great war. If that's the case, then who is this person in front of him? Is it the real Uchiha Izuna or a fake impersonating him? Old man, are you kidding me? If you're Uchiha Izuna, then I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna was not angered by Uchiha Tiandao's words. Instead, he wore a faint smile. Who I am is not important, Uchiha Tiandao. There is not much time left. I just want to have a good fight with you. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As he watched the gigantic fireball coming at him, Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow, already cursing in his heart. Does it have to be this straightforward? Starting with a fire attack. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Tiandao's figure quickly disappeared from the spot, running towards the forest outside the town. A moment later, in a dark little forest, Uchiha Tiandao looked at the following Uchiha Izuna, whose blood-red eyes had three black tomo slowly spinning. Old man, you really are Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Tiandao wanted to gather more information from the other party. After all, if the information was true, it would mean that this ninja world was vastly different from the one he knew. He could no longer rely on his foresight to make decisions casually. Uchiha Izuna held a ninja knife in his hand, his face showing some impatience. Uchiha Tiandao, this is not like the you I know. Saying that, he swung the ninja knife and charged straight at Uchiha Tiandao. Although Uchiha Izuna was already very old, his speed was not much weaker than Hanzo the Salamander. If you don't want to talk, then I'll just have to capture you alive and personally interrogate you. A dangerous light flickered in Uchiha Tiandao's eyes as he drew a ninja knife from the scroll. Clang! The two ninja knives collided, producing a crisp sound. Uchiha Izuna's expression slightly tightened, and his three-tomo Sharingan quickly manifested. Uchiha Izuna let out a low shout, and a burst of strength suddenly exploded from his wrist, sending Uchiha Tiandao's ninja knife off course. Oh no! Uchiha Tiandao knew something was wrong, and quickly lowered his head. Swish! The sharp blade narrowly missed a strand of his hair. Uchiha Tiandao's expression became serious. He now believed about 70 to 80% of what the old man said. The other party possessed powerful fire-style techniques and a three-tomo Sharingan, and had a high level of proficiency in Uchiha swordsmanship. This undoubtedly indicated that this old man was once an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan. At such an old age, still possessing such strength. If he was not Uchiha Madara, then it could only be Uchiha Izuna. Then what about the Uchiha Izuna who was said to have died in the family records? How did Uchiha Madara obtain his eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Does Black Zetsu know about this? Many questions swirled in Uchiha Tiandau's mind, making his mood increasingly heavy. It was as if a vast net was casting a shadow over the entire ninja world. However, Uchiha Azuna was not in the mood to ponder what Uchiha Tiandau was thinking. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Uchiha Azuna combined his ninja blade with fire release, forming a fiery blade that swiftly slashed towards Uchiha Tiandau. This strike was too fast. Uchiha Tiandau, caught off guard, could not evade at all and had to hurriedly summon a row of golden skeletons. Crack! The fiery blade struck the golden skeleton, and its powerful force directly split it into several cracks. A fierce light flashed in Uchiha Tiandau's eyes as he swung his ninja blade like lightning. Clang! Clang! The two ninja blades continuously clashed, sending sparks flying and illuminating the dark forest. Crack! With a crisp sound, both ninja blades could not withstand the pressure and broke on the spot. Uchiha Azuna was kicked away by Uchiha Tiandau, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You really are something, to possess such a terrifying physique at just 14 years old. Uchiha Azuna wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sincerely admiring him. You seem to know a lot about me? Uchiha Tiandau slowly approached him, curiously asking. Uchiha Azuna smirked, a hint of an enigmatic smile on his face. Perhaps. Uchiha Tiandau frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He decided to use his Sharingan to control this guy and interrogate him thoroughly. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Susanoo. Chakra surged from within Uchiha Azuna like a tsunami, and a purple skeleton quickly emerged around him, transforming into a half-bodied skeletal giant, flesh rapidly filling in, and purple Yata mirror armor instantly covering his body. Nanny! Uchiha Tiandau exclaimed, genuinely shocked this time, because the eyes of this old man had not transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. The only person capable of achieving this level, Uchiha Tiandau knew, was Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was blue. This meant that the old man before him was indeed Uchiha Azuna. Chakra within Uchiha Tiandau was released without reservation, and the golden Susanoo instantly rose into the air. Roar! The two Susanoo roared simultaneously and crashed into each other, causing the ground to crack instantly. Ha 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 ha! So refreshing. This is truly exhilarating. Uchiha Azuna covered his forehead with his right hand, letting out a mad laugh. Moments later, his expression returned to calm. Uchiha Tiandau, how dare you do that to me and Oni-chan? I've long wanted to teach you a lesson. Roar! The purple Susanoo let out a thunderous roar, condensing a purple long sword in its hand, and struck directly towards the golden Susanoo. Uchiha Tiandau's eyes narrowed, and many questions instantly surfaced in his mind. Why does Uchiha Azuna seem so familiar with him? According to his words, he seemed to also be quite familiar with Uchiha Madara. However, now is not the time to ponder these questions. The golden Susanoo instantly produced a crimson golden spear in its hand, swinging towards the incoming long sword. Boom! Boom! The two Susanoo gods continuously clashed with their divine weapons, and the ensuing waves completely destroyed the landscape. The area could no longer be recognized. Chapter 66. The End. News of the Whirlpool Girl. Boom! The purple Susanoo was instantly knocked back by the crimson golden spear, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Azuna, pale-faced, clutched his chest, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was on the brink of death. Whoosh! Uchiha Tiandau instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Azuna, his crimson Manjikyu Sharingan slowly spinning. Cough, cough, cough. Are you planning to use the Sharingan to forcefully interrogate me? Uchiha Azuna's gaze was calm, with no trace of worry on his face, and he grinned. Uchiha Tiandau paused his movements, a hint of a smile appearing on his face in response to what he heard. What? Senior Azuna, are you ready to tell me everything you know? Compared to using the Sharingan to control Uchiha Azuna, Uchiha Tiandau actually preferred to have the other party speak voluntarily. After all, Uchiha Azuna was a man who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and could achieve Susanoo with 3 Tomo. Uchiha Tiandau wasn't completely confident he could control him with the Sharingan. Uchiha Azuna endured the intense pain in his chest and slowly leaned against a large rock. Of course, it's impossible to tell you everything. Uchiha Tiandau rolled his eyes at Uchiha Azuna, directly sitting beside him. During the recent battle, He hadn't sensed any killing intent. So perhaps Uchiha Izuna truly just wanted to spar with him? Holding on to this thought, Uchiha Tiandao did not take excessive precautions against him. Moreover, Uchiha Tiandao was confident that even if Uchiha Izuna suddenly attacked, he could easily respond. "You look just like I remember, endlessly confident, or perhaps endlessly arrogant." Uchiha Izuna teased with a smile on his face. "Do I know you?" Upon hearing Uchiha Tiandao's question, Uchiha Izuna's smile grew broader, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. "No, it's probably been over 50 years. Once these words were spoken, Uchiha Tiandao's confusion deepened. He was only around 14 or 15 years old. How could he possibly know someone for over 50 years? Unless Uchiha Tiandao seemed to think of something, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Cough, cough, cough. It seems you already have an answer in your heart." After a series of violent coughs, Uchiha Izuna fixed his intense gaze on Uchiha Tiandao, speaking with certainty. "Izuna, aren't you afraid of changing history with all this talk?" Uchiha Tiandao spoke solemnly. "You must know that even a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a typhoon." Not to mention Uchiha Izuna made his words so clear. "Ha! Cough, cough, cough." Uchiha Izuna first let out a wild laugh, and then started to cough violently again. Uchiha Tiandao twitched his mouth. "Brother, can't you explain things clearly before laughing? What if you die from laughing like this? Also, what else with your Uchiha Izuna laughing? Do you want to become the 5th Uchiha jester?" After a long while, Uchiha Izuna finally stopped coughing and began to explain. "A dear friend once said, there's not just one world." Uchiha Tiandao had several black lines appearing on his forehead. Was he pretending in front of him? He. Seeing Uchiha Tiandao's defeated expression, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So it was you who was pretending in front of us before. This time, I'm using your own words against you. How does it feel?" However, Uchiha Izuna quickly wrapped up and continued with his explanation. "Such things should be done in moderation, otherwise." Uchiha Izuna genuinely feared that Uchiha Tiandao would act unscrupulously and trick or ambush this old comrade. "What I mean is that there is a parallel universe in a ninja world, and each ninja world has its own ending. Even if the timeline changes, it will only affect the ending of another ninja world." Uchiha Tiandao frowned, pondering. "For example, you can't go back in time to kill your grandfather?" Uchiha Izuna's face darkened, and veins popped on his forehead. "That is a good analogy, but don't use analogies next time." "Damn it, killing my grandfather. Why would I go kill my grandfather?" Uchiha Tiandao shrugged nonchalantly, speaking casually. "Well, don't worry about those details, since it won't cause too much impact. Hurry up and tell me everything you know." Uchiha Izuna's gaze was unfocused. "The impact wasn't significant, but I didn't want to tell you." Uchiha Tiandao's fists had become hard. Seeing signs of his anger, Uchiha Izuna quickly changed the subject. "Compared to this, I have a piece of information that you might find more interesting." Uchiha Tiandao crossed his arms and silently watched, not saying a word. However, Uchiha Izuna's words quickly piqued his interest. "I have news about the Uzumaki clan." This time, Uchiha Izuna did not keep it a secret and straightforwardly revealed the matter. "As far as I know, not long ago, a member of the Uzumaki clan appeared in the Land of Grass." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao immediately conjured up an image in his mind. In the Grass Village, the Uzumaki Karen was treated as a human blood bag. However, at this time, Uzumaki Karen should not have been born yet. It was probably her mother or someone like that. This news was indeed very important for Uchiha Tiandao at the moment. After all, his initial goal was to find a member of the Uzumaki clan and bring them back to Konoha to replace Uzumaki Kushina as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Izuna coughed violently again, a large amount of blood gushing out as if it were free. He knew his time was short. "Uchiha Tiandao, I have one more thing to give you." After saying this, Uchiha Izuna took out a scroll from his body and quickly unsealed it. "This is the Uchiha fan." Uchiha Tiandao first looked at the fan in surprise, then quickly calmed down. It wasn't surprising for the long-dead Uchiha Izuna to still be alive, given that he was Uchiha Madara's most beloved brother. "Uchiha Tiandao, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, this fan should be entrusted to you." Uchiha Izuna quickly delivered his last words as if he were having a moment of clarity. "This fan is a symbol of the clan, representing its legacy and honor." After saying this, his head tilted and he died. Uchiha Tendu looked at the suddenly deceased Uchiha Izuna, feeling heavy in his heart. He could feel the other's goodwill, sincerely treating him as a friend. Therefore, regarding Uchiha Izuna's death, he felt a mix of emotions, as if an old friend had suddenly left this world. Uchiha Tendu hung the fan on his back, and quickly left with Uchiha Izuna's body. Chapter 67. Why didn't you call me for the rain? When Uchiha Tendu finished handling Uchiha Izuna's funeral, the sky had already begun to lighten. After taking a final deep look at the tombstone, Uchiha Tendu turned to leave. He did not take away Izuna's Sharingan. Not to mention that the Sharingan was just an ordinary 3-tomo. His relationship with Uchiha Madara seemed to be quite different. After Uchiha Tendu left, an old man quietly appeared, staring blankly at the tombstone. Izuna, you should rest for a while. Our plan is about to begin. Creak. With the piercing sound of the door being pushed open, Uchiha Tendu returned to the previous small inn. Looking at the empty room in front of him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The little girl who had been sleeping on the bed had long since disappeared, leaving only a tidy bed. After a moment of thought, Uchiha Tendu quickly understood the cause and effect. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be that Konan had woken up, did not find him, mistakenly thought she had been abandoned, and chose to leave in sadness. War is indeed cruel. Uchiha Tendu felt heavy-hearted and sighed again. He understood the reason for Konan's actions. Long-term wandering had made her extremely sensitive. Thinking of how Konan had eaten the bread earlier, Uchiha Tendu couldn't help but feel pity. And his dissatisfaction with Uchiha Izuna increased a bit. Why did you come on a dark and windy night when you had no bad intentions? Uchiha Tendu immediately made a decision in his heart. If he ever encountered Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna again, he would definitely prank these two brothers well. However, the urgent matter was to find Konan quickly. Uchiha Tendu examined the traces on the bed, and suddenly seemed to discover something, reaching out to touch it. There's still warmth. She shouldn't have gone far. Knowing that Konan had just left not long ago, Uchiha Tendu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he had a sister of a similar age, or perhaps it was his own inner compassion. Uchiha Tendu did not want to see Konan walk the same path as in the original story, ultimately becoming a withered flower. He wanted to change her fate. Whoosh! Uchiha Tendu's figure disappeared like a ghost, instantly appearing on the eaves of the inn. His luck was good. He quickly found the target he was looking for. In a narrow alley, Konan was squatting with her knees hugged, sitting in the same place where she had eaten bread yesterday, staring blankly at the roof eaves. She was waiting for someone, waiting for the boy from yesterday, waiting for that beam of light to break through the darkness. Unfortunately, contrary to her wishes, Konan had been sitting here for a while, and she hadn't waited for anything, except for the light patter of rain in the sky and the constant squeaking of rats around her. Konan slowly got up, wiping the crystalline liquid from the corners of her eyes. The rain was getting a bit heavy. However, just as she was about to leave, a familiar voice sounded from the eaves. Konan, why didn't you call me to enjoy the rain? On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, in the Konoha camp, Shimura Danzo sat high up, wearing a rare smile on his face. Uchiha Tendu's powerful strength indeed made him feel envy and jealousy. However, he had also gained tremendous benefits from it. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had gradually grown wary of Uchiha Tendu's overwhelming strength. Thus, his route finally received the attention it deserved. With a large influx of funds, the strength of Root soared like a rocket. Secondly, Uchiha Tendu's formidable intervention had gradually stabilized the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, and a large number of ninja units began to be rapidly redirected to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Although this was different from the village's initial strategic goal, it did not prevent Shimura Danzo from quickly resolving the war and reaping the credit. Holding the powerful Root and unparalleled achievements in his hands, Shimura Danzo's ambition surged. He would be the fourth Hokage. Danzo, what are you daydreaming about? A loud shout instantly pulled Shimura Danzo back to reality. Tsunade, don't be so disrespectful. You should call me Commander-in-Chief. Shimura Danzo glared at Tsunade and said angrily. However, he suddenly realized that the other party was the key figure in whether this war could achieve victory. So for the sake of his own credit, Shimura Danzo could only swallow his anger. Now that the battlefield in the Land of Rain has changed dramatically, let us first discuss the tactical arrangements for the future. Humph. Seeing Shimura Danzo change the subject, Tsunade could only snort in dissatisfaction. They had already begun discussing the tactical arrangements for the full assault on Amigakure. And even if she was unhappy, she couldn't cause trouble at this moment. Tsunade's earlier outburst was really because Shimura Danzo's operations in the Land of Rain had been too brilliant. Ever since Kakashi Hitaki went to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, the Konoha ninja forces under Shimura Danzo's command had been beaten back step by Hanzo of the Salamander, suffering extremely heavy casualties. Originally, Konoha's strategic arrangement was to treat the Land of Rain as the main battlefield, investing a large number of ninja forces in hopes of ending the war with Amigakure as soon as possible, and then swiftly supporting the battlefield in the Land of Rivers for a decisive battle with Sunagakure. As a result, under Shimura Danzo's series of operations, it was a miracle that the Land of Rain battlefield wasn't completely collapsed, let alone provide support to the Land of Rivers. Therefore, Tsunade was very displeased with Shimura Danzo right now. We have already gained a significant advantage on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, and a large number of ninja forces will be coming to support us. So, I plan to launch a full-scale attack on the Rain Village. What do you all think? Shimura Danzo's gaze swept over the many ninjas present, and he spoke in a cold tone. Lord Danzo, it is indeed time to launch a full-scale attack. Orochimaru, with his pale face, wore a faint smile and chimed in. Before Danzo could respond, he quickly shifted his tone. However, if we directly attack the Rain Village, the casualties among our ninja forces will definitely not be a small number. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They had been fighting here against the Rain Village and the Sand Village for over a year, and naturally knew the terrifying nature of the Salamander's poison. That was a true killing artifact on the battlefield. Danzo's expression did not change in the slightest at this remark, and his tone remained indifferent. Orochimaru, I understand your concerns. However, we have no choice now. According to the latest intelligence received by the village, the ninja forces from the Cloud Village and the Rock Village have begun to mobilize frequently. What this means, I believe everyone present is clear. Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned extremely grim. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village had always been two ambitious villages, and now that they were suddenly mobilizing their ninja forces, what else could it be but to take a bite out of Konoha? Lord Danzo may have misunderstood my intentions, Orochimaru said with a light laugh, unfazed by the news. Chapter 68. The Name of the Three Ninjas. Upon hearing this, a slight change finally appeared on Danzo's stiff face. Oh, if that's the case, Orochimaru, please share your thoughts. As long as it does not oppose the full-scale attack and hinder my achievements in battle, I am very willing to hear Orochimaru's opinion. After all, in his eyes, Orochimaru was an ally. Orochimaru nodded and laid out his thoughts. Lord Danzo, we can do this first, and then that. After listening to Orochimaru's ideas, the remaining eye of Danzo flashed with uncontrollable excitement. Great! This idea is simply perfect. Everyone's faces showed excitement, and they were very supportive of Orochimaru's proposal. Konoha would dispatch Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others to lead a group of elite ninjas to infiltrate behind enemy lines, undermining the defense system of the Rain Village and paving the way for the subsequent full-scale attack. This plan would significantly reduce the pressure on Konoha to launch a full-scale attack on the Rain Village and effectively avoid a large number of casualties among Konoha ninjas. At the same time, if this plan succeeded, it would accelerate the progress of the battlefield in the Land of Rain, allowing Konoha to quickly withdraw ninja forces to guard against the Cloud Village and the Rock Village. Danzo's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze fixed on everyone. I think Orochimaru's idea is very good. Does anyone have any objections? Seeing that no one responded, Danzo felt quite satisfied in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. Since everyone has no objections, we will arrange tactics according to this plan. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you three will lead 20 Jonin to carry out this mission. 7 days later, in the heart of the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Oh no, this is the poison of the salamander. Orochimaru looked at the elite ninjas who were quickly taken down by the purple poisonous mist, his expression grave as he whispered. Tsunade quickly took out the antidote she carried to stabilize the morale of the troops. We cannot go on like this. Jiraiya, Orochimaru looked at the increasingly thick poisonous mist and shouted urgently. Understood. Years of tacit cooperation were vividly displayed at this moment. Jiraiya quickly grasped Orochimaru's intent and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. A surge of flames instantly created a vacuum area. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he quickly spoke. Jiraiya, Tsunade, capture the leader first. As long as we take down Hanzo of the Salamander, these Konoha ninjas will surely survive. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, charging straight towards Hanzo of the Salamander above. Tsunade, upon hearing this, did not hesitate for a moment and followed closely behind Orochimaru. She understood that Orochimaru's decision was correct. Taking down Hanzo of the Salamander was the only way out now. Seeing Tsunade make the same decision, Jiraiya also did not hesitate any longer and quickly leaped to catch up with the two. Oh, you three want to challenge me? The demigod of the ninja world? Hanzo of the Salamander said with interest as he looked at Orochimaru and the others in front of him. Orochimaru wore a chilling smile on his pale face. We three are very eager to experience the strength of a demigod of the ninja world. Hee. Orochimaru, you overestimate him. P.S. Just an old man. Jiraiya said with a mischievous smile, mocking him. Hee. Truly ignorant and fearless. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes turned cold, and he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom. At the moment his palm fell, a gigantic salamander burst out from the ground. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Hanzo of the Salamander did not give Jiraiya and the others a moment to breathe, quickly forming hand seals again. Boundless water surged towards Orochimaru and the others. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he quickly bit his thumb and then swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Bang. As the white smoke dissipated, a huge red toad holding a pipe appeared. Fukusaku. There's no time to explain. Quickly use that technique. Jiraiya said urgently, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. Fukusaku quickly noticed the salamander in front of him and the massive wave rushing in, and without a moment's delay, he opened his mouth, releasing a large amount of toad oil. Jiraiya's fire release, combined with it, greatly increased its power, successfully suppressing the overwhelming wave. At the same time, the remaining toad oil fireballs shot straight towards Hanzo of the Salamander. Such powerful fire release? Hanzo of the Salamander frowned. What he hated most was fire release, because there was an annoying Uchiha brat who excelled at fire release. Although surprised by the strength of the toad oil fireball, Hanzo of the Salamander was, after all, a demigod of the ninja world, and this level of attack posed no threat to him. With a flick of his tail, he quickly burrowed underground, and Hanzo of the Salamander leaped up, rapidly forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a ghost and appeared right in front of Tsunade, speaking in a deep voice. You are the little girl who broke my salamander's poison, aren't you? I'll send you to hell right now. With that, Hanzo of the Salamander swung the chain scythe in his hand, mercilessly slashing towards Tsunade's face. Multiple snakes, jutsu. Orochimaru reacted extremely quickly, almost instantly grasping Hanzo of the Salamander's intent. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, releasing dozens of large snakes from his sleeves, biting directly at Hanzo of the Salamander. Splash! At the moment Hanzo of the Salamander was hit, his body directly transformed into a pool of water. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, his tone filled with disbelief. So fast, the water body technique. In the next moment, the previously vanished Hanzo of the Salamander reappeared, maintaining a hand seal posture. Fire release. Exploding flame array. The ground beneath Tsunade rapidly sank, and several explosive tags quickly stuck to her calves. Boom! The massive explosion echoed across the entire battlefield. Flames bursting forth. Oh, you actually survived? Hanzo of the Salamander looked at the scene at the center of the explosion with a hint of surprise. It turned out that just before the explosive tags detonated, Jiraiya had arrived in time and used the ninja art, Needle of the Earth, to defend. Hanzo the Salamander looked at the three exhausted individuals before him with admiration in his tone. Your tenacity has shown me the future of ninjas. Bastard. What right do you have to judge us? This victory belongs to Konoha. Jiraiya, clutching his chest, shouted angrily. Hanzo's expression remained unchanged. He had long realized the defeat of the Rain Village. I truly admire the three of you. From today onwards, you will be known as the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha, perhaps due to a change in the storyline. Hanzo did not intend to let the three go as he did in the original work. He raised his chained scythe again. Chapter 69. Uchiha Tiandao to the rescue. Res Hiram shows its power. Orochimaru forced a smile on his pale face, his voice hoarse. Hihi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, it seems the three of us will be staying here forever. Tsunade's eyes flashed with reluctance. She did not fear death, but she was reluctant to part with her grandmother, brother, sister, and a certain little brat. Haha, Orochimaru, I never expected to fall here with you in the end. Jiraiya laughed heartily, unafraid of the impending death. Swish! The chain scythe descended rapidly with a whooshing sound, about to slay the three. However, at that moment, Hanzo was enveloped by a sudden aura of death. Without thinking, he immediately halted the attack of the chain scythe and quickly formed hand seals. Water body technique, leaving a puddle behind. Hanzo's figure quietly appeared several dozen meters away from Orochimaru and the others. Whoosh! 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 Just as Hanzo left, a barrage of scale-like energy attacks instantly pierced the ground. This was Reshiram's scale shot. Gulping, Hanzo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, instinctively swallowing hard. He was very sure, if he had reacted just a moment slower, he would have been turned into a sieve. However, Hanzo had clearly overestimated himself. If he had actually been hit, he would have been reduced to rubble. Roar! Before Hanzo could think clearly about the source of the attack, a deep, penetrating roar echoed from the heavens above. TSK, such annoying weather. Res Hiram, use sunny day. Immediately after, Uchiha Tiandao's calm and composed voice also rang out from above. Roar! Res Hiram let out another roar, and the torrential rain around them instantly stopped, the dark clouds quickly dissipating. And a blazing sun hung high in the sky, above the holy white dragon. Uchiha Tiandao held a little girl, arms crossed, with his three Tomo Sharingan exuding a charming aura. This is Tiandao. Looking at this breathtaking scene, even someone as composed as Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim. If he was like this, there was no need to mention Jiraiya and Tsunade. Hanzo's face, hidden beneath his mask, was already filled with terror. The pressure radiating from the white dragon made him tremble. This was a crushing force from the level of life. Little brat, I never expected you to contract such a powerful summoning beast. Hanzo forced down the fear in his heart and pretended to mock. He hoped to boost his confidence through such bravado and provoke Uchiha Tiandao into becoming overly excited and abandoning the advantage of his summoning beast. However, Hanzo's plan ultimately fell through. Uchiha Tiandao would be foolish to give up the advantage of his summoning beast. He was not Uchiha Madara, who liked to show off and ended up getting slapped in the face. He only fought battles he was confident in. Uchiha Tiandao's gaze held a hint of disdain. His expression proud. Hanzo, you are merely a relic of the old era. Don't embarrass yourself by coming out. Jiraiya's mouth curled into a grin, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. This little brat is truly interesting. Even the usually indifferent Orochimaru wore a faint smile. In contrast to the two, Tsunade was staring blankly at that figure. Her eyes bright. Little brat, don't get too cocky. Facing Uchiha Tiandao's verbal insult, Hanzo's expression darkened, and he shouted with rapid breaths. Although he instinctively felt fear when facing the white dragon, Hanzo was still a demigod of the ninja world. He also had his own pride. He would not allow anyone to humiliate him like this. Boom! The ground cracked, and debris flew as the massive Hanzo suddenly burst from the earth, charging straight towards Res Hiram. Hanzo's eyes gleamed with wild joy. This was his plan, to spew trash talk and buy time, allowing his salamander to launch a surprise attack. Hanzo was very confident in the strength of his summoning beast. In his view, the size of the salamander was comparable to the white dragon, and the gap in strength should not be too large. As long as the salamander bit the opponent and injected a large amount of its poison, victory would surely tilt in his favor. Uchiha Tiandao's face showed a trace of disdain, gazing contemptuously at Hanzo. He naturally understood the other's plan, but size did not necessarily represent strength. Res Hiram, Tear the salamander apart with your claws. Roar. Following the command, Reshiram reacted extremely quickly. Its claws rapidly covered in a layer of emerald green energy. Boom! Reshiram's wings suddenly flapped, and the entire dragon body instantly transformed into an afterimage, charging straight toward Hanzo. Rip! The sharp dragon claws dug into the salamander's head, exerting a slight force, and its massive head was instantly shattered. Blood gushed out. Boom! The massive body of the Louis, the 16th salamander, crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Hiss! Hanzo gasped sharply, contributing greatly to the warming of the ninja world's climate. So terrifying! So terrifying! Watching the salamander being killed in an instant by Reshiram's claw, Hanzo could only think this thought. Gulping, Jiraiya instinctively swallowed. He knew that the white dragon was strong, but he never expected it to be this strong. The three of them had fought fiercely against Hanzo, and they were well aware of the salamander's strength, an absolute shadow-level summoning beast. Yet, such a summoning beast was instantly defeated by Uchiha Tiandao's summoning beast. In Orochimaru's eyes reflected the holy form of Reshiram, his knuckles whitening from clenching. This kind of power was what he sought. Human life was still too fragile. Tsunade frowned, watching Orochimaru mumble to himself, feeling an inexplicable chill in her heart. Hanzo, your little tricks are nothing but a joke in my eyes. Uchiha Tiandao raised an eyebrow and mocked. Reshiram, use cross flame. Roar. Reshiram let out a deep and penetrating roar, the natural energy within it gathering in its mouth like a tsunami. A fireball approximately 20 meters in diameter formed out of thin air, surrounded by a layer of cross-shaped flames. Influenced by sunny day, the power of cross flame surged dramatically. The intense heat instantly distorted the space. Orochimaru's expression changed, his tone urgent. Run. This attack is extremely powerful. It will definitely affect us. Chapter 70. Hanzo the Salamander meets his end. An encounter with Nagato and Yahiko. Orochimaru's concern was clearly a bit unnecessary. Uchiha Tiandao would never allow Reshiram's attack to injure his allies. The moment the cross flame was launched, the three tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, connecting into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. A massive surge of ocular power rushed out like a tide, and a stream of blood tears flowed from Uchiha Tiandao's left eye as he unhesitatingly activated his ocular technique. Time transformation. The surrounding time quickly fell into a state of near stagnation, and Uchiha Tiandao calmly brought the three of them onto the back of Reshiram. Hurry, we must act immediately. Feeling the continuous cold wind against his cheeks, Orochimaru's originally anxious expression seemed to have been paused, leaving him frozen in place. However, before he could think about what had happened, a barrage of intertwined flames shot toward Hanzo of the Salamander with a terrifying sense of oppression. Boom! At the moment of contact with the ground, a massive wave of energy and extreme heat instantly engulfed the surrounding area for dozens of miles, shrouding the entire region in white light. Looking at the deep pit below that was over 10 miles wide, Uchiha Tiandao revealed a satisfied expression. This time, Reshiram did not exert much strength with the intertwined flames, so the destruction caused was relatively minor. If Reshiram had unleashed the intertwined flames with full force, Uchiha Tiandao estimated that the power would definitely not be less than the tailed beast bomb of the 10 tails. It might even surpass it. Uchiha Tiandao quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that there was no trace of Hanzo of the Salamander. However, to be safe, he still asked, Reshiram, did you sense that guy's presence just now? My lord, the human has been burned to ashes, Reshiram replied respectfully after sensing for a moment. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao completely put aside his last bit of doubt. Reshiram was already powerful, and with the presence of natural energy as long as it wanted to, even the Sage of Six Paths would not be able to conceal his presence from it. Hey, you three, it's time to snap out of it, Uchiha Tiandao said with a light laugh as he looked at Orochimaru and the others who were in a daze. Orochimaru was the first to regain his senses, staring intently at Uchiha Tiandao. Tiandao-kun, you really are full of surprises. Following closely was Tsunade, who excitedly pulled Uchiha Tiandao into her embrace. Good boy. I knew I didn't team misjudge you. Tsunade Uchiha Tiandao was tightly pressed against Tsunade's chest, making it extremely difficult to breathe. He was both happy and worried. Happy because this embrace was somewhat warm, and worried because it was a bit suffocating. Uchiha Tiandao never expected that in just over a year, Tsunade would already be trending towards becoming a milk cow. Konan, watching this scene, immediately panicked, her little face puffed up like a frog. Her slightly childish voice carrying a hint of anger. Bad woman, let go of Oni-chan. Her big eyes were fixed on Tsunade, fearing that Uchiha Tiandao would be suffocated. Hearing this, Tsunade instinctively released Uchiha Tiandao, her gaze landing on Konan. Huh, there's another little girl here? After greedily gulping in several breaths of air, Uchiha Tiandao also looked at Konan, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Well, Tsunade, this is my little sister I just recognized a few days ago. Hearing Uchiha Tiandao's explanation, Tsunade squinted her eyes. Little sister? I would have guessed. You actually have a taste for this. Recalling the women around Uchiha Tiandao, a terrifying thought quietly surfaced in Tsunade's mind. Could it be that he's in a Lolis? With this thought, Tsunade's face quickly flushed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Uchiha Tiandao, I originally thought you and Jiraiya were cut from the same cloth, but now I realize you're far worse than Jiraiya. Uchiha Tiandao. Jiraiya felt quite hurt. He clearly hadn't done anything, yet he was being maliciously slandered. Although most of what Tsunade said was true, there was still a child present, and Uchiha Tiandao Summon could understand too. How could he continue to mix with him like this? Orochimaru chuckled and interrupted the conversation among them. Everyone, let us first handle the aftermath here. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, as Hanzo of the Salamander was now dead, providing a great opportunity for Konoha to launch a full-scale attack. Suddenly, Uchiha Tiandao's gaze turned cold as he looked towards a corner. Who's there? The sudden shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Following Uchiha Tiandao's gaze, Orochimaru and the others quickly noticed the problem. Two of you. Do we need to invite you out? Orochimaru said coldly, exuding a killing intent. Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but secretly lament. Indeed, they're only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. No wonder Orochimaru's nickname is Cold Lord. Thinking of this, he glanced at Jiraiya and Tsunade with a strange expression. A lecherous sage and a big fat sheep in the ninja world. Tsunade felt Uchiha Tiandao's gaze on her and rolled her eyes at him. Kid, I have a feeling you're thinking something bad. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya quickly nodded in agreement, as he had the same feeling earlier. Uchiha Tiandao gave Tsunade a faint glance and raised his middle finger at her. After making Tsunade furious again, Uchiha Tiandao continued, Since you don't want to come out, I'll help you. Before Uchiha Tiandao could make a move, a somewhat childish voice came from a corner. Ninja Lord, please don't make a move. We'll come out right now. Jiraiya scratched his cheek, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. 2 kids? Jiraiya, don't underestimate children. Upon seeing the 2 kids, Orochimaru's indifferent expression didn't change at all as he reminded him blandly. Hearing this, Jiraiya paused. This was one point he couldn't refute Orochimaru. In the ninja world, there were countless ninjas who lost their lives due to underestimating children. As for Konan, she was already Uchiha Tiandao's little sister, so Orochimaru and the others naturally wouldn't be on guard against her. Uchiha Tiandao carefully scrutinized the 2 boys, already having some guesses about their identities. One was a sunny and cheerful orange-haired boy, and the other was a taciturn red-haired boy, both of whom were about the same age as Konan. From the above information, the answer was already quite obvious. Sure enough, the orange-haired boy quickly began to introduce himself and his companion. Esteemed ninjas, my companion and I are commoners from the Land of Rain. My name is Yahiko, and my companion is Nagato. Due to the war, we lost our parents and are currently wandering. Chapter 71, Jiraiya's Choice, Black Zetsu's Worries. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but regard Yahiko with a bit more respect. He had thought the other party would be as straightforward as Naruto Uzumaki, but it turned out he was quite clever. First, he pointed out their identity as commoners from the Land of Rain, effectively reducing the hostility towards them. Then, he revealed some information about themselves to gain their sympathy. But thinking about it, Yahiko was just naive and kind-hearted, which didn't mean he was foolish. Otherwise, how could he have become the leader of the original Akatsuki? Even if Konan and Nagato were there because of friendship, what about the others? If it was just a shared ideal, why wouldn't the others become leaders themselves? Clearly, it was because Yahiko possessed leadership qualities and gained the recognition of the other members that they willingly allowed him to take that position. Yahiko's rhetoric indeed had a remarkable effect on Jiraiya, that old softy. But as for Orochimaru, Uchiha Tiandao thought of this and slightly smiled, crossing his arms and looking on as if watching a show. Konan blinked her big, cute eyes, also curiously watching Yahiko and Nagato. For some reason, she felt that these two were very friendly, just like her companions. Orochimaru's reaction did not surprise Uchiha Tiandao at all. Hee, empty words without proof. How we know you're not spies from the Rain Village? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flickered with a cold light as he spoke with indifference. After saying this, he swiftly drew a kunai and walked towards Yahiko and Nagato, the killing intent around him coalescing as if it were a tangible substance. Konan clearly realized what Orochimaru intended to do, and a look of struggle appeared on her delicate face. She used to be a wanderer and could empathize with the situation of Yahiko and Nagato. She didn't want to watch those two boys die unjustly. However, she didn't know how to speak up, as her older brother and that cold uncle were partners. Konan didn't want to put Uchiha Tendo in a difficult position. Thus, this left Konan feeling dejected and tormented inside. Konan, don't worry, someone will stop him, Uchiha Tendo said, fully aware of Konan's kind nature and worried that she might fall into internal conflict. He gently patted her head and comforted her softly. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Tendo's words fell, a loud shout rang out. Orochimaru, stop! Jiraiya gritted his teeth against the pain and quickly stepped forward to block Orochimaru. Orochimaru, give me some face. Seeing Jiraiya's pleading expression, a wave of dissatisfaction rose in Orochimaru's heart, but he still put away the kunai, his tone icy. Jiraiya, one day you will pay the price for your naivety. After dropping this remark, Orochimaru left directly. Once he was gone, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Orochimaru had chosen to force his way through earlier, he wouldn't have had any good options, but fortunately, Orochimaru ultimately didn't make a move. Jiraiya's gaze fell on Uchiha Tendo and the others as he scratched his cheek and smiled broadly. Haha, now that the war has basically been declared over. What are your plans next? Uchiha Tendo's gaze softened, a light smile on his face. Well, I naturally plan to take Konan back to Konoha and then guide her and Azui in their training. Seeing the undisguised smile on Uchiha Tendo's face, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with a hint of envy, and then he raised a middle finger. Go to hell, you damn sister complex. Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced at Jiraiya. I'm naturally going back to oversee the Konoha hospital. There are quite a few injured in Konoha now. So what about you? I see you don't seem to plan to go back. Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya's face carried a hint of disappointment as he pointed at Yahiko and Nagato beside him. These kids have ultimately been affected by our Konoha, so I want to take care of them for a while. A knowing look flashed in Uchiha Tendo's eyes. He understood that Jiraiya was feeling disheartened by the cruelty of war. Jiraiya was likely wanting to fulfill the prophecy of the great sage of the Toads and seek out the child of prophecy who would change the world. Uchiha Tendo shook his head, feeling that Jiraiya's thoughts were a bit too naive. It's not the child of prophecy who changes the ninja world, but the one who changes the ninja world is the child of prophecy. Tsunade was silent for a moment before nodding. Jiraiya, I will tell your thoughts to the teacher. After bidding farewell, Uchiha Tendo took Tsunade and Konan to ride on Rishiram's back, flying towards Konoha. In a dark corner, Black Zetsu watched Rishiram's departing figure, a big question mark hidden in his mind. He felt like he had seen this summoning beast somewhere before. After thinking for a long time, Black Zetsu couldn't recall any related information and had to give up for the time being. However, when his gaze fell upon that deep pit, the wariness in his eyes was almost overflowing. Black Zetsu had been here for a while and had witnessed the entire battle between Reshiram and Hanzo of the Salamander. According to his estimation, Rishiram's strength might only be slightly weaker than Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Damn it, where did this little brat find such a powerful summoning beast? Black Zetsu's expression at this moment was as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed something bitter. The threat posed by Uchiha Tiandao was simply too great. This couldn't go on. He had to find a way to eliminate him. Black Zetsu's face darkened. This time, he would do everything to incite Uchiha Madara to take action. What? You mean Hanzo of the Salamander was killed by Uchiha Tiandao? Shimura Danzo exclaimed in shock as he looked at Orochimaru, seeing the hard-earned credit vanish into thin air. Danzo's hatred for Uchiha Tiandao had almost reached its peak. Orochimaru's expression showed no change, his tone indifferent. Lord Danzo, I've already made myself very clear. Now, Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, and the Rain Village will no longer have the power to resist. I will not participate in the follow-up work. After saying this, Orochimaru ignored Danzo and quickly left the command tent. Through this war, he recognized the insignificance of humanity and the fragility of life. Orochimaru decided to immediately begin related research upon returning to the village, seeking to gain powerful strength and immortality. In the Konoha ninja village, Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a report in his hand, his eyes wide open, the joy in his gaze almost impossible to contain. He never expected that Uchiha Tiandao not only didn't he run around, but instead went to the battlefield in the land of rain and took down Hanzo of the Salamander. This way, the war between Konoha, the Rain Village, and the Sand Village would completely come to an end. It must be said that this war had indeed left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling somewhat alarmed. Hanzo of the Salamander's strength was too formidable. With his own power, he dragged Konoha into the quagmire of war, and the subsequent attacks from the Sand Village caused Konoha quite a bit of suffering. However, Konoha had Uchiha Tiandao. First, he used medical ninjutsu to counteract the Sand Village's deadly poison, then quickly crippled the Sand Village forces. He intimidated the Cloud and Rock villages, providing Konoha with a breather. Now, he even killed Hanzo of the Salamander, completely ending the war. Chapter 72, Hokage Battle Robe. The recruitment of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In the Land of Fire, the daimyo's residence, a man dressed in luxurious clothing and with a lewd appearance sat at the top seat, his feather fan gently swaying in his hand. This man was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Oh, are you saying that the reason this war could achieve victory so quickly is all thanks to that Uchiha Tiandao? The daimyo of the Land of Fire lazily leaned back in his chair, looking down at the advisors below with narrowed eyes, casually inquiring. Hearing this, the advisors lowered their heads, their tone respectful. Yes, Your Excellency. According to the intelligence we have received, that Uchiha boy, although young, should possess strength that surpasses that of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The reason Konoha was able to easily win against the Sand and Rain villages in this battle is largely due to him, accounting for at least 50% of the credit. Looking at the earnest advisors below, the daimyo of the Land of Fire developed a strong interest in Uchiha Tiandao. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. The daimyo of the Land of Fire first sighed, then his expression turned a bit gloomy. Konoha has such talent. Yet that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stubbornly refuses to provide me with a few elite jonin to form the 12 Guardian Ninja. Hearing the daimyo's curse, the advisors' mouths twitched slightly. They really had something to say, but didn't know if they should. Elite jonin were extremely scarce in all major ninja villages. Demanding several at once was unrealistic, and it would be a miracle if Sarutobi Hiruzen could provide even one. Moreover, the so-called 12 Guardian Ninja was essentially just a facade. In the distorted world of the ninja world, who would be foolish enough to assassinate a daimyo? However, while the advisors thought this in their hearts, their mouths spoke another line. Your Excellency, if you wish to recruit Uchiha Tiandao, I have a good plan. Oh, what good plan do you have? Speak quickly. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was immediately intrigued by the advisor's words, his body involuntarily straightening slightly. Uchiha Tiandao, such an outstanding young man, dreams of being recognized. When the time comes, taking Uchiha Tiandao to visit the feudal lords of various countries, the Fire Country's lord can't even imagine how his relatives will praise him. The aide's small eyes twinkled as he spoke with a flattering tone. Your Highness, we could present Uchiha Tiandao with a Hokage battle robe. In Konoha, no young man can resist such temptation. Upon hearing this, The Fire Country's lord felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, his voice trembling slightly. This isn't good. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not someone to be trifled with. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now in his prime, could easily make it difficult for him, even as the lord of the Fire Country, if he were to provoke him. A look of disdain flashed in the aide's eyes as he continued to entice. Your Highness, you are the lord of the Fire Country. Everyone in the Fire Country is your subject, and Uchiha Tiandao is no exception. Therefore, you can simply reward your subject with the Hokage battle robe as a prize for his achievements. What can Sarutobi Hiruzen say then? Moreover, Uchiha Tiandao is also Princess Tsunade's disciple, which makes it even more fitting. The Fire Country's lord was already somewhat tempted by the aide's words, and upon hearing the last sentence, he couldn't help but feel excited. Tsunade is somewhat related to him, so rewarding her disciple is indeed reasonable. Thinking of this, the Fire Country's lord gritted his teeth. Then let's present Uchiha Tiandao with a Hokage battle robe. If Sarutobi Hiruzen has objections, I will withhold this year's development funds for Konoha. The aide wore a sly smile and continued to elaborate. Your Highness, if you are worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen will cause trouble for us at the Lord's Mansion because of this, we can additionally create a Hokage half-sleeve and present it to Hatake Tsukumo. The Fire Country's lord raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident on his face. Hatake Tsukumo? Who is that? The aide's eyes glinted with triumph, knowing that this foolish lord was already following his plan. Hatake Tsukumo had served as the commander on 2 battlefields, and his strength was extraordinary. The Fire Country's lord nodded, a look of realization crossing his face. Oh, so it's him. However, his expression quickly turned confused. Even though Hatake Tsukumo has great merits, we don't necessarily need to reward him with a Hokage half-sleeve, do we? If it were Uchiha Tiandao, I could still grit my teeth and risk offending Sarutobi Hiruzen to win him over. But as for Hatake Tsukumo, the aide clearly had anticipated the Fire Country's lord's thoughts, maintaining a subtle smile. Your Highness, you may not know, Hatake Tsukumo comes from the Hatake clan, a former samurai family. Therefore, he values the spirit of the samurai above all. The Fire Country's lord's eyes lit up, excitement barely contained in his voice. Are you saying that Hatake Tsukumo is very likely to become my subordinate? The aide smiled, gently shaking his head. Your Highness, Hatake Tsukumo is from Konoha. How could he possibly become your subordinate? The Fire Country's lord's face darkened, his eyes glaring at the aide. You brat, are you joking with me? The aide paid no mind to the Fire Country's lord's anger, respectfully saying, Your Highness, Hatake Tsukumo will indeed not become your subordinate. However, as long as you grant him enough honor, if you need help later, he will surely not refuse. Hearing this, the Fire Country's lord's previously grim expression began to improve. In that case, let's do as you say. Present Uchiha Tiandao with a Hokage battle robe, and give Hatake Tsukumo a Hokage half-sleeve. Understanding the stakes, the Fire Country's lord commanded straightforwardly. Compared to winning over Uchiha Tiandao and Hatake Tsukumo, these were just 2 pieces of clothing. The Lord's Mansion certainly wasn't lacking in such things. Boom! Reshiram quickly brought Uchiha Tiandao and the others back to Konoha, gently landing at the entrance of Konoha. Reshiram, you should turn back into a stone now. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the over 50-meter-long white dragon beside him, speaking with a hint of helplessness. There's no way around it. The 20-meter-long Charizard is already very cramped in the clan leader's courtyard. Adding Reshiram, this giant. Reshiram nodded, and with a flash of white light, it transformed into a white stone the size of a fist, quietly landing in Uchiha Tiandao's hand. Chapter 73. An angry Uchiha Mingsui. Uchiha Tiandao turned to look at Tsunade, a mischievous smile on his face. Tsunade, I'm taking Conan home first. You can go report to the Hokage's office by yourself. After speaking, he held Conan's hand and instantly disappeared from the spot. Tsunade was initially stunned. Then her smooth forehead twitched with veins, her fists clenched tightly. That damn Uchiha brat. Next time I'll make you pay. Upon hearing her earth-shattering roar, the 2 ninjas on duty at the Konoha gate immediately pretended to see nothing and hear nothing. After all, Tsunade's reputation in Konoha was known by all. Though she was the top medical ninja in Konoha, She was also a well-known violent woman. Her incredible strength was something even Jiraiya praised. The two on-duty ninjas were just ordinary little guys. And they certainly didn't want to be beaten by Tsunade to the point of being unable to take care of themselves. However, they were clearly overthinking it. Tsunade was just playfully teasing Uchiha Tiandao and was not really angry at all. Moreover, she didn't have the habit of venting her anger on others. Seeing Uchiha Tiandao truly leave, Tsunade had no choice but to go to the Hokage's office alone to report the situation. Thanks to Res Hiram, they arrived at Konoha almost within a day. At this moment, the Konoha ninja forces probably hadn't even prepared to retreat yet. Therefore, Tsunade had to go to the Hokage's office. Uchiha clan territory, clan leader's courtyard. Oni-chan, you seem a bit nervous? Konan tilted her head, her big eyes curiously looking at Uchiha Tiandao. She could clearly feel that her brother's hand seemed a bit sticky. Uchiha Tiandao's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, his gaze drifting and his tone carrying a hint of panic. Haha, Konan, you're just joking. How could I be nervous? Looking at Uchiha Tiandao, who was trying too hard to appear calm, Konan couldn't help but chuckle. She never expected that her usually cold-hearted brother would have such a cute side. Konan, being clever, quickly pieced together the situation from Uchiha Tiandao's frequent mentions of Uchiha Mewtwo and his current strange behavior. Her brother must not know how to face his adorable sister. Thinking about it, Uchiha Mewtwo was only a little over 5 years old and needed family companionship. As Uchiha Tiandao's only relative, having been away for over a year, he must feel guilty. After realizing this, Konan's big eyes sparkled mischievously. Well, Oni-chan, maybe I can help you, as long as you agree to my conditions. Uchiha Tiandao had indeed been a bit nervous before, but now he felt much better. Looking at Konan, who was acting like a little adult, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Tiandao was puzzled. Konan shouldn't have this personality. Who exactly infected her? Xiaonan noticed that Uchiha Tiandao was ignoring her, and her little face immediately puffed up as she hugged his thigh and shook it continuously. Stinky Onyi-chan, why won't you listen to me? Uchiha Tiandao looked at the spoiled Xiaonan and couldn't help but smile slightly. He felt like his heart was melting. Just as he was about to pat Xiaonan's head, the door to the clan leader's courtyard opened. Uchiha Akisui stood at the door, her gaze lingering on the scene, feeling a surge of jealousy burning in her heart. Oomph. She coldly snorted, quickly closed the door, and ran back inside. Uchiha Tiandao and Xiaonan exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. After a moment, Xiaonan released her hands, her tone carrying a hint of guilt. Oni-chan, did I cause trouble? Uchiha Tiandao shook his head and gently rubbed Xiaonan's head. Well, this has nothing to do with you. Just then, during their conversation, the door to the clan leader's courtyard opened again, and a gentle young girl appeared at the entrance. Upon recognizing her, a smile quickly appeared on Uchiha Tiandao's face as he greeted her. Makoto, long time no see. Tiandao, long time no see. Uchiha Makoto smiled and nodded in response. Then her gaze fell on Xiaonan. Tiandao, who is this cute little sister? Won't you introduce her to me? Earlier, when Uchiha Akisui rushed back to her room, Uchiha Makoto had no idea what was happening. It wasn't until she saw this adorable girl, who was about the same age as her, that she began to realize. So she directly asked. Hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao gently pulled Xiaonan in front of him and smiled as he introduced them to each other. With his introduction, Uchiha Makoto quickly understood Xiaonan's identity and background. When she learned that Xiaonan had lost her parents due to the war and was forced to wander, the pity in her eyes never faded. Uchiha Makoto held Xiaonan's hand, constantly asking how she was and showing her concern. Seeing this, Uchiha Tiandao felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Truly, Uchiha Makoto was the kind-hearted person he knew. Xiaonan could feel Uchiha Makoto's genuine kindness, and her previously anxious heart was calmed at that moment. Earlier, Xiaonan was worried about whether she would be disliked by Uchiha Tiandao's friends and family. Now it seemed she had been overthinking Makoto that. Uchiha Makoto noticed Uchiha Tiandao's hesitant expression and couldn't help but feel delighted. She knew exactly what he wanted to ask. However, for the sake of Uchiha Tiandao's image in front of Xiaonan, she held back her laughter and earnestly provided her analysis. Tiandao Akisui is also a kind child. She actually cares more about your company. As soon as she said this, Uchiha Tiandao's eyes immediately brightened like stars. He had known Uchiha Makoto for many years and instantly understood the meaning behind her words. Akisui wasn't angry because of Xiao Nan. What she truly cared about was his company. After realizing this, Uchiha Tiandao naturally had a way to appease Uchiha Akisui's anger. Makoto, I'll leave Xiao Nan in your care for a while. I'm going to find Akisui. After dropping this sentence, Uchiha Tiandao didn't wait for Uchiha Makoto's response and vanished from his spot in a flash. Uchiha Makoto's face showed a hint of helplessness. This guy really hasn't changed at all. After a slight complaint, she turned to Xiao Nan with a smile. Come on, let's go home. Chapter 74. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the Uchiha clan's land, the clan leader's courtyard, Uchiha Tiandao leisurely leaned back in a lounge chair, his mind slightly moving. System, check-in. Ding. Checking in for the host. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. 20 psychic power of Mewtwo. Hearing the system's announcement, Uchiha Tiandao was stunned. 20 psychic power of Mewtwo? Isn't that equivalent to 20 of Kagaya Otsutsuki's psychic power? He couldn't believe that a monthly check-in could yield such a premium reward. Just then, before Uchiha Tiandao could react, a pure and immense power surged into his mind, causing his psychic power to soar like a rocket. Uchiha Tiandao let out a muffled groan and rolled off the lounge chair. Onyikan. Two cries rang out simultaneously as Uchiha Akisui and Xiao Nan hurried toward Uchiha Tiandao. Forgetting about their training. Roar. The Charizard, who had been lounging in the courtyard, also let out a sharp cry, quickly straightening its belly and rushing towards Uchiha Tiandao. Even the white stone in Uchiha Tiandao's arms was shimmering with a faint glow. Huff huff. Uchiha Tiandao's chest heaved violently, his face contorted, and he tightly covered his bleeding eyes with his hands. Uchiha Akisui exclaimed, staring at Uchiha Tiandao's bloodied face, utterly shocked. How could a young child like her have ever seen such a terrifying sight? She was completely panicked. Xiao Nan, having experienced a life of wandering, was in a better state than Uchiha Akisui. She quickly ran inside to seek Uchiha Makoto's help, perhaps due to the loud commotion outside. Uchiha Makoto happened to walk out at that moment. Seeing this, Xiao Nan didn't hesitate and hurriedly pulled Uchiha Makoto towards Uchiha Tiandao, explaining as she ran. Sister Makoto, Oni-chan's eyes are suddenly bleeding a lot. You need to check on him. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's expression changed dramatically, and she rushed to Uchiha Tiandao's side in a few quick steps. Tiandao, what happened to you? Uchiha Makoto anxiously asked as she saw the blood covering his face. At the same time, she silently prayed, please, let it not be a bloodline disease. In Uchiha Makoto's eyes, a bloodline disease was equivalent to a terminal illness. Uchiha Tiandao was her friend, her clan member, and the object of her admiration. No matter what, Uchiha Makoto did not want him to suffer from a bloodline disease. As the 20 psychic power of Mewtwo fused with him, Uchiha Tiandao's eyes gradually stopped bleeding. Hearing the anxious voices of his two younger sisters and Uchiha Makoto, as well as the worried roar of Charizard, Uchiha Tiandao felt warmth in his heart. It felt good to have someone care. These were all his family. They were all the family he wanted to protect. Uchiha Tiandao lowered his hands that were covering his eyes, and his chakra surged like boiling water. The three tomo in his eyes quickly rotated and connected into a complex pattern. At this moment, Uchiha Tiandao's kaleidoscope had undergone subtle changes. The original pattern had become more intricate and magnificent. This was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was the new power. Uchiha Tiandao clenched his right hand and signaled Uchiha Makoto and the others to step back. Once everyone reached a safe distance, his chakra erupted like a tsunami. The chakra of the Uchiha clan was mostly cold and violent. However, Uchiha Tiandao's chakra, due to the fusion of GROUDON'S power and the power of Eternatus, became extremely violent, cold, and brutal, containing a hint of vitality. System, why is my physical quality and chakra volume increasing so rapidly? Uchiha Tiandao first carefully sensed his body, then asked in confusion, "Ding, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan will significantly enhance the host's mental power and chakra. As the host's mental power greatly increases, the fusion degree of Giratina's power will rise sharply." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao frowned. "System, didn't you say before that the fusion degree of Giratina's power is related to my physical condition? Why does the increase in mental power now affect the fusion degree of Giratina's power?" Ding. Host, the fusion degree of Giratina's power is indeed only influenced by physical condition. Uchiha Tiandao's confusion deepened. "Then explain to me, what is the current situation?" Ding. With the fusion of Giratina's power, the host's physical condition will also be enhanced. Therefore, the host's physical condition has already reached a higher fusion standard. Uchiha Tiandao. He now suspected that this dog system had malfunctioned in the background. It was talking nonsense. However, Uchiha Tiandao quickly dismissed this thought because the system provided a reasonable explanation. Host, a person's mental power and physical condition need to maintain a certain balance. Otherwise, the body will completely collapse. In short, to prevent the host from having a physical condition that far exceeds mental power, the system previously suppressed the host's physical enhancement. After hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Tiandao suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the previous 3% of Giratina's power was somewhat weak. It turned out to be this reason. Uchiha Tiandao stroked his chin and pondered, and a name appeared in his mind. Sarutobi. This girl seemed to have nearly been killed by her own second personality because her physical condition couldn't keep up with the strength of her mental power. So, if the 3% of Giratina's power had enhanced his physical condition at that time, Uchiha Tiandao's body would have completely collapsed. After all, although his mental power was strong at that time, it was only relatively so compared to his peers. There was still a significant gap from the physical condition enhanced by Giratina's power. What is that? What the hell? Why is there such a huge monster in the Uchiha clan? The commoners of Konoha stared in shock at the Uchiha clan, where a colossal creature over 100 meters tall stood proudly. However, that gigantic figure appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. With a gentle breeze, it vanished silently from the spot, leaving the Konoha commoners wondering if they had seen things. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, hand behind his back, staring intently at the Uchiha clan. Unlike the Konoha commoners, he was 100% sure that what he just saw was not an illusion. Chapter 75, Explosive Growth of Power. Mental Power. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed deeply at the Uchiha clan for a while, then suddenly turned to the shadow beside him. "Quickly notify Tsunade and have her come with me to the Uchiha clan." "Understood, Hokage-sama." A deep voice quickly echoed from the shadows, and then a figure swiftly disappeared from the Hokage office. After the Umbu left, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then walked straight towards the Uchiha clan wearing a brand new Hokage cloak from the Hokage's desk. This Hokage cloak was naturally sent by the daimyo of the Fire Country, ostensibly as an honor for Uchiha Tiandao. Additionally, it came with a half-sleeve Hokage robe as a reward for Hitaki Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered at this. He was a qualified politician. How could he not see through the daimyo of the Fire Country's little schemes? The daimyo attempted to win over Uchiha Tiandao and Hitaki Sakumo with 2 pieces of clothing, which, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, was just a pipe dream. Only bonds. That is the best way to win over strong individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to personally present the Hokage cloak to Uchiha Tiandao at the commendation ceremony in 7 days. This way, he would surely gain a lot of goodwill from the other party. However, the sudden appearance of the gigantic creature in the Uchiha clan completely disrupted all his arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already fearful of Uchiha Tiandao's strength and that terrifying summoning beast. Now, with this disturbance, he was even more on edge. He feared that Uchiha Tiandao's strength would rise again, and he would completely lose the opportunity to control him. After all, when the gap in strength is too great, all schemes and tricks become mere paper tigers. The moment the Giratina phantom appeared, Uchiha Tiandao sensed it immediately. To avoid causing too much panic, he hurriedly dispelled it. "System, Open the character panel. Uchiha Tiandao was not in the mood to pay attention to the external changes. He wanted to understand his own strength. Host, Uchiha Tiandao, mental power, 6, physical condition, 61, bloodline limit, eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, power of eternity, lava release. Mental power, tailed beast, Giratina, fusion degree 7623. Skills, Uchiha style sword dance, sword of the cliff, sunbeam, lightning release Kirin, special skills, Pokémon haiku. Brock's culinary skills, items, points, 314, special effects. Giratina fusion degree exceeds 70. Earth release, fire release. Lava release power increased to 16 times. Note, reaching a mental power of May 8th produce wonderful changes. Uchiha Tiandao stared at the significantly enhanced base values on the panel, completely stunned. Although he had previously speculated that his base values would increase significantly, he never expected it to be this terrifying. Not to mention that his mental power had directly surged by nearly 9 times. His physical condition had also skyrocketed. Uchiha Tiandao felt like he was now a combination of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's mental power and ocular power, Senju Hashirama's physical condition and chakra. At this moment, Uchiha Tiandao's strength had officially reached the peak of the Super Shadow level. System, what is the mental power in the bloodline limit? Just as Uchiha Tiandao was digesting his rapidly enhanced strength, he noticed the extra mental power in the bloodline limit and couldn't help but ask. Ding! Host! 20 of the mental power of Mewtwo carries its special ability. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tiandao's eyes burst with a dazzling golden light. The system meant that he could now use mental power like psychic Pokémon. To verify his guess, Uchiha Tiandao quickly looked at the Charizard in the distance and whispered, "Old buddy, let's see you try out my new ability." Just thinking about Charizard's next appearance made Uchiha Tiandao's smile hard to suppress. Roar? Charizard looked at Uchiha Tiandao with confusion, showing a human-like bewilderment. Why did it feel like its master was preparing to do something bad? Soon, Charizard's confusion was answered. Uchiha Tiandao's dark eyes suddenly erupted with blue light, and a powerful mental force instantly descended upon Charizard. Roar? Roar! Charizard felt an invisible force suddenly bind it completely, and in a rush, it immediately began to struggle. However, its struggles had no effect whatsoever. In the face of Uchiha Tiandao's powerful mental force, it couldn't even move a single claw. This ability is indeed quite nice. Not only is it strangely mysterious in battles of equal strength, but it is also a guaranteed skill for bullying weaker opponents. Uchiha Tiandao couldn't help but sigh as he saw Charizard's predicament. According to his speculation, this mental power was simply a version of Universal Pull and Almighty Push. Bang! As Uchiha Tiandao retracted his mental power, Charizard fell directly to the ground with a dull sound. "Hey Charizard, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Uchiha Tiandao quickly walked over to Uchiha Meihui and the others, chuckling as he teased them. At this moment, the fire-breathing dragon understood that all of this was the doing of its master. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon complained unhappily and then quickly waddled away with its big belly. It couldn't afford to provoke them. Could at least hide? Uchiha Meihui watched the fire-breathing dragon's retreating figure and covered her mouth, giggling. "Tiandao, you're so mean. How could you bully it like that?" Uchiha Tiandao shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, Meihui, the fire-breathing dragon needs a little stimulation. Otherwise, it might become part of the Akimichi clan." After saying this, Uchiha Tiandao's gaze fell on Uchiha Meihui. He sensed that his adorable little sister seemed a bit down. "Little Meihui, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Hearing Uchiha Tiandao's inquiry, the other two also turned their attention to Uchiha Meihui. Only at this moment did they realize that something was off with her. Uchiha Meihui bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. "Oni-chan, I feel so useless." She was affected by Conan's earlier performance. A realization flashed through Uchiha Tiandao's mind, and he smiled as he spoke. "Conan is very talented, but Meihui, you're not bad either. As long as you train more, you will surely become a calm and composed excellent ninja in the future." After Uchiha Tiandao's comforting words, Uchiha Meihui's mood visibly improved. However, Uchiha Tiandao was clearly not someone who showed favoritism. He also praised Conan enthusiastically. making her so happy that she was nearly in tears. Chapter 76. The elders are overjoyed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival. After Uchiha Tiandao had calmed the two little cuties, he finally turned his gaze toward his home's entrance and said in a deep tone, "Three elders, you've been eavesdropping outside for so long. You might as well come in and talk." As soon as he finished speaking, the three old men appeared in the clan leader's courtyard like lightning. A smile filled Uchiha Akisai's old face as he rubbed his hands together. "Ha, clan leader, your strength is formidable, and your perception is even sharper. My admiration for you is like..." Uchiha Mewtwo looked at her grandfather's fawning demeanor, her pretty face gradually turning pink. How embarrassing. At this moment, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Is this really her serious grandfather? "Tiandao, I'll go inside and prepare tea for you." After Uchiha Mewtwo said this, she hurriedly ran into the house, unable to bear her grandfather's character collapse. Huh? Why did Mewtwo run away? Uchiha Akisui scratched his head and muttered quietly. Perhaps the behavior of some old man was too strange, so his granddaughter was put off. Uchiha had a hard-to-hide smile on his face as he teased. Hearing this, Uchiha Akisai's old face instantly scrunched up. How could that be? I remember Mewtwo likes contrasts. While speaking, his gaze kept shifting around Uchiha Tiandao. Enough. Where do you two get all this nonsense? We have more important matters to discuss now. Uchiha Shana couldn't stand these two old stubborn men any longer and hurriedly reprimanded them. Perhaps it was because the Grand Elder usually held great authority, or because Uchiha Akisui and Uchiha remembered their purpose for coming. They immediately fell silent. Seeing these two old men quiet down, Uchiha Shana nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Tiandao, his expression tense. Clan leader, has your strength surpassed Lord Madara? Although this question was phrased as a query, it was filled with certainty. Uchiha Shana had followed Uchiha Madara for many years and was very familiar with his aura. Now, Uchiha Tiandao's might even surpass Uchiha Madara's, which undoubtedly stated a fact. Uchiha Tiandao's power had indeed exceeded Uchiha Madara's. Grand Elder, your perception is truly sharp, Uchiha Tiandao said, his eyes flickering slightly, sincerely expressing his thoughts. Although he was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Shana's sharpness, he knew that these three elders had dedicated their lives to the Uchiha clan and were its true loyalists. Therefore, Uchiha Tiandao did not hide his thoughts from them. Upon hearing the answer he longed for, Uchiha Shana's entire body trembled with excitement. The Uchiha clan would be completely revived, restoring its former glory. Forcing down his excitement, Uchiha Shana looked at Uchiha Tiandao with anticipation, his voice trembling. Clan leader, your eyes. Uchiha Tiandao wore a somewhat helpless expression. How could he not understand what this old man meant? Wasn't he just asking if he had awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha Tiandao remained silent as three black Magatama rapidly appeared in his blood-red eyes, interlinking to form a magnificent, intricate pattern that instantly appeared before him. Yes, this is the eye that never loses sight, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After Uchiha Shana saw the pattern in Uchiha Tiandao's eyes, he was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face as he spoke in a trembling voice. It wasn't just him. Uchiha Akisui and Uchiha also breathed rapidly, their eyes fixed firmly on Uchiha Tiandao. They might not be able to perceive Uchiha Tiandao's terrifying strength, but as elders who had walked through the Warring States period, they understood the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan all too well. The last person to possess these eyes was the strongest in Uchiha clan history, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tiandao looked at the three ecstatic old men in front of him, and his lips couldn't help but twitch slightly. Just a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan could make these elders so excited. He was genuinely worried that if he mentioned the power of Groudon, Uchiha Shana and the others would choke up and not be able to breathe, and then it would be a real mess. Hey, you brats, what are you all doing crowding around here? A strong female voice came from outside the door, attracting everyone's attention. Uchiha Tiandao and the others turned to look, only to see Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen walking toward them from the entrance. Uchiha Shana furrowed his brows, his gaze deep, He felt that this little girl from the Senju clan seemed to not take their clan leader seriously. Anyway, the clan leader now possessed the power to overturn Konoha. So why not, Grand Elder? Uchiha Tiandao's low shout instantly shattered Uchiha Shana's fantasies. He suddenly remembered that their clan leader seemed to have a good relationship with this little girl. Sorry, clan leader, my thoughts were too extreme. Uchiha Shana quickly apologized in a low voice, realizing that Uchiha Tiandao had seen through his thoughts. Seeing that this elder had reigned in his inappropriate thoughts, a satisfied look finally appeared on Uchiha Tiandao's face. Uchiha Shana was a standard hawkish Uchiha. For him, the interests of the clan were above all else. Uchiha Tiandao was very clear about this. However, he did not wish for this elder to be as radical as before. Uchiha Tiandao had no interest in the Hokage seat at all, and the other clan members were not qualified to be involved in such matters. Therefore, rather than fixating on the Hokage position, it would be better for the Uchiha clan to calm down and train more ninjas to strengthen the clan's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, also at the peak of the Hokage level, naturally noticed the change in Uchiha Shana's expression. To be honest, he was very anxious. He understood Uchiha Shana, the hawkish Uchiha, quite well. Back during the second Hokage's era, he had harbored resentment against the Uchiha clan due to their unfair treatment and even instigated a rebellion because of it. Now, so many years had passed. Uchiha Shana behaved quite honestly, but as the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed quite afraid that this old fellow might suddenly attack the village, especially now that Uchiha Tendu's strength was somewhat over the top. Tendu. Tsunade and I just took some time to come see you. I wonder if you welcome us? Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly suppressed his complex thoughts and said with a smiling face. Uchiha Tendu narrowed his eyes, a cold sneer in his heart. If he believed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, then he would be a ghost. However, Uchiha Tendu still smiled lightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and gestured for him to enter. Chapter 77. Uchiha Tendu's Show of Authority. Lord Third, let's talk inside. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. In the past, Uchiha Tendu referred to him as Lord Hokage, but now it had changed to Lord Third. This guy seemed to no longer respect him as before. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood became heavier. He felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you, Tendu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after all, was not someone easy to deal with, and he quickly concealed his unusual feelings, saying with a smile. The group of 6 quickly arrived at the reception room inside, and under Uchiha Tendu's arrangement, they quickly took their seats. Although Uchiha Makoto was surprised by the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, her good upbringing allowed her to react quickly. After serving everyone a cup of tea, Uchiha Makoto quietly withdrew and headed towards the backyard. She knew very well that she was not suitable to participate in what was to come. Once Uchiha Makoto left, the atmosphere in the room immediately fell into silence. There was no need to say much about the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan, given their age. They were seasoned and could see through many things at a glance. Their clan leader made such a big fuss, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came right after. This was simply a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Uchiha Tendu understood Sarutobi Hiruzen well. He knew that the other party was definitely the type to come for a reason. Old man, didn't you say you were coming to find Uchiha Tendu for something? Why are you just drinking tea now? Tsunade said with her arms crossed, looking displeased. At the same time, she had long cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen in her heart. You had someone call me out of the casino just to sit here and stare at Uchiha's people with big eyes? Cough cough, Tsunade, please calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally calculating how to speak to gain more advantage in the upcoming actions, but he was directly thrown off by Tsunade's words. Uchiha Tendu's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly used drinking tea to mask the smile on his face. Tsunade's operation genuinely amused him. After all, this was the character of the other party. If Tsunade could sit still, she wouldn't be Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen's line of thought was interrupted by Tsunade, so he had to cut through the chaos and catch Uchiha Tendu and the others off guard. Tendu, actually, I mainly came to deliver the Hokage's battle robe to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a brand new Hokage battle robe from the scroll and said with a light smile, "What?" The three elders of Uchiha Shana were instantly shocked, their calm expressions disappearing as they exclaimed in surprise. Not only them, but even Uchiha Tendu was greatly shaken by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. This was the Hokage's battle robe. Only the Hokage could wear this clothing. However, Uchiha Tendu quickly reacted. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be so kind? It was already good that he wasn't targeting the Uchiha clan. How could he let someone from the Uchiha clan become Hokage? Uchiha Tendu's gaze quickly swept over the battle robe, and he immediately understood. It was indeed a Hokage battle robe, but it didn't have the characters of the previous Hokage on it. This meant that this battle robe was not the official one. Uchiha Tendu's brows furrowed tightly. At this time, this kind of clothing, Konoha's Shikaku, a figure dressed in Hokage's half-sleeve, instantly appeared in his mind, and all of his previous doubts melted away like ice and snow. This wasn't the Hokage battle robe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was giving him. It was from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After Uchiha Tendu figured everything out, his expression returned to calm. He had already guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, which was merely to tempt and win him over with this Hokage battle robe. However, what Uchiha Tendu wanted was not a piece of tattered clothing. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Although he had no intention of becoming Hokage, that didn't prevent him from seeking benefits for his clan. Uchiha Tendu narrowed his eyes slightly and cast an illusion technique at the three elders of Uchiha Shana. Once they came to their senses, their eyes were filled with brilliance. Bang! Uchiha Shana suddenly slammed the table. His entire old face twisted and deformed with anger. The loud noise quickly attracted the attention of everyone present, and both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade looked at the old man in confusion, not understanding why Uchiha Shana suddenly went crazy. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could ask, Uchiha Shana spoke angrily. "Lord Clan Leader, that little brat Uchiha Takeya is too much. He actually sent his male cat to seduce my female cat. This kid is arrogant and disrespectful. He must be taught a harsh lesson." Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade. The two of them froze in place, their minds blank. Was this really such a serious matter? Uchiha Tendu frowned tightly, his expression darkening, and the surging chakra within him instantly surged forth like a tide. Crack! Crack! The massive chakra shattered the floor in an instant, an overwhelming sense of oppression sweeping toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under Uchiha Tendu's deliberate control, this sense of oppression skillfully excluded Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately drenched in cold sweat from this sense of oppression, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Uchiha Tendu's lips curved slightly. He had mixed a considerable amount of mental power into this sense of oppression, which was definitely enough to leave Sarutobi Hiruzen reeling. Moments later, Uchiha Tendu quickly withdrew his outward pressure, a concerned expression on his face. "Lord Third, are you unhurt? It's all my fault for being too reckless." Looking at Uchiha Tendu's feigned concern, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled with anger, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. At this point, he understood everything. The issue with Uchiha Takeya was merely a pretext. Uchiha Tendu was deliberately using this to pressure him, to gain more benefits. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to bestow the Hokage battle robe upon Uchiha Tendu, letting him feel his importance. Then, he would use Tsunade as an emotional card to tightly control Uchiha Tendu. As long as this goal was achieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen could use the excuse of doing everything for the village to erase Uchiha Tendu's contributions. After all, he had already indicated that he would treat him as a candidate for the fourth Hokage. He couldn't possibly demand other rewards, right? In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen could firmly control Uchiha Tendu while placing him on the moral high ground, unable to gain rewards from the village to enhance his strength. This was originally a plan that killed two birds with one stone. However, Uchiha Tendu's terrifying strength instantly dealt him a heavy blow.